The guy visits his sister in the hospital. He tells her that she has always enjoyed going against him, and now she does not react. Even when he mocks her, it's not even interesting. He was hiding something from her. She is not the only one in their family who has awakened abilities. He also woke up, and his ability is stealing. He can steal from their other abilities, and he decided to steal the ability from his sister. The system told him that the ability theft was complete. Ability D rank. Title: Mental Explosion. Description: Abilities: sends a mental charge that attacks enemies. The evaluation of the colon's ability, although weak, is the sister's ability, so it is of particular importance. The guy read all this information and asked, is it really a rank D ability? If she was stronger, then his fairy sister would not instantly turn into an ice statue from an unintentional attack. But is it true that it was unintentional? The distance to the fairies of the fairies was so far away. There were screams in the corridor. The guy's father shouted that he was a murderer, to which the men told him that didn't he save more people. They must calm down, because it is impossible to control everything at once. It's a coincidence that Miss Yan was in that store. They also didn't want this to happen, because the heroes are not gods. They are already trying their best to fight the monsters. Sometimes they can accidentally harm others when they are fighting a monster. The father threw the documents and shouted that he would never sign these documents. They should take their stinking money and get the hell out of here. Then a guy came out of the room and picked up these documents. His father asked him what he was doing. Does he really want to exchange life and fairies for money? The boy stood up and, grabbing his father's shoulder, told him that Fei was in a vegetative state. They need money in order to provide her with everything she needs. The father was shocked. The guy turned to the man and said that, however, he wants to add additional conditions. The man told him to voice them. The guy said he hoped the hero who hurt his sister apologized in person face to face. The man hesitated and asked if he could apologize on his behalf, and the Kunlun company should also issue a formal apology. The guy said that he wants this hero to come here in person. The man apologized and told the guy that they should know that the rank hero's schedule is overloaded. Bing Chu and JR would like to personally apologize, but he is too busy fighting. He cannot come here in person. They are also willing to pay 100,000 more in compensation. The guy grinned and told the man to take the papers, because he had already signed everything. The man accepted the papers and said it was good, and thanked him for his understanding. When the man left the hospital, it was already evening. He called on the phone and said that he settled everything, only he had to add another 100,000 as compensation. Bing Chun Jr. said it was only 100,000. He praised the Wang's lawyer and said that he would tell his secretary later to send them the money. Their conversation ended. Lawyer Wang said that the hero likes to rest, if only he could also awaken the ability. The guy again came to visit his sister in the hospital. He told Fei not to blame him for signing the contract. After all, she knows the situation of their family, but she should not worry about it, because he will find out the truth. He does not believe that all this was unintentional. Some awakened ones are unworthy of being called heroes, and he will change this world. Chapter 2. His name is Yang Zai and he is a trainee reporter, a person who was unintentionally harmed by an rank hero. It was his sister and Yang Fei. To implement his plan, he moved out from his parents and came here, Mingyu area. Yang Zai moved into his new apartment, where he was greeted by two girls. One of them greeted him and said that her name is Ding Lan, and this girl who is sitting on the sofa is called Zio AI. And there is another neighbor who has not returned yet. Zio AI also greeted him. Ding Lan asked Yang Zai what is his name. Yang Zai also introduced himself. Ding Lan said that in their time, new housemates rarely come. Why don't they celebrate this event? Zio AI said that she is a younger resort girl who entered this year, so she will be in the library tonight, and they can go without it. Yang Zai went to his room and said that it was not necessary. He just arrived here and is also a bit tired, so he wants to rest. He went into his new room and lay down on the bed. He took out his phone and said that the video, where heroes fight monsters, has become quite popular. So, a lot of videos with explanations of abilities. Yang Zai does not remember exactly when it started, but all over the world, dark portals suddenly began to appear through these portals. A monster arrived on their planet. The planet could stop the invasion of these monsters only thanks to the possessors of the abilities. And these possessors of abilities were called heroes. In order to prevent hunters from abusing their abilities, an ability law was passed, according to which only hunters who passed the test and received a hero certificate could use their abilities. Yang Zai turned on that video and said that this is the video in which Yang Fei was injured by this hero. He exhaled and said that at the moment he did not find anything suspicious, but tomorrow they will study this video again. Then he looked at the time and said, "What the hell? It's already 2:30 in the morning." He must quickly brush his teeth and wash, because tomorrow he still has a lot of work. He left his room and saw a drunk girl. He thought that it means that this is the very last neighbor. He decided to say hello to her. The girl told Yancy that if he didn't mind, could he let her use the restroom. She went into the bathroom, she vomited. Then she fell asleep in the toilet. Yancy approached her and asked if she was okay. Should he help her in some way? To which the girl replied. To which the girl told him that men should not get too close to a girl when she is in such a state. Therefore, Yancy headed towards Ding Lan's room. He knocked on her door, the girl opened it for him. Ding Lan asked him why he was not sleeping yet, because it was already so late. Yancy apologized for the trouble, and he said that the other roommate was drunk and in the toilet, and asked how about to help her, since she is also a woman. For a man like him, he is not a very comfortable type to help her with this. Ding Lan told him that he should just leave her there, because this is not the first time. And it's pretty late, she has to work tomorrow, and Yancy should also go to bed. Then she slammed the door. Yancy said that it seemed like he was the only one who could help her. He approached the girl again and asked her if she could get up. But the girl did not answer him, so Yancy apologized in advance. He took her in his arms, and the system immediately sent him a notification that the ability to overload the brain was detected. Yancy said that this girl also has an ability. Then the system sent him a full description of this ability. It was an F-rank ability. Title: Brain Overload. Description: puts the brain in a state of overload for a short period of time, greatly increasing the brain's computational abilities. Rating of this ability: good potential. The owner doesn't seem to know that she has this ability. Yancy laid this girl on the sofa and covered her with a jacket. He said that this girl seemed to think she was very smart. If she studies well, she can become the best. But he still takes her abilities, but in the future he will somehow pay her for it. The system said that the brain overload ability was successfully stolen. Yancy asked, wondering what effect it would have on him. The system told Young 11 that brain overload and mental attack both belong to mental abilities, and she asked him if he wanted to unite them. Yancy made the decision to combine these two abilities. The system said that the merging of abilities is complete. This is a new D+ rank ability. The name of this ability: Superbrain. Ability description: automatically sends mental attacks, a significant increase in the ability to calculate and deduce. Evaluation: this is a double-edged sword and must be used wisely. Yancy, after reading all this information, said that he might be able to find some clues in the video of the incident in which Yang Fei suffered. The next day, someone knocked on Yancy's room. He woke up and asked who was there. He opened the door and saw yesterday's girl. The girl returned to him his coat, with which he then covered her and thanked him for helping her last night. She said her name was Lin Nexu. Yancy took back his coat and thought it was the same girl from last night. Now she looked so innocent, and he told her that without any problem. He just extended a helping hand to her and said that his name was Young 11. And he remembered something and thought that yes, he had taken her ability last night even though she didn't even know she had a pull ability. So he decided to ask her if she was okay. Do they feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Nasp smiled at him and said everything was fine. She's already used to it, so don't worry so much about her. Yancy said. Then a man broke into his room and called him and said that this is how he lives here now. But this man noticed Lin Nexu and asked Yancy that he had started dating someone behind his back. The young man told him not to talk nonsense. After all, this is Lin Nexu, his neighbor with whom he lives. The guy was in shock, thought that it looks like he was too impulsive when he rented an entire apartment. After all, renting an entire apartment is not very profitable. He smoothed his hair and greeted Miss Lin Nexu. He said his name was Fan Peng and he was Yancy's friend and colleague. Lin Nexu shook hands with him and told him to just call her Nexu. Then Fan Peng told her that he was the possessor of abilities. His ability is to be able to take pictures and videos with his bare hands, so if she wants to take a couple of beautiful photos. But then Yancy intervened and told Lin Nexu that Fan Peng had moved to take him to the editorial office. They are with him just the same on the way. Fan Peng tried to break through the Yancy, telling him that he had not yet finished talking about where he was in such a hurry. Publishing company Lugan. Yancy came to the publishing house and began to revise that one again. Video. He activated the deduction of the superbrain, and I started watching that video again and again. While watching this training video, Yancy said that this movement is very strange, it looks like. But he was prevented by Fan Peng, who shoved him with his elbow and asked him why he was not interested in flirting with girls, and especially with such a beautiful girl like Lin Nexu. If Yancy is not going to, then he will. To which Yancy replied that they were just neighbors, his friend should not go too far. Then Fan Peng said that from flatmates to bedmates, it's very easy. By the way, he can teach him if he doesn't know how. Then they heard screams that a monster had appeared. They got up from their chairs and went to the window. There really was a monster. It was a one-eyed killer. The government made an announcement to the people that a monster had appeared. And this monster ranked disaster. People should go to the nearest shelter, and the heroes are on their way. One of the heroes appeared and said that the citizens should not be afraid. After all, the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles is already here. He will not allow anything to happen to the city of Lugano. When people saw him, they were very happy and said that these are her heroes B-rank Superman of Spicy and Sour Noodles, and he came to save them all. Meanwhile, Feng Pen, after zooming in on the picture of the one-eyed assassin, said that the one-eyed assassin not only has strong defenses, but they also have a psychopathic melee ability. The 18 spiders that work together will have a very hard time dealing with this monster, and the Spicy and Sour Noodle superhero might not win at all. Feng Pen turned around to repeat all the Yang 11 information again, but he was no longer there, so he said that Yang runs very fast. He continued to watch through the window again and said that people are usually so weak, so it's time to earn some money with his ability. In the meantime, a hero from the rank of a fiery butterfly arrived in time and asked the elder that he needed help. The superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles said that she was just in time to hold this monster, and she should attack him. The fire butterfly said she understood. The heroic live broadcast has begun. The hosts were Director G and Mao Huang. Director G said that superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles is a melee hero, and he was very selfish and narcissistic when he first appeared. Mao Huang asked the director why he gives the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles such a review. Director G said that in order to activate his ability, he needs to eat a bowl of spicy and cysts of noodles, so he usually appears after Togo, when the other heroes have already pretty exhausted the monster and kill him. Mao Huang smiled and said that, as expected of Director G, he always divulges information that other people don't know. Director G told Mao Huang to stop talking and continue watching the live broadcast of the battle. Meanwhile, the battle with this monster continued. The fire butterfly asked the Spicy and Sour Noodle superhero to step aside. Then she hit this monster with her superpower, and the TV presenters continued to comment on their battle. Mao Huang said that this monster's life is coming to an end, to which the Director G said no, it might not be so. Mao Huang was very surprised and asked why he thinks so, to which Director G replied that monsters are also smart. He has not yet seen a single sign of anxiety in this monster. After the fiery butterfly stopped the flow of its fiery power, everyone saw that the monster was not only not defeated, it was not even injured. The superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles said that this monster has evolved and now his body has a fireproof shield. The awesome butterfly was in disarray and, turning to the superhero of Spicy Sour Noodles, asked him if he could hold out even longer. After all, before the arrival of other heroes, some more time will pass. At this moment, the Spicy Sour Noodle hero remembered his conversation with the director. He then told him that superheroes Spicy and Sour Noodles had already entered the narrowest point of his career as a professional hero. If he wants to break through and become one of the most famous stars of the company, then he can no longer afford to lose. Once he fails as a superhero, his fame will decline, and the company will direct all its resources towards younger heroes. From such information, the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles was horrified and thought that he could not lose his place as a senior in the company. Can't he let this happen? So now the superhero of Spicy and Sour Noodles decided to eat some strange pill. Yang Zai was watching all this and thought that he seemed to have already seen this blue pill. At that moment, the monster grabbed the fire butterfly. The fiery butterfly began to call for the help of the superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles. Lev brought to the main screen a frame of how this monster grabbed a fiery butterfly. Started writing comments about it. A user under the name 3 Lives 3 Idiots wrote that as they all already know, the superhero Spicy and Kitty Noodles has only 15 minutes of real male power. Another user named Yin Pupu wrote that let any hero come and save their Yongda from death. 3 user, under the name of Mysterious Anonymous Cowards, wrote that if he were a hero, he would have already killed this thing in one fell swoop. A 4th user named Jitch AI commented on the post of a user named Mysterious Anonymous Underpants said that a showcase hero has appeared upstairs. Meanwhile, the fire butterfly still being captured by this monster was trying to get out of there and screaming that it didn't want to die. At that moment, someone tore apart one of the monster's tentacles, thus releasing the fire butterfly. It was a superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles. The TV presenter named Mao Huang slammed his fist on the table with joy and said that it was excellent. Superhero Spicy and Sour Noodles can only be in combat form for 15 minutes. But this time he broke through, he's stronger than before. From joy, Mao Huang jumped up from his chair and said that the hero had not aged yet. Director Ji said calmly that this was rather unexpected. How did he? But he was interrupted by an agitated Mao Huang and said that he was not a one-eyed assassin who was attacking the hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles. Meanwhile, the hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles stopped right in front of the one-eyed monster and told him that it was time to end this battle. The one-eyed monster directed all of its tentacles straight at the Spicy and Sour Noodle hero. But the superhero managed to hold his tentacles and asked, "Is that really all he is capable of?" At some point, the superhero was covered with stones, but gaining strength, he got out of there, tearing all the tentacles of the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed monster was defeated, but the hero of Spicy and Sour Noodles also ran out of strength. Blood came out of his mouth and he fell to the ground. A fiery butterfly rushed towards him. He looked at the fiery butterfly, and she was very much afraid of him. "It's a pill, how did you change it?" The fiery butterfly grabbed his shoulder and asked him what was happening to him. And the superhero Spicy and Kitty Noodles thought he had to control it. After that, he smiled at the fiery butterfly with all his teeth and said that he was completely fine. He just used too much of his powers. The fire butterfly told him that he scared her very much. Meanwhile, people began to rejoice. They shouted that the heroes are so reliable. It's just unbelievable. Superhero is Spicy and Kitty Noodles are so cool. And also everyone began to confess their love to the fiery butterfly. Yancy was watching all this from afar, and he said that everything seemed to be over. He will need to prepare news for them when he returns. But he doesn't remember the blue pill at all. Well, then he turned to the corpse of a one-eyed monster and saw how a small monster got out of it, and Yancy asked what was it really a small one-eyed killer, a clone. This little one-eyed killer was very disturbed. He got out of the body of the one-eyed monster and rushed towards Yancy. Yancy said that this monster was moving towards him, and he thought that his physical and elemental defenses are so high that perhaps a mental attack would be his weak point. The little one-eyed killer said that he would get revenge on this Spicy and Sour Noodle when he found the owner and absorbed enough energy. And noticing the nearby young 11, the one-eyed assassin said that this young man looked very appetizing. Now he will be his master. Yancy looked at him and asked, did he just send himself here? He adjusted his glasses and said, well, now his ability will be his. After that, he absorbed the ability of this little one-eyed assassin, and the monster fell down dead. The fire butterfly felt this and turned around, and thought that someone was using their ability. Yancy, picking up the corpse of this little one-eyed assassin, said that it was good that he was just a weak clone. Even if his weakness was mental attacks, then his D+ rank mental attack could not kill him instantly. He began to extract an ability from this monster. When he extracted an ability from him, the system sent him a notification saying that this ability was B rank. Name, Fire Shield. Description, immune to fire attacks below rank B, and also significantly increases physical defense. Rating, a very useful tanking ability. Yancy, after studying all this information, said that is, it is like an invisible shell that covers the surface of the body. No matter how strong her ability is, she always has a weak spot. This phrase, popular in the world of abilities, is similar, does not work on him. Meanwhile, the fire butterfly went looking for this person and asked who is there. Yancy hid behind a building and thought that it was not yet time for them to find out about him. The fucking butterfly landed near where Yancy was hiding, and said that it was strange, because she felt a sharp influx of psychic energy here, and a video of someone here. Then a man came out from behind the building and asked the fiery butterfly that she was looking for him. The fire butterfly turned around and asked this man, what was it he had just used his ability? The man stepped towards her and said, this man was Young 11. He just put on a mask so that the fiery butterfly would not recognize him. The fiery butterfly asked him that he was also a hero. She doesn't remember seeing him before. Yancy threw the trail of the little one-eyed killer at her feet and said no, he was just a passerby who helped her clean up. The fire butterfly looked at the corpse of this little killer and asked if it was a clone of the one-eyed killer. And she herself thought that this person could finish off such a strong and dangerous monster in an instant. But he's not a hero, he shouldn't use his powers without permission. Yancy was about to walk past the fire butterfly to get out of this place, but the fire butterfly stopped him, and told him that he illegally used his ability. Now he will have to follow her to the Hero Association, to have it checked. Then Yancy asked her what, did she think she could stop him? To which Fire Butterfly got angry and said that his actions were contrary to the law of ability. By law, she has every right to take action against him, which is what she was about to do. Yancy remained as calm as ever and asked the Fiery Butterfly, "Is this really how heroes should treat ordinary people?" He grabbed one of her little fire butterflies and crushed it in his hand, after which he walked past her and asked that now it was his turn to attack. The Fiery Butterfly was very frightened and flew away from there, shouting to him, "I'm sorry." She said it was entirely her fault and asked him not to kill her. When the Fiery Butterfly flew away, Yancy said that superheroes are spicy and sour noodles and blue pill, and what the hero was doing the other day on the glacier must be the same thing. Yancy took off his mask and said that he would definitely find out the whole truth. Evening had already come and Yancy was riding in the metro of the city of Luhansk. Yancy sat on the subway and thought that for now, he should stop collecting abilities and focus on developing his brain reboot. He also needs to find information about the blue pill. Yancy passed by some man and asked for his forgiveness. After this man passed, Yancy patted the seat next to him and realized that his backpack was gone. He asked if someone had stolen it. He immediately jumped up and got up from his seat. He began to look around and said that the hell is the rooster costume in the same place? Was it really the guy in the jacket? Has he disappeared? But they had not yet reached the station. He could not have gone far from here. Could he be someone with the invisibility ability? But then what about his smell? Yancy used the ability to reboot the brain, enhance the senses. Yancy used the ability to reboot the brain, enhance the senses. After he used this ability, he said that the smell of the backpack came from that guy. But his aura and clothes are completely different. So it's not invisibility, but maybe it's some kind of ability to change appearance. Yancy smirked and said that this ability that came into his hands on its own is quite useful. Even when Yancy got off the subway station, he continued to follow that man. This man said that today is harvest day, but he doesn't understand why he's feeling nervous right now. This man turned around and saw Young 11, and I thought this guy. Yancy just waved his hand, and the man thought, what and when did he manage to understand that it was he who was pursuing him otherwise? Yancy called out to him to stop, and the man ran away and said that today he was hit by a hard stone. The man ran to a public toilet and hid there, but Yancy tracked him down and asked him if he was going to use all the tricks of the middle classes, hiding in the toilet when he was too weak. He must leave immediately. But when I switched on the light in the public restroom, this man was not there. Then he asked that this guy really went into the women's room. Yancy went to the women's restroom. He knocked on the booth and told the man to get out because he knew he was there. The men from the booth called Yancy a pervert and asked him what he was trying to do. Then I stood on the blue and said that it means he likes to do everything in a bad way and drank the door to the booth. The man screamed and said that there was a pervert here and threw toilet paper at Yancy. Yancy, removing the toilet paper from himself, said that this man's ability is very unusual. She even changed his voice. The men asked Yancy for forgiveness and said that it was his first time. To which Yancy replied that, unfortunately, this ability cannot change his body and appearance. The man exhaled and said that he was unlucky. And I turned to Yancy. He took out his backpack and said that here is his backpack and his things. Yancy grabbed his backpack and decided to make sure everything was in place. But the man was ahead of him and said that things are still there. Then Yancy asked him if he looked inside his backpack. What are the men for? He replied that he swears he did not even open it. Yang said it was good then. A man should find a normal job for himself, and in the future he should be a good person. The man said yes, he would never steal again and thanked Yancy for sparing him this time. To which Yancy replied that did he say that he was going to spare him? The man turned pale with fear. After some time, Yancy had already extracted this man's abilities and, as he was about to leave, said that he was not going to collect abilities anymore. But he could not resist such a temptation. It was an F-rank ability. The name of this ability is to change clothes anywhere. Ability description. You can change clothes with a single movement of your hand. The set also includes storage space. Yancy tried this ability on herself and changed her clothes. Now he was wearing a suit. He came out of the closet and thought it was a very handy and useful ability. Then 2 policemen came up to him and greeted him. They told him that they had received a message from a citizen that someone was screaming and a pervert of women's toilets and asked him if he had not heard this. Yancy told the 2 policemen that he heard and saw a pervert in disguise there who was acting very suspicious. The men groaned and told each other to go and check. Yancy watched the scene of 2 police officers carrying this pervert out of the women's restroom and said that some ability holders do not deserve their ability, but he will definitely fix it. 1 week later, Yancy arrived by taxi and was met by his friend at Fan Peng. Fan Pen waved his hand to him and said that at last he was here. But I still remained as serious as ever and asked his friend what he wanted to tell him, that he even had to call him. Fan Pen approached him and hugged him and asked him to guess who he had just seen at the nightclub. Yang Zai asked what whom. Fan Peng smiled at him and said that he had seen his girlfriend Lin Nexu there. She was there as an attendant. Yang Zai told his friend that she was not his girlfriend and why he was telling him all this at all. They were already approaching this club, and Fang Peng told Yang Zai that he could already stop this pretense in front of him. He can see for himself and understand everything. They went to this club, and Fan Pen invited him to sit in that place. Lin Nexu noticed Yang Zai and, embarrassed. Yang Zai and Fan Peng had already sat down at the table and ordered a cocktail. Fang Peng decided to cheer up Yang Zai and told him not to be so sad, because there are still many beauties on earth. Today he is here in his territory, so he should just sit and enjoy. Then he called the girls. 3 girls came up to them and greeted them. Fang Peng introduced the young 11 of all 3 and said that this 11, Tian Tian, and Pao Pao are all 3 of his wonderful little sisters. He introduced his friend to these 3 girls and said that Yang Zai is his best friend, and asked them what, isn't he handsome? The girls sat next to Yang Zai and said that brother Zai is so handsome. Another girl offered him a drink together, placed nearby. There were also 2 men and 3 women at the next table. One of the men said that he was unlucky as hell today. If his brother hadn't taken his McLaren, he wouldn't have lost to that brat Gao Zhen. Li Yan told this man that he lost the race, so he should just admit it, and don't blame the car for everything. This man's name is Liu Yuan, and he was already very drunk. He told Li Yong that he couldn't get through to his father's side, so he became his bodyguard. And I asked him what it was because of the fact that he did not keep his mouth shut. Li Yan told him that it really bothers a normal person like Liu Yuan to be limited to a hero with a rank like Li Yan that much. Liu Yuan didn't like it. He got up and punched the girl in the face, after which he said that they were fucking assholes. Are they just here? And what is this shitty alcohol? How dare she make him drink it? After that, he approached this girl, who fell to the floor from his blow, and poured all the alcohol from the bottle on her. Zai Yong caught this and almost took off, but he was stopped by Fan Peng, who told his friend that he should not act recklessly. This young master's name is Liu Yuan, and he is the second son of an A-rank hero of the Kunlun Company's mechanical hero, and this bodyguard is a hero C-rank fiery fist. But Yang Zai did not listen to Fan Pen and only told him to let him go. Fang Peng said that a normal person like Yang Zai is no match for him. Yang Zai said that he knows this, he just goes to the restroom. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan had already sat down on the seat again and was surrounded by 2 girls. Liu Yuan hugged them and said that they know how to apologize. He ordered to kill this girl and then he will spare them all. At the same moment, a man began forcibly pouring alcohol into the Lin Nexu. Yang Zai, wearing a mask so as not to be recognized, hit this man, and he said to Liu Yuan that he had heard that the son of a mechanical hero was present here. But Liu Yuan was already too drunk, so his bodyguard Li Yan stood up for him. He asked Yang Zai what he was. Liu Yuan, pouring another bottle into himself, said that it was most likely another person who wanted to die. Yang Zai said that he was just someone who wanted to make a deal with brother Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan asked him what the deal. What other deal? Li Yan told young master Liu Yuan that he thinks it's already quite late. It's time for them to leave. Liu Yuan threw a bottle at him and sent him away saying he was a piece of shit. He should back off. Can't he see that there is someone who wants to make a deal with him? Li Yan was furious. Liu Yuan called out to Yang Zai and asked what kind of deal did he want to make with him. Li Yan put his hand on Liu Yuan's shoulder and told him that he was already too drunk. He should sit down and rest, and he himself will talk with this actor. Yang Zai sat on the sofa and held a glass of liquor in his hand. He asked Li Yang what. Does he want to attack him? After all, in general, he is against violence, but he prevented him from talking about important matters with his master. Yang Zai put his glass on the table and stood up, after which he said that so he was going to teach him a lesson now. Li Yan told him to come. They will see who will teach whom a lesson. Li Yan prepared his fiery fists, and told Yang Zai that he had a lot of bad luck today, otherwise he would not have provoked him. Yang Zai thought that the fire elemental attacks were C-rank. A crowd gathered around them. Someone said that Yang Zai was so brave, but dared to challenge an A-rank hero disciple. The Zai sisters approached Lin Naizu and said that she would help her wash off the alcohol. Lin Naizu thanked her. A question was heard from the crowd. Do they know why they are fighting now? Someone asked that doesn't his mask look like a chicken? She seemed so mysterious. Will he be able to defeat the fiery boxer? Li Yan had already pounced on Yang Zai with his fiery fists, but seeing his reaction, because why doesn't he try to dodge? Maybe it's a trap. When he approached the young 11, he asked, what is that all? To which Li Yan said, how naive that is. Since the day he became a hero, no enemy or beast has been able to withstand this attack. Then he attacked him. Now people were already scared. Someone said it would definitely burn someone. But when the flames dissipated, everyone saw that Yancy was still fine. Li Yan was also surprised and thought that he was safe and sound. And Yancy used a mental attack, after which he knocked out Li Yan. Liu Yuan immediately jumped up and said that Yang 11 is strong. The fiery boxer was slain with just one blow. After his victory, Yancy used extract ability again. It was an ability from a rank. Title, Flame Strike. Description, can form flames on hands. Rating, the most for the cook. During this time, everyone had already fled, and Liu Yuan was left alone. He was also very scared. He immediately came to his senses and asked what the hell happened here. Did this moron lose so quickly? Then he realized that he had no choice and asked Yancy what deal he wanted to talk to him about. How much money does he need? Can he translate them to him right now? But Yancy did not listen to him and grabbed him by the throat. Liu Yuan said no, didn't he know who his father was? Yancy is cold, replied that his father is a mechanical hero, so what? Liu Yuan told him that if he killed him, his father would not spare him. Yancy pulled him closer and said that he would not kill him. But does he know what he wants to share with him? Liu Yuan cleared his throat and said what? Yancy asked him if he wanted to have the ability. Liu Yuan was shocked and asked again, what ability? Yancy let him go. Liu Yuan cleared his throat and asked him if he really thinks he is a god. Does he really think this is something he can just give to someone? Yang told him that if he wants to receive it, he must come to this address alone in 7 days, and threw him a piece of paper with an address. After all this was over, Yancy called his friend. Fan Peng was very worried and said that he already thought he had fallen into the ground and asked him why he didn't call. Yancy said that the bar was too noisy. He went outside to take a breath. What is it? Fan Peng said he missed a good show. He will now come out to him to show him everything that has happened, and ask him if he wants to eat barbecue. Yancy said that he would eat anything. Yancy thought that part 1 of his plan had been completed. Now all that remains is to wait for Liu Yuan to bite on the hook. If he starts checking from within the Kunlun Company heroes, it will be much faster. He promises his sister Fairies that soon he will know the whole truth. Meanwhile, all the heroes gathered in the Hero Association and watched a video that showed what happened in the bar. The mechanical hero asked what they had finished and what were everyone's thoughts on it. The ice adventurer said that the masked man used his hand like a knife to take down the flaming boxer in 1 second. He is most likely taller in the Yaranga. The lazy swordsman said, no, what killed the Liang was not a hand. Li Yan lost the moment the masked man moved his hand. Mo Long put a piece of paper on the table and said that this was the assessment of the injuries of the fiery boxer from the identification department. They should all take a look at it. When everyone looked at this information, they were horrified. Everyone asked in chorus that the ability of a fiery boxer was really gone. The mechanical hero said it seemed. The lazy swordsman asked where did this guy who can erase other people's abilities come from. Mo Long said that as far as he knew, only S-rank heroes had this ability. The mechanical hero asked him what did he think it was him. The glacial adventurer jumped up from his seat and said it was impossible. The transporter is an old man with 1 foot in the grave. How could he appear now? Mo Long said that Kunlun Co. would not be able to deal with this matter on its own. They must report it. About this in the Association of Heroes. The lazy swordsman said that such a possessor of special abilities, how could he, depending on what company he was in, be used as a killing machine? And no one will tell about it. The mechanical hero suggested to everyone that they would not be the first to report this, it would be their company secret. Liu Yuan's estate. Liu Yuan lay on his bed. He kept thinking about what Yancy said to him. He thought about abilities and asked himself if he could even get one. That guy told him that this was a deal. But what does he want from him? He again took out a piece of paper with the address, but then crumpled it and said that in any case, a couple more days and he would have the ability. And he doesn't care about the rest. Fan Peng asked Yancy why he suddenly invited him to the museum. To which Yancy replied that he wanted to learn more about the monsters so that it would be easier for him to run away if he met them. And he himself thought, I wonder if he can extract the ability of a rank S monster. When they entered the museum, Yancy told his friend that it seemed to him that he was not trying to find out about the monsters, but to pick up girls. Fan Peng answered him that everyone knows that only beauties come here. Yancy pointed out the monster to him and said that he came here for it. It was an electric dinosaur monster S rank. It is 7 meters high and 12 meters long. A monster that appeared early on. It spewed out electricity and caused many disasters, due to which the entire city of Lugan was paralyzed. Because of him, 5 heroes of A rank, 13 heroes of B rank, and 27 heroes of C rank died. The two of them approached the statue of this monster. Yancy told Fang Peng that he was planning to write an article about the monster invasion. He returned on a demonstration of his power, how he sends electricity. Fan Pen was delighted and said that this monster is so powerful. Young Silhouette thought for a moment that if he could extract that fearsome ability, then Yancy reached out with his hand towards that monster, but the guard stopped him and asked him what he was doing. Yancy greeted him and said that he was a journalist and wanted to write an article about monsters, and handed him his identification card. The guard made his card and asked what journalist. If he wants, then let him write his article. But here you can only look with your eyes and not touch with your hands. Yancy Fang Peng looked at each other. After that, the Fan Pen distracted the guard and said that it was okay. They won't touch him. And he turned to the guard and asked him what. Can he ask where the cutest chicks are here? The guard asked him again, what are cute chicks? Is he crazy? Fan Penny said that how to go, not very special and rare. When Fan Peng distracted the guard, Yancy reached out to this monster to extract its abilities. The system said ability extraction activated. Yancy thought that he could sense this ability, but why is it so difficult to extract it? But after some time, he still managed to do it. The system said that the extraction is complete. Yancy received this ability, but when he decided to view the characteristics of this ability, he was shocked. After all, the system did not provide any information about this ability. But later, the characteristic of this ability nevertheless manifested itself. And Yancy was even more surprised. He was even annoyed. It was an E rank ability. The name of this ability is electricity. Description: can create an electric ball. Rating: can be used to charge your phone. Yancy was very disappointed and said that he had just extracted an E rank ability from an S rank monster, and he wondered if his ability had weakened because he had been dead for a long time. But could it be that last time he was able to extract an ability from a monster because the monster was still alive? He decided to walk around the museum and he said to himself that it looked like he was not getting anything useful from the museum. But it cannot be that he came here in vain. He must continue his search. In the evening, when he returned home, he sat down at the table in his room and said that he only received 3 low-rank abilities and walked around the entire museum in the process. F-rank ability. Name: cloning. Description: can be used to create a clone that lasts for a minute. Rating: can be used to turn on the light. The next ability he found was an E-rank ability. Its name is an electricity. Description: can create an electric ball. Rating: can be used to charge your phone. The 3 ability he found was an F-rank ability. Title: human control. Description: can make any person show interest in you. Evaluation: you are not going to use it to commit unethical acts, right? After reviewing all the information about these abilities, Yancy said that the power of these abilities is so weak that it scares him away. Since abilities can be combined, but can they also be destroyed? Well, he decided to try it with C-rank fire ability anyway. He tried, but it didn't work the first time, so he decided to try again. After some time, he still succeeded, and the system said that the ability was destroyed. Ability level was 1. Name: dark energy. Description: base substance. Rating: perfect and indestructible square. Yancy took this dark square in her hand and asked what is dark energy. Could it be that abilities are made from these cubes? That is, it can actually destroy the ability. Ability can be decomposed into the most basic components. These are cubes of dark energy. Then, accordingly, can he use these dark energy cubes to enhance abilities? He decided to try it, and he succeeded. The system said that the ability to improve. It has now become an E-rank ability. Title: human control. Description: you can mentally approach the target. Evaluation: the ability to deceive people. Now you can start scamming. Yancy was delighted and asked if she had really improved. If that's true, then would he be able to create S-rank abilities himself? Screams were heard in the corridor. Someone asked them to leave and not touch him. Yancy thought, did Liu Yuan come to Lin Naizu? Lin Naizu's father said that she was crying and crying. All she can do is cry. Her father sat on the couch in her room and smoked. He told her that they were not trying to deliberately deceive her. Yancy entered the room. Did the father tell his daughter that if they didn't, she would gladly send them money? At this point, their mother also intervened in their conversation, who said that her brother needed money to buy a house and a car, as well as to have a wife. In total, this will amount to about $1 million. Where do they get such money from? Lin Naizu could not stand it and asked that they really deceived her when they said that her father was very sick and he needed to urgently send money. Do they have any idea how desperate she was when she found out her father was ill? She worked 4 shifts from morning to night just to earn this money as soon as possible. Father just said that they thought she'd just go as far as she could first, and he'd find ways to get the rest a bit later. The lineage of their Lin family cannot end with them, right? Lin Naizu asked if this was just a way to bring her home and sell her a man she didn't even know. Mom approached her daughter and said that even if this person did not receive a higher education, he is honest and kind, he will not treat her badly. At this point, Lin Naizu could not stand it at all and asked what was wrong to treat. How do they think? Where did the 50,000 she sent them a week ago come from? It's that she was the bartender and wait staff. She became an escort, do they understand that? Her parents were horrified by this information. Father got up from the couch and asked what she had just said. She ruined the reputation of their family. He called his daughter names and, waving his hand at her, said that he would beat her. Lin Naizu told her father to hit her because those clients hit her harder than he ever did. But Yancy came to her aid, who told her father that everything could be discussed because she was still their daughter. The father was simply furious and asked that who was he to get into their family showdown. He punishes his daughter, who is he to stop him? Yancy thought that her father did not regret it at all. But I looked at her mother and realized that, it seems, her mother regrets this. He would help her a little and see if she could help Lin Naizu. He activated the ability to control a C-rank person. After that, Lin Naizu's mother hit his father and said enough was enough. She said that his daughter even became an escort because of him. Is his heart made of stone? Mother went to Lin Naizu and hugged her. She told her daughter that her mother hurt her, but she was always her dearest child. The father also remembered his mistake and sighed. He said okay, then her brother will earn everything on his own. Lin Naizu said that everything is fine as long as people understand it in time. Besides, who in this world would not feel sorry for his own family? With these words, Yancy remembered his sister, who was in the hospital. The next day morning at the railway station, Lin Naizu saw off her parents. She told them to be careful. On the way back, she will visit them for the new year. Mom told her that it was good and told her to take care of herself and not do more stupid things. When her parents left, Lin Naizu thanked Yancy for seeing her off. And now they have to go back. Yancy handed her the coffee and said that he hoped her brother would understand. After all, it will be much more useful than any amount of money that she sends him. Lin Naizu winked at him and told him to come over to her as she wanted to tell him something. Yancy was confused and asked what. Lin Naizu herself walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek, and thanked him again for his help. At night, Yancy put on his suit again and was now outside. He thought that, as befits a monster corpse processing center, their guards are extremely strong. This place holds a huge number of monster corpses. This can make it easier for him to gain new abilities. It seems that he can only choose a special way to get inside. A large car drove by, and Yancy dived under it and grabbed it there. But he was not alone there. There was already a girl who gestured for him to be quiet. He thought, what is it? Is this person also trying to get into the center? And she is a girl. Yancy decided to greet her, and he said what a coincidence. The girl, apparently, was not very happy with this and said that what a coincidence. She was so unlucky that she ran into him. Then they will act according to the rules of the field and rely on their abilities. She is the representative of the Fanhai Kyan Dodo Chamber of Commerce, and she asked Yancy, who is he? Yancy briefly introduced himself as Yu Jai. Kyan Dodo said that they would soon reach the unloading area. But wait, she can't get off the truck with him like that. Then Yancy told her to hold on tight. Then he grabbed her, and together they jumped out from under the van. Yancy cleared his throat and asked Kyan Dodo that, how long is she going to hug him like this? Kyan Dodo blushed all over and was very embarrassed. She quickly got up and told him that if the situation didn't call for it, then who would even want to hug him? They snuck into the monster corpse processing room. Kyan Dodo asked Yancy why he looked like he had never seen anything like it. Maybe he's new to this business. Yancy said that yes, he would be under her supervision and called her the eldest. Kyan Dodo told him that since he was so sincere, she couldn't stop him from following her. They entered the room and found the corpse of a huge monster there. They approached him and Kyan Dodo said that the boss needed white hair on the chest of the werewolves, so he would have to carefully cut them off. She took out a small box and, turning to Yancy, laughed evilly and said that her ability of this storage bag can store many things in it. It's cool, right? Yancy thought, what a disgraceful name for space ability. Kyan Dodo said that they should go to the next processing room. As she turned away, Yancy extracted that werewolf's ability. It was a rank D ability. Title, Metal Transformation. Description, can change the appearance of any metal. Rating, the dream of any car service owner. And then the alarm went off. They both started. Kyan Dodo said that no alarm went off. Have they been discovered? Here the door opened from which a man in a white coat stepped out. he would be very scared and say that the monster is not dead. After that, the monster declared him to be its tentacle and dragged this man along. The man asked for help. Yancy and Kyan Dodo hid in the next room. Kyan Dodo grabbed the young 11 and asked what was that just now, and she asked Yancy that he could not support her a little, otherwise her legs were completely weakened. But then one of the tentacles touched her and dragged her away. Yancy decided to use force fire. Kyan Dodo yelled at him to save her, but the force fire ability did not help him. Yancy ran after this monster and thought that this syntax is very fast. As he held on to it, he noticed that all the metal posts were here, everywhere one metal, and he decided to use rank D abilities, metal transformation. He severed one of the monster's tentacles, and Kyan Dodo fell to the ground. Yancy ran up to her and asked if she was okay. Kyan Dodo freed herself from the remnants of the tentacle and said that these tents had hooks, and it hurts a lot. Her t-shirt was almost completely torn. The two of them looked in the direction of the monster and Kyan Dodo asked what kind of monster it was. How could he come back to life? To which Yancy replied that they would find out after they saw it for themselves. They got closer to this monster and saw what it looked like. He was very scary. Instead of a head, he had a huge skull with giant fangs. He also had a lot of captives who begged for help. Yancy and Kyan Dodo, when they saw all this, were horrified. They were speechless. They didn't know what to say. This monster had tentacles that even popped out of its eyes. When Yancy still managed to get out of his stupor, he decided to use the metal transformation ability. Thus, he tried to defend himself against that monster's attack. Kyan Dodo told him that this number was becoming less and less popular. He must think of some other way. But Yancy did not yet know what exactly to do. Kyan Dodo was already very frightened and said that she would definitely die now, they would eat her. Yancy looked around in hell, thought that it can't go on like this, but it looks like he just saw some cans of gasoline. He told Kyan Dodo not to be afraid, because he had an idea, he would protect her. Kyan Dodo asked what kind of idea, but Yancy did not answer and used his ability to make the gas canisters go towards the monster. After that, he used his ability, with the help of which he blew up gasoline. The freed people took to their heels, and someone shouted that they had to run while they couldn't. Yancy and Kyan Dodo did the same. Kyan Dodo wanted to grab this monster again, but then some old man appeared and cut this tentacle. The old man was very angry and told them that so they are the guys and there are thieves who revived the monsters to attack this place. Kyan started arguing with this old man. She asked him who is he, and why did he start to carry some kind of nonsense as soon as he appeared. The old man put away his weapon and said what a disrespectful child she was. When he was in his prime, she still drank milk. Kyan Dodo was furious and told him that he was being very disrespectful as an old man. Yancy thought that this is really Duan Shualu, the hero who defeated King Kong Berserker 10 years ago. Yancy stepped forward, blocking the Kyan Dodo, and turned to the old man and said that the senior Duan. The elder Duan said that Yang 11 is more respectful. He will deal with him when he finishes dealing with this monster. Yancy thought he was a rank hero, but why is he here? In a cadaver center, Old Man Duan rushed to attack the monsters and used the North Star attack, style 1 greedy wolf attack. Yancy, watching all of this, said that, as expected, from the legendary inherited power called the North Star attack, each one is an advanced technique. Even those with S-rank abilities would have to take a few steps back. Kyan Dodo was also fascinated by this technique and said it was so cool. But the monster got even more mad, and it became such, were 2 times faster. But the old Dua did not lose his head and applied the attack of the Polar Star, style 2 Hunger for Heaven. And then I decided to finish off the monsters and use the abilities of the Water of Heaven. Now the monster has been defeated. After Dongyu, an old man, dealt with this monster, he again went to those two, and pointing at them with the ball, he said that after he dealt with this monster, now it's time to deal with him. Yancy thought, what intense eyes that are filled with determination and murderous intent. Yancy told him that they were indeed not the ones who revived this beast. But the old Duan was not going to believe them and said that this was nonsense. They have very suspicious personalities. Do they think he will believe them? Kyan Dodo asked Yancy if he was sure that he would defeat this old man. Yancy told her that he couldn't and asked her what she wanted. Kyan Dodo told him that no, she just wanted to lend him a weapon. She gave this weapon and, as she ran away, told him that it was an armor that was made from the materials of a B-rank monster. She is sure that it will give him the help he needs. She will root for him. Yancy put on this armor and thought it was just crazy. It reminds him a lot of the fairy sister of the fairies. At this time, the old Duan had already pounced on Yancy, told him to taste it. But Yancy managed to defend himself. He thought that this armor could withstand even the attacks of a senior Duan. This armor is really very powerful. They started fighting among themselves. Yancy used the ability to reboot the brain, and I thought that after activating the brain reset, his attacks seemed to be slower. But this is not enough to defeat him. The old man Duan attacked him again and said that he had opened. Yancy at this time thought that he would not be able to dodge now, and that's why he used the ability to control a person. Duan old man asked Yancy that he really stopped his movement, to which Yancy replied that he would be in danger if he did not. The old man Duan asked him that, are these tricks really all that petty thieves are capable of? Then Yancy decided to make himself a semblance of a sword with the help of the metal transformation ability, and they crossed their blades. Yancy thought that each of his attacks was very strong. He can use a person's control to stop him for a short time without being cut in two. They gathered an audience that watched their battle. One of the guys said that he was fighting Duan Shualu. In that case, could this guy be a rank 6 hero of the weapon god zone? Yancy overheard their conversation and thought, who is this weapon god anyway? Duan old man told him that judging by his attacks, he is most likely not a thief. He put away his sword and told the people who had gathered to watch their battles to leave this processing area. After all, he has something to say to this guy. Some guy asked again that they all really need to leave. Duan old man was very angry about this, and he asked what? Is he not going to listen to the order of the manager of this center? The whole crowd was frightened and rushed to their heels, saying that they were leaving. Tian Dodo told Yancy that she would be waiting for him outside. When they were alone, Yancy asked old man Duan what he wanted to tell him. Duan old man told him that he knew that he was not a weapon god. His skills can't compare to those of a weapon god, only his metal ability was similar to him. But he still has several abilities, so he can be considered a strong person. Someone like Yancy would never come here just to steal some fur. Therefore, the old Duan decided to ask him, what, did he really come here in search of a world secret? Yancy did not understand and thought that what kind of world secret was he talking about? What is this old man talking about? But he decided to try to get more information from this old man. So he decided to tell the old man that, yes, he had come here in search of the secret of the world. Duan old man laughed and said that he was young and ambitious. It would be great to tell about this to such a strong person as he is. This is very good. He patted his shoulder and said that the real purpose of this center was to open a one-way tunnel to the monster world, the so-called white hole. Yancy asked what? Then the old Duan began to tell him everything. He said that 15 years ago, the white hole of the city of Logan was successfully opened. The Hero Association sent a small team of highly ranked heroes on a special mission to infiltrate the monster world. He was on that team himself. During this mission, many rank S heroes died. Only he and 2 other people were able to return from there because they risked their lives. In fact, every monster corpse processing center is built on the weakest points of the earth. As long as they continue to burn monster bodies at these weak spots, they will be able to open a white hole that leads to the monster world. Yancy listened to his story and asked, what then? How about that revived monster? Duan old man said that this is something they can't say to the outside world. In fact, this is a mutation of a monster that rubbed a white hole. They people on this planet are like animals that are trapped by beasts. Only when they gather the strongest forces of humanity will they have a chance to defeat them. After the story, the old man turned around and told Yancy that he could go. After all, no matter what organization he is in, they must remember, they are all part of humanity. The next day in the office building, the woman reported to the director that it was old man Duan Shualu who continued to do stupid things. How could he even tell such things to the outside world? To which the director replied that even if he had not told this, sooner or later other organizations would have known about it, and it is impossible to keep the world's secret only between them. The woman asked him that the video conferencing from the headquarters is here. The woman on the video call said that more than 25 people are already participating in it, and they have already fulfilled all the necessary conditions for the consideration of the Category S case. Further on what the Association of Heroes of the City of Lugan reports, they need to start a conference. Should they tell the truth to the hero owner associations that raise a rank? Yancy visited his sister Yang Fei again in the hospital. He asked her what did she know. He was told one harsh truth today. After talking with the old Duan, he left. Everyone started whispering. Someone asked what happened inside. Had he really defeated the old Duan Shualu? Hyan Dudu called out to him and asked if he was okay. Yancy thought that he couldn't let other people know about his abilities, and said he was fine, and he asked Tian Dodo to look into his eyes. Tian Dodo asked, what is it for? Yancy used the ability to control a person. He told her to forget that he used the powers of fire and metal, and she should remember that he brought her this armor, and he also owes her 10,000. After that, He snapped his fingers and pulled up until he came to his senses. She ran and said it was good that he was fine. Yancy told his sister the whole story and said that this Tan Dodo is very similar to her. She is cute and loves money. Maybe after he avenges his sister, he'll find a way to wake her up. That same evening, in his room, Yancy used his metal transformation ability again. He made himself a star absorption ring. He took the ability medicine and said that he couldn't let people know his real ability. He must use these two things to deceive Liu Yuan, and of course the snake. He used the transformation ability and created new clothes for himself. Yancy said that this set of clothes would be called Snake. His abilities will be different from those of Yu Jai. He will have C-rank electricity, and he can also use fire attacks when necessary. Due to the fact that Yancy has become a part of this, an organization will appear that consists of many of it, and it will be called Judges. Its main purpose is to judge those heroes who have fallen. Yancy came to meet Liu Yuan. When Yancy arrived, he saw Liu Yuan sleeping. Yancy approached him and told him to wake up, and kicked him. Liu Yuan jumped up and asked how dare he wake him up. Does he really want to? But then I realized who it was and apologized to Yancy, saying that he was sleepy. Yancy thanked him for coming here as he wanted. It seems that Liu Yuan believed his words. Liu Yuan named Yancy as Yu Jai's boss and said that if he could give him the ability, he would get whatever he wanted in money, girlfriend, and status. Otherwise, hug Yancy and cry. Yancy pushed him away and said that he was not interested. Getting the ability is very easy. He just has to look into his eyes. What Liu Yuan did. And then Yancy used the ability to control a person. After Yancy used this ability, he told Liu Yuan to tell him what he knew about the blue pill. But the mesmerized Liu Yuan remained silent. Yancy thought, what is going on here? Didn't he succeed? He then ordered Liu Yuan to slap himself. But Liu Yuan still didn't do anything and just remained silent. Yancy thought that he had taken the initiative in vain. Could it be that he already has the ability? A higher C-rank ability that renders a person's control ineffective on them. Then Yancy decided to use his mental attack ability. He thought he hadn't attacked him the last time he was at the bar. But it doesn't look like Liu Yuan has any ability. But in any case, Yancy should try. And he managed to extract Liu Yuan's ability. Yancy was very surprised at this and said, what the hell? Does he really have the ability? Liu Yuan had an A-rank ability. The name of this ability is Resurrection. Description: only once after death can a person with this ability be reborn and go back a day. Grade: A-rank ability, but it can only be used after death. How stupid is that? I couldn't be more surprised and asked if this guy actually has an A-rank ability. This ability will undoubtedly turn the tide of events. And speaking to Liu Yuan, who was still passed out, told him that he would be kind to him after he took his ability. And he thought that now he would put a pearl into it, which he received at the corpse processing center. After he did so, he commanded Liu Yuan to wake up. After that, Liu Yuan jumped up and asked Yancy to give him the ability. But then it dawned on him, and he asked when did he manage to fall asleep? Yancy told him that it was fine, he was just too tired. And he asked him if he saw this ring. Liu Yuan looked at the ring in Yancy's hand and said yes. Yancy said that this star absorption ring, which was made by the Liu Yuan organization, could use it to steal ability factors from others as well. Liu Yuan was shocked and asked if it could really do that. So, what is next? Yancy said that the organization uses special methods and turns these ability factors into a medicine, an ability that can empower ordinary people, and showed him a bottle of filling. After that, Yancy threw the bottle into Liu Yuan's hands. Liu Yuan asked what is so special about it, but does Yancy deceive him? To which Yancy replied that he could drink it, then he would know if it was true or not. Liu Yuan began to examine these bottles and thought, could it be poison? But if he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't drag it out until today. So Liu Yuan made up his mind and drank the contents of this bottle. Yancy chuckled and told Liu Yuan that he would soon know the power of ability. Liu Yuan's appearance began to change, and he said that his whole body was on fire. Yancy looked at him and thought that it really had nothing to do with medicine. It is he who controls the pearl of ability at a distance. For a moment, Liu Yuan turned into a werewolf. He asked what is it? Yancy will answer him that this is the ability to transform, and asked him what he thought about it. Liu Yuan asked, is this really the ability? And his brother can turn into a dragon. Is he weaker or stronger than him? To which Yancy replied that his brother had an A-rank ability, while he only had an E-rank. Liu Yuan was furious of asking that E-rank. But between rank A and E there is a difference of 3 ranks. Yancy cleared his throat. Zai told him not to worry as he had just joined the organization, so they could only give him F-rank medicine. Liu Yuan made a pitiful expression and began to choke back tears. Seeing his expression, Yancy thought that this Liu Yuan had turned into a werewolf. But why is he so stupid and cute like a husky? Yangzai told him that since he would have to work together, he changed it to an E rank for him. Liu Yuan, after listening to Yangzai, thought that it really follows from this that they have other abilities in the organization. But then doesn't this mean that one day he himself will become stronger than his father? Liu Yuan joyfully hugged Yangzai again and, calling him father, asked him if he could change it to a rank for him. Yangzai, trying to fight off his strong hands, asked who was he calling his father. Liu Yuan told him that he would then call him his godfather. He had never before met a man who was so kind to him. Yangzai told him that he didn't have one, even if he called him godfather. His organization has its own rules. Liu Yuan can only get it when they make enough achievements. Liu Yuan let him go and said that the godfather was good and asked him what kind of organization they were. Yangzai asked him to listen carefully and said that the name of their organization is Judges. It was created by one powerful man. Under the boss is 12 zodiac leaders, and he is a rooster from the 12th zodiac. Liu Yuan asked him if someone as powerful as a godfather was just a leader, then how powerful is the boss? Yangzai told him not to try to guess it. After all, the boss is not someone who often shows his face. He is very mysterious. Then Liu Yuan asked Yangzai that how can he quickly earn his achievements. Yangzai told him that, of course, this is done by completing the tasks given to him by the organization. Yangzai just now has a task for him. Liu Yuan will use his identity as young master of the Kunlun company to search for information about the so-called blue pill. Liu Yuan asked what kind of blue pill is this. Jansenese said that it seems to be a pill that can increase one's strength, and he came to Lugan just the same in order to learn about the forces behind this thing. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up as he asked if this pill could really increase someone's strength. What is this wonderful thing? To which Yangzai replied that he should not harbor evil ideas. There was already one such hero who used it and accidentally harmed an innocent person. Liu Yuan made it clear that he understood this. Liu Yuan took his true shoulders and asked who harmed an innocent person. Yangzai said that it was a rank hero of their company, and his name was Glacial Adventurer. Liu Yuan was very surprised and asked if it was a canyon. But he always acts so cool, but in fact he is a drug addict. Yangzai told him that when he finds useful information, they will meet here again, and then he will give him a rank D ability. Liu Yuan said good. Yangzai was already heading towards the exit and said yes, as if he forgot to tell him something. The effect of the medicine lasts only a week. Liu Yuan's time is very limited. He must complete this task within a week. Liu Yuan was horrified and asked what. The next day, Yangzai was walking around the city, but he noticed some kind of announcement, decided to come closer and see it. It was written that he was wanted. They are looking for Uncle Yu Jai. He is alone in a black cloak with a white mask on his face. If anyone has any clues, they should call Tan Dodo, and she gave her phone number. Yangzai was shocked by this information that even spat on this announcement. The man who was in this booth called him names and asked what he was doing. Yangzai apologized to him. Yangzai took this ad and walked along the road, saying that he really didn't think that this girl had something like that in her sleeves. But he noticed that a company of people was coming around the corner, and looking at them closer, he saw their Tian up to Togo and asked if it wasn't she. But what happened to her? And he decided to follow and eavesdrop. A group of 3 surrounded the Kyan Dodo, and she asked them who are they? The pierced man said that she had better listen to them and give the young master's blade back. Tian Dodo said she had no idea what they were talking about. And what is a blade? She doesn't even have one with her. The masked man could not stand it and told her to stop this performance. She played with their young master because he was too naive and used false jewels in exchange for his blade. The man with the piercing told her that she'd better give it up if she still wanted to live. Yangzai eavesdrop on them. I think, is it really Muramasa? It's an S-rank legendary weapon. Is it really in the Kandudu? Kandodo at this time thought, does that mean that this blade is actually something good? If so, she took out her little box and, starting to play her next performance, told them what a young master. She had never heard of anyone like it. They must have been wrong. Yangzai, listening to her, thought what a poor argument this was. Anyone can deduce once they hear her that this greedy girl got the blade but doesn't want to give it back. The girl who was standing with those 2 guys said that there was no need for this chatter, they should already start to act. After that, the pierced man used the army-style ability of triple knives, and the masked man used the doppelganger shadow-style ability. Seeing this, Yangzai said, are these 2 hereditary type abilities, and are they both above C rank? Kyan Dodo said she was not the type to be easily intimidated. She took out a weapon and ranks from her backpack, which is called a kametachi. Then she threw them all away. And when she left this place, Kyan Dodo laughed and said that there was no rule that could force her to return things after she received them. At the bottom, there was still the girl who used the rank snow woman ability, Kyan-Dudu, who wanted to get out of there already. She asked why it snowed all of a sudden. At this time, Yancy used the ability to change clothes, and the girl was already chasing the Kyan-Dodo and used the Snow Typhoon ability. Yancy was very frightened for Kyan-Dudu and called out her name. Reporters have already arrived at this place, and one of the reporters, a man, said that there was a fight going on right now on Changting Street. If there is at least one hero nearby, then he should come to the rescue as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Tian-Dodo got caught in that girl's Snow Typhoon. She fell very hard and said that it hurt a lot. That girl approached her and asked her if she would now return a thing that did not originally belong to her. But Tian-Dodo was very brave and said it was good. Then she can ask her what kind of blade she lost, silver or gold. This is very strong, angered the girl, and she, using her ability, pinned the Tian-Dodo to the ground, and told her to advise her to be more honest, otherwise she would tear her frozen legs into small pieces. But Tian-Dodo was very serious, and she told this girl that she would never fall for her tricks. She got this blade thanks to her skills, she would never throw it away just like that. And she threw this blade into the hands of Yancy and told him that this blade is now his and he gets it for free. Yancy caught that blade and said, Tian-Dodo, that, as expected, from her. She had already noticed him, and he thanked her for the blade. But what the hell? No one would want such a worn-out blade, even if Tian-Dudu offered the man money. Tian-Dodo became embarrassed and said that she didn't even think that they would go after her because of that blade. Meanwhile, the girl shouted that these two people were allies from commanding her men to grab Yancy. Yancy surrounded 4 men. One of them attacked the Yancy and called him names and told him to taste it. At that moment, Yancy realized and thought that this blade he was holding in his hand was absorbing his mental power. Is his body moving on its own? He, without putting any effort, cut this man in half. He himself was very shocked and asked what the hell was going on here. Behind him was a man with a piercing who pounced on Yancy, but Yancy neutralized him with this blade. The pierced man fell to his knees and asked his teacher to save him. Yancy extracted the ability of this pierced man. It was a C-rank ability. The name of this ability was 3 styles of blade, sun and moon. Description of this ability: 3 blade styles allow you to activate the power of the blade in order to fend off enemies. This ability rating, with rank, it's like holding a blade in your mouth doesn't look that cool. Yancy was already shaking with weakness. Bones said that this blade was taking too much of his mental strength. He couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, behind him was the girl who turned her ability on him. I told Nosy that it looked like he would have to use the rebirth ability today. Then someone came to their rescue, and the whole sky lit up with green. People were very surprised and asked, "What is it?" Yancy asked, "Is this the light of despair?" Kyan-Dodo was also very surprised and asked, "Is this really a lazy swordsman?" Along with the lazy swordsman came the hero Mo Long. Mo Long told the girl that they can forgive their Heyday group for being arbitrary in the 6th region. But are they guys brave enough to sow rebellion in the 1st region? The girl told him that they were here to return what originally belonged to them. They were abusing their powers. Kyan-Dudu pointed her finger at this girl and told them to stop. After all, it was her master who gave her the blade, and this blade is completely hers. This girl thought that 2 rank heroes had arrived and she had no chance of winning. She must first of all ensure her own safety. Tian-Dodo tensed because she thought that this girl was up to something. She did not lose. She continued to freeze her feet further. The girl turned to the heroes and said that even if they killed their people, if they returned to them what originally belonged to them, then she would leave the city of Lugam and save the life of this girl. Mo Long chuckled and told the girl that no one had said that she could leave this city of Lugansk. Do they really think that the 1st region is the place where you can just come and go at your own will? And he turned to the lazy swordsman, to whom he said that this girl was his, and he would go and test Yu Jai's abilities. To which the lazy swordsman told him that the company intended to get him for himself. He should not overdo it. Mo Long had already gone to attack Yu Jai and said that, naturally, he was only helping his brother resolve issues between them. Yancy decided to defend himself with this blade. But when Mo Long hit that blade, Yancy flew very far away. Tian-Dodo was very worried about Yancy. And Mo Long asked, "Is that really all?" The girl said that if this happens, she may die, and she used the absolute 0 ability. Then the lazy swordsman used his ability, which was called the Blade of Strong Wind. Thus, he repelled all the attacks of the girl and even hit her herself. But the lazy swordsman said he didn't hit it. Tian-Dudu said that's not true, didn't she just crash? To which the lazy swordsman told her that it was just an illusion. She's escaped, but she still has to be somewhere nearby. But then they noticed that Yu Jai's brother was also missing, and Yancy himself hid behind the corner of this building and thought that the damn blade. He didn't leave his body a drop of strength. And how will he cope with this threat now? But wait a minute, if this is a weapon from a monster, will he be able to extract an ability from it? He tried to do this, and the system said that an ability extraction had occurred. Yancy also received 1,000 units of dark energy. Yancy arranged the blade into black cubes. He said that even though he couldn't extract the pearl of ability, but he got a bunch of dark energy cubes. The materials from which the blade is made must be from an S-rank monster. What kind of ability does he need to improve in order to be able to go against the dragon? He took the ability sphere and the system sent him a message that the evaluation of this ability, D-rank abilities. Ability name, Metal Transformation. Yancy said to try this one. He got an A-rank ability. Ability name, Metal Control. Description, abilities, it is possible to control all metals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The maximum weight of the controlled metal is 100,000 tons. Ability assessment, the person who has this ability is probably now an Iron Man. That girl felt it too. Yancy said that he feels every object made of concrete and metal. He feels those cars, planes, buildings. Finally, he had the opportunity to fight with someone normally. Then the girl decided to attack him from behind, but Yancy felt it and repelled her attack. But the girl wasn't going to give up so quickly. She kept attacking Yancy, and Yancy repelled all her attacks. The girl was horrified and asked that how is this even possible? Yancy grabbed her. The girl commanded him to let her go immediately, to which Yancy told her not to move. He would be more gentle when it comes to girls. The girl asked him what he wanted to do, but Yancy didn't answer her and extracted her ability. It was an A-rank ability. The name of this ability is Snow Woman. A description of abilities summons a snow woman to help in battles. Also, a person can choose to merge with God, which enters his body. Yancy said that he thought it was just an elementary ability, but he had no idea that it was a summoning type. This is literally the main dream of all men. The girl assumed her true form and fell to the ground, but NCI picked her up. Then the lazy swordsman and Mo Long appeared from around the corner. Mo Long asked the lazy swordsman that was it really the passerby he knocked down. The lazy swordsman thought that had his aura changed. Yancy put the girl down and said that she was not a passerby, she was a snow woman. But he had already dealt with her. Mo Long was furious, and he asked Yancy if he was really mocking him. How can such trash, how can he defeat a snow woman? To which Yancy calmly replied to them that they could fight him to make sure of it. And he asked them which of them would be the first to attack him, or would they both attack him? Meanwhile, a male reporter went live, and asked if he hadn't misheard. This guy wants to go up against two, despite the fact that they are both A-rank heroes. Why? Their evil dragon is able to take down this guy with just one finger. But do they look like he's bluffing? One of the people who watched this report said that he had already become a fan of that guy in the black robe. And someone said that this guy is very intimidating. The male reporter was very enthusiastic, and asked, what does it mean? Is there really going to be an exciting 1 versus 2 scene? Mo Long said that despite the fact that the audience is trying to inflame this topic, he will not team up with a lazy swordsman in order to defeat him. After all, this will lead to the fact that the heroes of A-rank will lose their dignity. Yancy said what a pity. After all, a battle of 1 against 2 would be very exciting. Mo Long told the lazy swordsman that in order to defeat the opponent, you need to understand him. But the lazy swordsman did not listen to him and said that he knew it. Mo Long paid attention to Yancy's hand and said that this ring on his hand is very strange. Most likely, the secret of the missing ability may be related to this particular thing. They should be as careful as possible. The lazy swordsman told his partner not to worry. He just wants to see how he defeated the snow woman. The lazy swordsman came forward and told Yancy that if he won, the evil dragon would naturally take him on. But Yang 11 didn't answer him, and then the lazy swordsman attacked him. But Yancy repelled his attack. After that, Yang 11 very quickly moved behind the back of the lazy swordsman, from where he attacked. But the lazy swordsman was also very fast and stopped his attack with his sword. Yancy almost hit the lazy swordsman, but the lazy swordsman drew attention to his ability and asked him if he was really controlling his sword. Yes, he was dreaming. After which, the lazy swordsman hit Yancy and Yancy bounced off him. Yang 11 thought that the lazy swordsman's sword was made of monster materials. They are considered metal. Apart from this sword on his body, oddly enough, there are no other items. At this rate, Yancy will lose in any confrontation. But what should he do now? Yancy needs to upgrade another ability to a rank, otherwise it will be very difficult to defeat a lazy swordsman. And that's not to mention that there's still an evil dragon looking at them menacingly. Yancy took 2 abilities. One of them was the A rank ability of the Snow Woman, and the other was the E rank ability of Human Control. And he mixed them up. He got an A rank ability. The name of this ability is Control of Puppets. Description of abilities: can perform illusory interference in A rank targets, and can also brainwash targets below B rank, including in ranks. It will also be possible to turn on their power for 10 years, and you can enter the body of a puppet for 2 hours every day. At the moment, the number of puppets is 0 out of 3. Ability score: extremely shameless ability. Yancy, after learning the new ability, said that he would not use this ability for shameful acts. Then the lazy swordsman shouted to him, asking him what he was doing there because they were still fighting. To which Yancy told him not to be so impatient. After that, he used his new ability, and the lazy swordsman saw a woman who asked him if he really decided to point his sword at his sister. The lazy swordsman fell into a stupor, but after Yancy dispelled this illusion, the lazy taper asked, "Is it really mental abilities? Yujai really has a double ability." Yancy told the lazy swordsman that he found out about it too late. He also didn't expect that a lazy swordsman who wields the intent of a storm ball would have such a weakness. The lazy swordsman was furious and, pouncing on Yancy, told him that yes, that he knew. Was it his late sister? He couldn't do it. The lazy swordsman is already exhausted. Seeing this, people were shocked. They were very scared. Someone shouted at him to get up, and the other man said that it's over. The lazy swordsman lost, and now we can only hope that the evil dragon will be able to defeat him. Another man said that he defeated the lazy swordsman so quickly that he almost became one of his fans. The man who led the live broadcast said that the lazy swordsman was sitting stunned on the ground. But could the man in black use a mental attack? The lazy swordsman was on the alert against the metal ability, but he didn't expect the other country to hide its mental ability, as both of the lazy swordsman's hands are shaking. It seems that victory is already a foregone conclusion. Giant Dudu, who was standing next to the man, told Yancy by a reporter that he was doing well. She already thought that this lazy swordsman would kill him, but if he died, then who would return her 10,000? Young 11 thought, is someone really complaining about him? Mo Long came up to the lazy swordsman and told him that he had done a very good job. He made him use his last one. Now the lazy swordsman should leave everything to him. The lazy swordsman told him that he shouldn't look him in the eye. If he did, then the person he cared about the most would appear before his eyes. Mo Long went to fight with Yancy. Yancy, seeing him, asked if the evil dragon himself had finally appeared. The evil dragon told him that, in his opinion, this battle is of great importance, and offered Yancy to make a bet. Yancy said it would be very interesting to know what he would put on. The evil dragon said that how about if he loses, then he will tell him the secret of this ring. Yancy said that, of course, he should come and pick it up himself, if, of course, he could do it. And he himself thought that fortunately the evil dragon is not stupid. He was showing off here just so that everyone would pay attention to the star absorption ring. The evil dragon did not wait and immediately rushed to attack Yancy. Yancy was even surprised and thought, what kind of speed is this? An evil dragon is even faster than a lazy swordsman. But Yancy managed to bypass the evil dragon's attack. But the evil dragon still managed to hit him. The male reporter continued to broadcast live and said that the metal controlled by the man in black could not keep up with the speed of the evil dragon. The evil dragon asked Yancy, is it really a double ability? But this is hardly acceptable. Yancy stood up after being hit by the evil dragon. He cleared his throat and thought that this guy has a very high speed and a strong attack. And the scales of the evil dragon on his body have a high level of protection. An evil dragon can also spit fire, it's so illogical. The evil dragon told Yancy that it wasn't bad, he had a pretty strong bone. But Yancy didn't answer him and used the puppet control ability. And the evil dragon fell into this trap. He saw his brother Luke Yuan, who was telling him that it was very painful he had to save him. The evil dragon grabbed his head and told Yancy that yes, how dare he turn into his adored brother, he was sick of him. After that, the evil dragon turned into an earthen dragon of black flame. Yancy was very surprised and asked if the illusion had been destroyed, and it even angered him more. And the man continued to conduct his live broadcast and said that today they unexpectedly saw the second phase of the transformation of the evil dragon. And this man has no choice but to admire this masked man. After all, he actually forced the evil dragon to come to this. Meanwhile, the evil dragon attacked Yancy, but Yancy tried to stop him. Then the evil dragon asked him if he really thought he could stop him with these metal spikes. Yancy chuckled and asked the evil dragon, did he really become a drill? Then let him try to catch up with him. And Yancy rose up with his ability. The evil dragon asked him if he really thinks he can escape from him by flying. And the evil dragon himself rose into the sky. But Young 11 didn't plan to give up so easily either, and he managed to grab the evil dragon and tie him up with his iron bars. The evil dragon was very shocked at first, but gathered his thoughts and asked Yancy if he had already forgotten about his black flame. The male reporter, continuing to conduct his live broadcast, said that the black flame of the evil dragon had already melted metal before, and surely this time these metals would not last long. Giant Dodo slapped the reporter for this and said that Brother Yu-Jai is not only strong, but his tactics and strategies are also outstanding. He won't do useless things, but everything was not playing in favor of the evil dragon. He tried to melt these bars, but he didn't succeed. He asked if he couldn't melt it down, and Yancy at this time thought that this is a fire-resistant shield of rank B. It will not melt if he burns it only once. Well, now, Yancy began to attract metal from everywhere. The evil dragon was very shocked and said that it was the same. But Yancy will interrupt him and said that this is metal control. Yancy, I appeal to the evil dragon, said that he should fall, the fist of Titan. People were very scared and tried to escape from there. The evil dragon was also scared and asked if he would really die like that. After that, Yancy brought down all the metal he had collected. Everyone started running away from this place. The male cough reporter said that now that the dust has finally settled, we need to see if the evil dragon has survived or not. People crowded around the fragments of this metal and began to reason. One of the people said that, most likely, the evil dragon is already dead. Another said that it was simply impossible to survive in such a situation. And who noticed it? Who are you in the sky? And asked, what is it really not a cute fiery butterfly? Meanwhile, the fiery butterfly, crying, kept looking for the evil dragon, asking that where is he? The mechanical hero told the fiery butterfly to move away from there. The mechanical hero scanned this mechanical pile. People noticed the mechanical hero and told them to take a look, because this is a mechanical hero of a rank. Thank God he's here. But still the lazy and the swordsman of the dragon fracture managed to survive. The lazy swordsman said that he was still alive, but only thanks to the Psy wall. He sincerely regrets that he made the company lose face. To which the mechanical hero told him that everything was fine as long as he was alive. A fiery butterfly peeked out from behind the mechanical hero and asked if they needed help. The lazy swordsman looked at the evil dragon and said that then he would have to bother her with him. Meanwhile, Yancy had already reached home and healed his wounds. He sprayed himself with some kind of medicine and said it hurt so much. This evil dragon knows no mercy. The meeting with the snow woman and the evil dragon last time was quite expected. His main goal is to focus on the blue pill. Currently, there are only 2 leads. One lead is a glacial adventurer, in this case Yancy handed over to Liu Yuan. The second clue is the heroes in rank, the hero of spicy and sour noodles. A hero who is going to hold a fan meeting in the near future. Yancy should definitely go take a look at it. In the future, he will attract even more danger. He can no longer share an apartment with other people. He must prevent their involvement. Then Lin Naizu came into the apartment and said that she was finally home. Since I didn't expect to meet her at this time, he was very scared. Lang Naizu also didn't expect to see him here and asked what he was doing in the living room. Yancy said nothing. His foot hit the corner of the table, so he just rubs it with medicine. She came back just in time, because he wants to tell everyone that he's moving out. All 3 girls gathered and asked him if he was really moving out. Yancy said that being a man, it's not very convenient for him to live with them. He didn't have any money then, but now he's got a raise and his salary has increased, so he decided to move out. Xiao pointed at Lin Naizu and asked Yancy, what about Lin Naizu's sister? Yancy covered his face with his hands and asked, what about Lin Naizu? He has nothing to do with her. Xiao told him that in that case they wouldn't stop him. And since they already know each other's contact numbers, then let him not forget to call them when he is free. Yancy said yes, then he would treat them to a good meal. Let them think that this is their farewell dinner. Lin Naizu apparently was very angry with him and went to her room, slammed the door very hard. Yancy thought, did he say something wrong? Yancy said that if they were going to go out to eat, it was better to go all together. Xiao asked Yancy that after all, Lin Naizu's sister is so beautiful and so kind to him. Why doesn't she deserve to be with him? Why does he communicate with her like that? Young 11 wanted to answer her something, but the girls did not listen to him, and turning to their rooms, Xiao added that they would go and take a nap. They will have lunch after Yancy settles everything with sister Lin Naizu. When they left, Yongzai said that saying he didn't like Lin Naizu would be a lie, but he really didn't want to drag innocent people into danger. After that, he decided and knocked on her door. Lin Naizu said that the door is not locked, he can enter. Yang Siwo Shu and saw the girl on the bed. He asked her for forgiveness. Lin Naixu asked him why he was apologizing. Didn't he say he had nothing in common with her? Yongzai told her that she knew that wasn't what he meant. Lin Naixu couldn't stand it and started screaming. She asked Yongzai that he didn't like her past, right? Yongzai said no, she misunderstood everything. Then Lin Naizu asked him why didn't he like her? Is she ugly? Yongzai said no and asked Lin Naizu to calm down. And I asked her that can't they just stay friends? Lin Naizu asked what friends? Yongzai just has to ask himself already, does he like her or not? Yongzai thought that most of Lin Naizu's kindness towards him came from insecurity, because her relationship with her family was being destroyed. She just wants to put her heart into another kind of attachment. And since he didn't answer her, she naturally took it negatively, believing that her past and her life experience are what makes people look up to her. She looks like a fragile porcelain doll that can break even at the touch of someone who cares about her. How could he possibly hurt her? Yongzai said that he was actually, but Lin Naizu interrupted him and said that maybe he was speaking correctly. She was too impatient and thought that after the kiss, both of them had already found each other in their hearts. But even if it's not the time yet, she doesn't want them to become strangers, and ask him if he can become her first official boyfriend first. Yongzai exhaled and said that well he promises it. The glacier adventurer was already very drunk and was in Liu Yuan's apartment. Liu Yuan watched him from the doorway and thought that if it wasn't for the Godfather's assignment, he wouldn't have spent so much money to invite him here to frolic. When the glacier adventurer fell asleep, Liu Yuan decided to search him. But when he found some strange box, the glacier adventurer woke up and asked him what he was doing. Liu Yuan was sweating with fear and said he was just looking for a light. Did he lose his lighter? Glacier adventurers gave him a lighter and asked where the girls had gone. Liu Yuan said the girls were waiting, and asked the glacier adventurer which one of them he liked tonight, and he will ask her to take a bath with him. The glacier adventurer said that the one who wears a jumpsuit. In the evening, when Liu Yuan invited the girl that the glacier adventurer liked, and they went to the bathroom, he began to search the glacier adventurer. He rummaged through his things and said that where did he put this thing? But soon he was able to find her and said that here she was. He opened this box and took out one cube and asked if it was really sugar. But it's not the smell of gum. It's something that smells good, but weird. He wants to eat it so much. But still, he overcame this desire and said that there was nothing in this thing. Is it really a blue pill? Then there were screams from the bathtub. Liu Yuan looked back and looked at the doors. He thought it scared him a lot. Is the glacial adventurer so raging there? He took the blue pill and said he would steal one of the hidden ones. Then he went to the bathroom and knocked on the door. Liu Yuan asked the glacier adventurer, what is he like? Is he okay? The glacial adventurer furiously opened the door. Liu Yuan looked through it and looked at the girl, and asked that this girl is she okay? The glacial adventurer quickly jumped out of the tub and began to pack his things. He said the girl was dead. Liu Yuan told the glacier adventurer that everything was fine. He should go first, and he would ask the people from the company to sort it out. The glacier adventurer said it was good. When the glacial adventurers left, Liu Yuan exhaled. He said it scared him so much to death. If the glacier adventurer found out, then he would have died. The glacial adventurer, sitting in his car, was very angry. He threw down the box of blue pills and cursed. He asked that how many times has it already been? Ever since he started taking this remedy, he can't control his strength at all. This is very bad. He needs to calm down. He drew attention to the pills and asked why one was missing. But then he gave up on it and said that there were only a few days left until the next batch anyway. It doesn't matter if you lose this one for one or get it. Fan Peng asked Yongzai if he was crazy. Any other normal guy wouldn't even think about moving out of this apartment. Yongzai told him that these were just illusions. And I asked a friend if he knew how uncomfortable it was to live with a bunch of girls. Fan Peng said that this alleged inconvenience is the beauty of it. Yongzai told his friend that sometimes he becomes a real pervert. When they arrived at their destination, Vang Peng asked his friend that where did he get the money to rent such a nice apartment. To which Yongzai replied that his adopted son had given it to him. Fan Peng said it was nonsense. When did he manage to adopt a son? Yongzai probably just won the lottery. Now he has to treat his friend somehow. Yongzai said that he actually told him the truth, and he didn't believe him. When he finally unloaded all his things, he lay down on his new bed. He said that he was so full. But at least now he is finally alone, although now he is a little lonely. But by the way, after the fight with the evil dragon, Yongzai has not used the summoning ability yet. This is the ability of the Snow Woman. even though he spent some of the dark energy to improve the puppet's control ability. But the remaining energy is still a C rank ability. Well, now Yancy will see what kind of scary sister she is. He told the snow woman to appear, but when he saw who it was, he was shocked and said, "Wait a minute, why is she a loli?" Yancy is freezing very much in his new apartment. The little girl asked Yancy, calling him master, if he was okay, but Young 11 shouts at her not to come any closer. Then the girl told him not to worry. After all, snow won't hurt him, but the temperature might be a little low. Yancy asked, "What is snow?" She said, "It's a little cold in here." But then something dawned on him, and he used his flaming fist ability. Snow said it was fire, and asked your master if she can come closer to him. Yancy asked her that wasn't she afraid of fire. Snow said no, she likes warmth. She approached the fire and said it was so warm. The owner is so cool. Jansen, watching the little girl, thought that, fortunately, the cold air that snow creates is only a passive effect. Otherwise, the ability is from the rank. A flaming fist wouldn't be able to withstand the cold air. Snow began to fall asleep and said that the owner was also warm. She fell asleep right on his leg. Yancy pulled away from her a little and said that she was a little brat. But still he didn't drive her away and said that so be it, since she was so cute. He covered himself with a blanket with her and said that only this time there would be no next time. The day of the fan meeting with the hero of spicy and sour noodles has come. A huge queue formed. Everyone shouted that the superheroes of spicy kitty noodles, they all love him. Yancy was also there with his sign. He thought that today he was masquerading as an ardent fan in order to get closer to the superhero of spicy and sour noodles. But the crowd was very huge. Someone stepped on his foot and started pulling his hair. Some plump woman came on stage and said that the superheroes of spicy and sour noodles were ready and asked the audience if they were ready. Everyone shouted in unison that they were ready. But the women asked them to shout louder. Then everyone started shouting that they loved the superhero of spicy and sour noodles. Then the superhero of spicy and sour noodles appeared and told them that they were safe now. After all, because all dangers will be crushed by his iron fist. At that moment, someone pushed Yancy, and it turned out that he was pushed into the first rows, where he inadvertently fell. But the superhero sharp and sour noodles managed to catch him. The superhero told Yancy to be attentive, even though he caught it this time. Young 11's eyes sparkled, and he apologized and said that he had been careless. After the superhero spicy and sour noodles put him on the ground, and Yancy thanked him again and said his name was Young 11. They shook hands, and the hero of the spicy and sour noodles said that it was nice to meet him, and the fans were just delighted. They shouted that the superheroes of spicy and sour noodles are so adored by their fans. They are very jealous of this guy. Yancy didn't just shake hands with the superhero of spicy and sour noodles because he had a plan. After shaking his hand, Yancy said to the superhero of spicy and sour noodles and hello, he is his fan. The woman who opened the fan meeting said that this damn fan meeting was finally over, and I told my boss that he had done a great job. The boss said that, of course, but it was a little difficult. Shaking hands with so many people is messy and exhausting. She should let him disinfect her hands as soon as possible. He got into the car and told her that she was going and let the ride. And while he takes a nap in the car, he still has to participate in another show in the evening. The woman said that it was fine and asked him if his whole body could stand it. The boss, slamming the car door, said that he had to do everything, even if it was very difficult. Also, she should not forget to release his schedule for the next weekend, because he wants to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The woman said she understood and went to eat. Left alone in the car, the boss said that the debt he owed was like a homeless pit. He has to deposit another wad of money to completely close this hole. Was it worth it for him to go to all these gambling games again? But no, he has to gamble more. Then Yancy appeared behind him and asked, "Isn't it exhausting to live like this?" The man turned around and said that he was the same Yujai who fought the evil dragon and the others. But how did he get here? Yancy mentally answered this question to him and said that there was a pearl of ability in his body, of course. He could know its location. But I told him not to be afraid, because he was just here to ask him a few questions. The man thought that he could single-handedly defeat such heroes as the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman. He himself has no chance of winning. He just has to say whatever he wants to know. The man said that even though he himself and the evil dragon and the others belong to the same company, this does not mean that they have the same positions. He asked Yujai for forgiveness and told him not to take offense at him. Yancy told him that he misunderstood everything. Perhaps he is the only one who knows about this problem. He just has to look him in the eye first. When the man did this, Yancy used his puppet control ability. Yancy got into the inner world of a superhero. When he got there, he asked, "Is this really the inner world of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles?" He looked around and saw some shots from life, and he said that it was all his past, but where are the memories of the blue pill? But then he found some strange frame and saw a man whose face is not visible. Blue pill. But who is this person? He came closer to this frame and started watching it. The man handed a blue pill to this man who was sitting in the car and said that he could reach the top of his career. He will pay off his debts. Finally, he will return to the family. The man who was sitting in the car said, that is it really true? Then he should give this pill to him. But the mysterious man said he wanted to exchange it for information. The man asked what other information. The mysterious man said that, for example, about the secrets of some heroes. The man then began to tell him everything. He said the dog hero was secretly playing with ellipsis, and this crazy hero, Topora, secretly holds children captive. Yancy asked if that was scandalous information about the one he needed. Is it possible to get a blue pill for information? Are there any other deals? He started leafing through his memories and asked if they had really met each other not once. There is also a second, a third, and a fourth meeting. At the next meeting, the mysterious man asked the man who was sitting in the car that he had recently heard that a new owner of the Ujai ability had appeared. The man said yes, and he not only bullied the chairman's son, but also defeated the evil dragon with a lazy swordsman. Then the mysterious man asked him if he had any information related to his ability. He has to tell him everything. The mysterious man said that this man should tell him everything about this Ujai. The man was very excited and said that he only knows that he seems to be able to erase the abilities of others, but he never showed his face in public. That's why he doesn't know what he looks like. The mysterious man asked what he was, did he not know his face, and he could erase abilities. It is very interesting. The mysterious man threw those pills into the hands of another man, and, leaving, told him to collect all the information about him by his daughter's birthday next week, and then let them come to him. The man said yes. After reviewing these memories, Yancy said that it seems that the reason for the appearance of the blue pill is to catch the weakness in many ability holders, and then use the blue pill to corrupt and control them. They turn out to be secret. They control so many heroes. What is their true purpose? After some time, the men in the car woke up and with the words, "A real hero knows how to forgive." He turned around and didn't see Yancy in the backseat and asked that where did he go. By that time it was already evening. Lai Yun waited for Yancy to ask, why hasn't the godfather come yet? Mosquitoes are biting him to death right now. Then Yancy appeared behind him and asked what was he talking about. Liu Yun was very happy and ran to him, saying that the godfather had finally come. He had been waiting for him for so long. He took out a box of blue pills and told his godfather that he had made a huge effort. Finally got it from a glacier adventurer. And I wore it, looked at the blue pills and thought that the colors of the qualities are the same as the one that the superhero has, spicy and sour noodles. It should be the same pill. Liu Yun told him that it was because of this pill that the glacier adventurer accidentally killed one person. And I asked him if the side effect of this blue pill was really so terrible. Yancy told him that in the pursuit of power and fame, these depraved heroes are capable of anything. Will they be afraid of these side effects? Liu Yun shouted that yes, what the godfather said is true. These people don't deserve to be called heroes. Yancy asked him, what then, in his opinion, should a real hero be? Liu Yun thought about it and thought that just a minute. Does this issue carry the weight of the organization's expectations regarding it? And after a little reflection, he said that he thinks that the more powerful a person is, the more responsibility he bears. And heroes should make saving humanity their life's duty. They should not betray their faith for the sake of power and glory. Young 11, apparently, was not very pleased with this answer, thought that he was stupid, that he trusted him. From which movie did he copy this remark? But he told Liu Yun that he was doing well, including the organization's funds that had been deposited earlier. It was enough even to exchange them for a rank D ability potion, and threw him a potion with filling. Liu Yun caught her and asked what? Is it really just a D rank? Yancy told him that he should improve his skills slowly. He should not strive for instant success. If he does not need it, then he should return it. Liu Yun said what was needed and thanked his godfather, saying that this red color is so beautiful. Then I drank it, and when he drank, he asked why it tasted like ketchup. Yancy patted him on the shoulder, thinking that he should first connect 2 E-rank pearls, and he told Liu Yun that it was most likely his imagination. At that moment, he combined 2 abilities and received a D-rank ability. Ability name, Werewolf Power. Description, now he is not dependent on moonlight and can freely transform into a werewolf. Assessment, this is not a husky. Liu Yun said it was strange, he didn't transform this time. And Yancy thought that naturally, he wouldn't transform unless he activated the pearl ability. and grinned, told him that maybe he needed to warm up a little to figure it out. Liu Yuan tensed up and asked the godfather what is he going to do. Yang Zai hit him in the face and told him to be patient. In order to make him stronger, the godfather must be ruthless. Liu Yuan said that the patient asked the godfather for mercy. Liu Yuan turned into a werewolf and told the godfather that, as expected, his ability had improved. He feels that he has more strength. Yang Zai told him to cancel his ability, and I asked him, isn't it exhausting to maintain this form? Liu Yuan turned into a human again and said that he had turned back. Yang Zai said that okay, now he should continue to keep an eye on the blue pill. People who use the blue pill are emotionally unstable. Liu Yuan should be careful. Liu Yuan, putting on his jacket, said that he understood and thanked his godfather for his care. Yang Zai added that also in the second task he will have to collect information about the heroes who secretly commit bad deeds. Liu Yuan asked what is this for? Does the organization really want to gain followers? Yang Zai said that not everyone can join their organization. These heroes are just raw materials for them. Liu Yuan asked, what is the raw material? Is the organization planning to absorb their power? Already leaving. Yang Zai said that, otherwise, where did the potion of abilities come from? Liu Yuan has to work hard and collect more necessary materials for his abilities from the rank. Liu Yuan was very surprised and thought that it turned out that after half a day of work, he was promoted only to C rank, and he shouted after his godfather that yes, he swears he will fulfill this mission. Meanwhile, Yang Zai reached the deserted beach and took off his mask. He said that a deserted beach in the middle of the night is the most suitable place to train the ability of a snow girl. He summoned the snow girl with his ability. Little Snow appeared and, running to her master, said that she missed him very much. Yang Zai shouted at her to stop, and I told her that now is the time to train her abilities. She needs to have a training fight with him. The snow girl said she didn't want to hurt her master. Yang Zai told her that she was just a summoned spirit with a rank, she wouldn't be able to harm him. Hearing this, the snow girl said that then she starts attacking. Yang Zai told her to attack. Then he noticed that another dimension had opened up behind the snow girl. A monster came out of there. This monster is called the Pumped Frog. Description of this monster: a humanoid beast that likes to train its muscles and has a pair of strong arms. Rating and rank. After seeing the Pumped Frog, Yang Zai said that it was a monster invasion. It was good. At least it was just a D rank invasion. But then another monster appeared from there. This monster is called the Predatory Unicorn. Description: the water-type beast is extremely good at running on water. Yang Zai was very tense and shouted at the snow girl from behind. The snow girl turned around and was very surprised. But then some light appeared and Yang Zai asked, what is it? It's so dazzling. But when the light cleared, he saw that Snow had matured. The grown-up Snow told the monsters that are they really looking for death. The Pumped Frog crawled out of the ground. The snow girl called her a damn frog. Young 11 called the snow girl and said that she had grown up. Then the snow girl told him that this was her combat uniform. Yang Zai examined her completely and was very confused and said that ferocious is cruel. However, as always, the snow girl froze the Pumped Frog. Yang Zai had already put on his mask and asked if he was really dead now. The snow girl said not yet. Then this Pumped Frog jumped out and broke the ice. Yang Zai applied his ability called Plasma, but the frog turned out to be very resourceful. Yang Zai shouted at the snow girl to stop him. The snow girl said yes, the owner. And the snow girl nailed this monster to the ground. Yang Zai went down to this monster and extracted its ability. It was a D rank ability. Ability name: Physical Training. Description: physical endurance and other indicators will be constantly strengthened through physical exercises. Assessment: it is necessary to become stronger and try to remove the limiter, and it is unlikely that he will be able to hold out for a long time. The snow girl also went down to Yang Zai and called out to him. Yang Zai said it seemed like they had lost someone. They looked around and Yang Zai asked where the horse had gone. The snow girl looked at the city and said that she thought this monster was heading to the city. Yang Zai said he understood they needed to go after them. And I asked the snow girl what was happening to her. The snow girl said that she just went out for a while. And did he really want to regain control of her body again? It's so unfair. Yang Zai was very worried and asked her how she was. Then the snow girl told her master that her name was Lin Nai, and she was not a snow girl. She grabbed hold of him and said that he should not even think that he would succeed. She should be one who. She reached out to kiss him, but then she assumed her true form. Yang Zai picked her up and asked that she was that Snow, right? The snow girl asked Yang Zai if she had just been swept away. Yang Zai patted the snow girl on the head and asked her, what, does she not remember what just happened? The snow girl said absolutely nothing. But wait, didn't they just train? Yang 11 thought that Snow had as many as 2 personalities, and they were not connected by a common memory in any way. The Snow Girl was very happy and said that the owner patted her on the head. "Let the host hug Zio you now." Yang Zai said that, however, they both like him. The Snow Girl asked Yang Zai, "What is he talking about? Is she so sleepy?" Yang Zai asked what to sleep. "Then let her come back and rest." The Snow Girl said goodbye to her master and said that she would miss him. Then she disappeared. Yang Zai looked at the water and said that that monster, as expected, headed for the mountains. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan was driving along the highway. He said that he is a wolf that rushes across the field predator. And he noticed the water, saw that you were strange and asked what it was. But when he looked closer, he saw monsters there and was very scared. He stopped the car and ran to the beach, where there were people. He started shouting at them, calling them a bunch of cretins and told them that there was a monster. Let them stop eating. A girl saw him and told everyone to look, because someone was waving at them. The guy who was sitting next to the girl said that, well, this one has a sports car, so what? He really wants to attract attention, just to show off in front of them. The other girl started listening to his words and told them all to shut up, because he was shouting something. When they figured out exactly what he was shouting, they all looked at the water, and they saw a giant monster there. Liu Yuan didn't know what to do now. Did they really need him to save them? But still, he rushed to their aid and said that he had not been so responsive before. The short-haired girl who heard Liu Yuan's words was floundering in the water and asking for help. A chubby guy grabbed her by the arm. He told her to hold onto the log. The girl with the short haircut, whose name is Lulu, told the guy to grab too. The guy also went to the log and said that it was so great that she was fine. He wanted to say something, but did not have time, because his monster grabbed his hand and bit it off. At this time, Liu Yuan swam to Lulu's aid, who told her to come to him as soon as possible, and he would help her get to shore. But Lulu told him that Puffy was dragged into the sea and asked Liu Yuan to save him first. Liu Yuan told her that he would do it after saving her. She should swim to him faster before this monster came back again. Lulu clung to Liu Yuan and said no, she was afraid of the monster. Liu Yuan grabbed her in his arms and dragged her to the shore and thought, my god, she looks so thin, but why is she so heavy? Then he heard the sounds of a helicopter. A helicopter flew to the rescue, from which a woman looked out and said that the station had received many reports of a monster and huge waves on the shores of Lugang. They should check the condition of the victims. She looked closer and saw 2 people on the shore, said that it seemed that these 2 miraculously escaped death and successfully escaped from danger. But they took a closer look and said, look, this is the guy who saved the girl. He's an internet celebrity, young Mr. Liu Yuan. Is he really ready to die for the sake of flirting with a girl? At this time, the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman were training together. The evil dragon said that the hero Bing Chuan followed his father and went to a meeting of the Association of Heroes. The lazy swordsman asked if anyone was jealous. Does he really think that Li Kangyong has taken his place? The evil dragon asked that he was jealous. This is much better than licking the ass of this bureaucrat. The better for his strength he does not want. Then the lazy swordsman shouted to him to watch the live report as soon as possible. A monster appeared on the shore and his younger brother is also there. The evil dragon came up to the TV and said that he must have made a mistake. This kid will be terribly scared if he meets a monster. He would have run away, why would he suddenly stay? But when he looked closely, he said that it was simply impossible. The woman who was sitting in the helicopter said that these monsters would catch them. She really hopes that the hero will arrive on time. The evil dragon grabbed the TV and asked why the fuck is this jerk Liu Yuan acting like a good guy? He should just leave this woman and get out of there. But the monster was already catching up with Liu Yuan. The lazy swordsman said he was finished. The evil dragon was very worried and said that Liu Yuan was his cute little brother. But then Lazy Sword didn't shout for him to wait to panic. After all, it turns out that his brother also knows how to transform. The evil dragon asked that did his little brother also have the power of transformation. At this time, Liu Yuan had already saved the girl. The girl was very grateful to him and called him her hero. To which Liu Yuan told her not to be obsessed with him, because he is just a legend. And she rushed to attack this monster and said that a real man does not run from danger. He will kill this monster. And Yongshai managed to save that chubby guy and said that it was good that he saved him in time. Otherwise it would be a tragedy. Well, now they will see how his godson fights. Lai Yuan caught up with this monster and grabbed the hoof and said that he was waiting for him to use this thing. He began to spin this horse and then sent him on a long flight. Liu Yuan said that when the monsters invaded, he stopped being a person who runs away or hides until rescuers arrive. He has to surpass Big Brother and the old man, and become an S-rank hero. Yang Zai watched him and told him that it was a great job. He changed his mind about him. Her 2 friends ran up to Lulu. The guy said that it was so good that she was sending. She scared him to death. And the girl asked her that where is there a chubby. Lulu said he was dragged into the sea by a monster when he was trying to protect her. Two of her friends were shocked and asked what. Lulu pointed her finger at Liu Yuan and said that this hero said he would help her save Chubby. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan began to suck in water and he asked what was going on. Damn it, and why can't he move? That monster did it all. He ran away and pierced him with his horn. And the girl from the helicopter continued to conduct her report. She said that Liu Yuan was wounded in the back and suffered a lot of damage from a double hoof strike. He's at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the evil dragon gathered himself and ran to help his brother. The lazy boy asked him if he was really in a hurry to get there. He is very worried about him. And I asked him to take care of the others as well. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan kept fighting this monster and wasn't even going to give up. He said it was painful. But the horse attacked him again and Liu Yuan asked what again. The woman said that it was very bad because the monster had gone berserk. Liu Yuan hit the introductory funnel again. He couldn't breathe, and this time he was pierced halfway through. But then he saw Yancy and shouted to him to save him. Liu Yuan asked his godfather for help. Those who watched this picture were shocked. Someone said they would refuse. The monster devours young master Liu Yuan. Is he going to die? Lulu shouted for her heroes to hold on. Then Yancy couldn't stand it and put on his mask and went to help Liu Yuan. Everyone saw him and said that reinforcements had finally arrived. This is Lord Yu Jai. The woman who was doing the live report said that my god, the mysterious Yu Jai who appeared on television a while ago. He reappeared. Yancy told Liu Yuan that he helped him a lot when he revealed his abilities and played the role of bait. It remains only to find out if the blue pill will absorb her. Yancy is looking forward to it. He used his ability and made a blade, which he soon directed at this monster. The mysterious monster was defeated. The woman said that the mysterious Yu Jai knocked out the monster with just one of his abilities. Liu Yuan fell onto Yang Jai's board and returned to normal. Yang Zai went to this monster and told him that who ordered him to do such vile things. Now he has to give him his ability. Yang Zai stole this monster's abilities. It was a D rank ability. Title: Surf Master. Description: allows you to walk on water and control its flow in order to attack. Note: convenient to use for washing dishes. Yang Zai turned to Yuan and told him that he had helped him a lot to attract attention. Blue pills, and he will let him take all the laurels. Yang Zai headed towards the shore. He brought Puffy and Liu Yuan ashore. Lulu said that he was processed early on time, and now their lives are no longer in danger. Then Liu Yuan jumped up and said that it hurt. He wanted to say something else, but he was hugged by Lulu, who was very glad that he was alive. She said that he saved Puffy and came back alive and thanked him again. Liu Yuan was very happy to be hugged by such a girl and said that it was all a trivial matter. And he called her a cutie and told her not to hug him so tightly because she was pressing on the wound. A crowd gathered around him. Someone asked him why he had changed so much. After all, they write on the internet that he is a good-for-nothing son from a rich family. Liu Yuan said it was all just a false rumor. Liu Yuan is a hero of justice who protects humanity as the Lord of Yu Jai. He looked after the departing Yang Zai and thought that he was very grateful to the Godfather for saving him. From now on, he will do his best to serve him. Someone from the crowd said that Da Yu Jai is a real god. He quickly appeared, dealt with the monster at the moment and did not even accept praise. He fully lived up to his name. Here, pushing all the people, a man appeared, whom everyone calls a grumpy crank. He told Mr. Liu Yuan that he had violated the rules for using abilities, and he asked him to follow him to the Hero Association. Someone from the crowd asked, "Who is this guy anyway?" And two guys started whispering among themselves, and one of them said that he examined the clothes of this man. Is there a sign on it that belongs to the Association of Heroes? Are these people from the Heroes Association? They're always poking their noses into their own affairs. They are too persistent and always follow the rules. Well, they called him the Grumpy Scissorhands because he does disgusting things with special reverence. Liu Yuan told this man that he was just saving people, to which this Grumpy Scissorhands told him that they didn't care about the reasons. He doesn't have permission to use his abilities in public places. He broke the law, so he has to go with him. But then an evil dragon appeared, who said that this issue would be decided by the Kunlun Company, and he would look at someone who dared to send his brother for questioning. One of the people was delighted, said that it was an evil dragon, a notorious hero, a demon dragon. The dragon demon landed next to his brother. Liu Yuan asked him why he was here, to which the demon dragon told him that it seemed that the wolf man had a very good regeneration potential. His wounds were almost all clamped, and I asked my brother not to cause any more problems next time. Liu Yuan said yes, he knows everything. And this man grumpy Sisor hands turned around and said that if so, he hoped that the company would be able to give the Association of Heroes exhaustive explanations that they would accept. The dragon demon, watching his brother from afar, thought that Liu Yuan had never had a hint of having abilities. Why did he wake up so suddenly? The next morning at Yang Zai's apartment, Yang Zai had already taken a morning shower and was sitting on his bed. He said that the ability of the water element, he has quite a lot of abilities that are related to the elements. He took out the ability of flame, plasma, metalokinesis, and surf master, and he said he wondered if he could combine them. Then it will be quite interesting. He had fun on the couch and, addressing his sister Fei Fei, said that he had tried a lot of abilities, and now that he feels their power, maybe he will try to find a healing, then he will be able to cure her. But where can I find information about a person with such an ability? Now Yang Zai can only try to get into the body of the sour spicy hero and look for some useful information. That's what he's going to do now. He used his control ability, and he moved into the body of the man he met in his car. Yang Zai examined his new body and said that the control ability allows you to successfully capture bodies. He decided to try to activate metalokinesis, but he didn't succeed. Yang Zai said that it seemed like the ability remained in his real body, and she couldn't move with her soul, that he surfaced some sort of showdown. The girl, addressing the signor, said that if he did not go with her, then he should not blame her for what would happen if he tried to use force. The man started hitting on the girl and told her not to misunderstand him, but if she wants to join the company of the divine dragon hero and undergo training, then she must follow the rules of their company. He grabbed the girl by the hand and asked, "I wonder which girl doesn't have a pretty face and a sexy body." He told her to please him and their boss, the reverend lord of their organization. His boss has excellent healing abilities, and he is also very good at such things. Yang Zai heard this and thought to himself, what is the healing ability? After all, God himself helps him. This man started tearing the clothes on the girl. The girl started crying and said she didn't want him to go away from here. Then Yang Zai came to the aid of this girl and threw this guy into the bushes. The guy got out of the bushes and asked who it was. What kind of freak dared to kick him? Yang Zai said that he was his karma, and now he would bring down retribution on him. The man got out of the bushes and asked if it was really a sour spicy hero. Who does he think he is? Why does he mind his own business? To which I replied to him, a sour spicy hero, defending the girl, that if he had a younger sister or daughter, and he would be blackmailed or sexually harassed, how would he feel? The guy asked him what was being harassed. Yes, this girl has been quietly doing an internship in their company for many years, and do not think that she really suffers so much, because in fact, with all her heart she wanted to get this chance. Then this girl couldn't stand it and shouted that she would stop talking this nonsense. She would never. The sour spicy hero stood up for her and told the guy to think carefully. After all, once started, it will never end. And he turned to the girl and told her that if she wanted to become a heroine, she should focus on her goal and dedication. The girl stopped crying and told the sour spicy hero that now she understands everything and thanked him for saving her. The sour spicy hero is actually a very good person. Then she turned to this guy, called him trash, and then ran away. Are these two guys left alone? The guy thought that they say that this guy has to eat something sour or spicy in order to transform. The effect lasts no more than 15 minutes, but where does he find this sour and spicy food? After that, the guy got bolder and said that the sour spicy hero was a jerk. He let this girl escape and destroyed everything he worked for. He knows what the consequences will be, right? Sour spicy hero asked him what are the consequences. After that, the guy attacked him and told him that he would make him an invalid. But the sour spicy hero took his pill and announced an acutely spicy transformation. The guy was very surprised. After that, the sour spicy hero punched him in the stomach. The guy told him that he had completely forgotten that he could eat a compressed capsule, but he knows that his transformation will only last 15 minutes. And when the time runs out, he will beat the hero until he begs for mercy. The sour spicy hero asked what 15 minutes, and Yang 11 himself thought that the ability cannot move with the body, but it increases the inner strength, and since he is connected to the soul, after he collected so many abilities, his inner strength became insanely frightening. Due to the fact that powerful abilities directly depend on inner strength, the sour spicy hero is able to last no more than 15 minutes. He cannot control the energy and spend it more often until he reaches exhaustion. Using the spiritual power of the octopus amulet, Yang Zai can release his power in an instant. Therefore, its transformation may take longer. The sour spicy hero used his power and saw where that guy was hiding. He told him that only weaklings hide. Then he grabbed the guy by the collar. The guy was very surprised and asked how he found it. Is he really a B-rank hero? To which the sour spicy hero replied that maybe he didn't know, but he was hiding his true strength. The guy said that he lost today and asked to let him go. He will call his divine dragon company, and they will offer him a financial reward. The sour spicy hero told him that only if he wouldn't cause trouble and seek revenge after he let him go. However, he reminded him of something. The guy was very scared and asked him to stop, asking what he was going to do now. Is he gay? The sour spicy hero just grinned. The guy asked the sour spicy hero not to do this. He suggested that he just talk without violence. Yancy at this time thought that he could not only teach the scum a lesson, but also exclude resentment, hatred, and persecution from other people. After this incident, they will only find trouble with the sour spicy hero. After that, the sour spicy hero grabbed this guy by the leg and dragged him into the bushes. The guy in the bushes started shouting that he was begging him not to undress, let him not take off his clothes. He must spare him. After some time, when the sour spicy hero finished all his business with this guy, he assumed his true form and walked on through the park. He said that after these photos, this garbage will not harass girls or a sour spicy hero. There was a message on his phone that new photos in the phone could not be deleted so that the forest ranger would not create problems for him. The sour spicy hero, after reading this message, said that it was a reminder he should understand. Okay, he has already received the necessary information. He can leave this body. Yancy then applied the control ability and deactivated it. The sour spicy hero came to his senses. He looked around and asked if he was still in the park. Was he asleep or something? He read in his phone that new photos in the phone cannot be deleted so that the forest ranger does not create problems for him. And he asked, "What is this photo?" But when he looked at the photo, he was very shocked and asked, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, at the branch of the Association of Heroes in the city of Lugang, a mechanical hero and other heroes came there to talk. The leader of the Hero Association branch in the city, Lugang, whose name is Wu Zai, was present there. And also there was his co-leader, whose name is Yang. Wu Zai said that planning stage 1 defense requires their help. The scale of the depression is very high, they have to be very careful. Yang said that after planning this period, everyone will create a role model of the attack and force the monsters to return to their world. They, the guys, should portray those who drove the monsters away. The two guys who were sitting listening to it all were very inspired. One of the guys said that they are obliged to support the Association of Heroes. They will even risk their lives for it. Another guy said that yes, he would destroy the heroes. This is their main task. The mechanical hero thought about it and thought that this time the purpose of the association is to allow each organization or company to send a rank hero to the core deviation center and strengthen control over the depressions. Their intentions, of course, are clear, but assuming the guise of a monster hunter, someone can earn a lot of money. And the most important thing is this information that the monster world has the ability to improve items, equipment, or weapons. And this is the most important reason why the hero is so eager to do this job. Here the word of the strongest has the greatest weight. Having the owner of a powerful ability is the key of an organization to becoming invincible and gaining a high position. The glacial adventurer was also thrilled and homesick to improve the special element ability. It was already evening and Yancy was doing cloning in his apartment. He created his clone, and after examining him, he said that the clone, in general, had learned, but he looked at him strangely. He began to do something again and asked how he needed to combine these abilities. But first he needs to take apart the low-level metal kinesis, and then he will be able to improve the plasma to a level. And he also needs a B-grade auxiliary ability. Combining all this, he got the ability to rank. The name for the ability was Shadow Substitution. Details of this ability, shadow clones in the amount of 3 can be changed during the battle. Their location is able to create weapons for attack from shadow matter. Evaluation of this ability, one person is not enough to assemble a basketball team. Yancy directed this ability to his clone, and I told him that he was so cool and domineering, and he had to stay cool. After that, he used the transformation ability and changed his appearance. Yancy ordered his new self to go and stand up 2 saints that will reap the abilities. It was his turn. Yancy flew to the 2nd district of Shaju City. He came out of the airport and said he didn't think it would be so hot here. He walked over to the taxi. Taxi C lowered his window and asked him if he was really from District 1. And where is he going? After that, Yancy got into a taxi with him. At that moment, a message from Liu Yuan came to him on his phone, who wrote to him that he had sent the data that he asked him to find out about the members of the Organization of Saints to his email. He wishes his godfather a speedy success. The taxi driver told Yancy that the most developed area in the city is the gaming business. He strongly advises to visit Sambo Casino or Alibis, so the Congress ensures that after a major victory, Yancy will be able to safely return to the hotel. And he added that, by the way, since he is so handsome and young, maybe he can recommend him another good place. Yancy asked him, what is this place? The taxi driver said that this is the Dreams of Paris, a place where girls are full of enthusiasm. And it's not that expensive. Yancy thought that even such a thing works here without problems. Shaju is really a city of chaos. Soon they arrived at the Heaton Hotel. He gave him a price and said that he would charge 500 Azure coins. Yancy was shocked. He thought that did the price increase by 5 times. And he asked the taxi driver that maybe he had calculated the price incorrectly. The taxi driver said no, everything is correct. The rest is a fee for an explanation. Let Yancy think that this is a lesson for a simple boy who came to the 2nd district for the first time. The taxi driver took out his gun and presented it to Yancy. He told him that he didn't think it was worth hesitating to choose which was more important than life or money, right? Yancy said that of course he would not hesitate, but only he needed a lesson here. After which, he used his puppet control ability. He went into the hotel and approached the reception desk, where he was given a key card of his room. And he was also told that if he needed help, he could call their staff. Yancy said thank you. His things were carried by the same taxi driver. Seeing this, the girl at the reception began to whisper. One of them said that it was just incredible, and she did not expect that this gentleman would be able to get this uncivilized taxi driver to help him carry his luggage. The other girl said yes, or maybe he still wants to invite her to dinner. Yancy had already walked up to the elevator and told the taxi driver that he still had things to do, and he could leave as soon as he brought his things to the room. To which the taxi driver replied that as he ordered. They went up to the 37th floor. At this time, Yancy was looking at some kind of hero. In the phone it was written that the Organization of Saints is the owner of the ability with rank, a hero in a mask. His current location is the Heaton Hotel, 37th floor, room 441. Yancy has applied his transformation ability. He disguised himself as a snake. After that, he made his way into the room of this hero. He was having fun with 2 girls there. One of the girls, he told her to come over here and give herself a hug. Then this girl behind his back noticed something and screamed. This hero turned around and asked who is here. At that moment, Yancy had already attacked him. This hero called 2 girls and asked why they didn't close it. Yang 11 grabbed these 2 girls, and these girls started cursing this hero. The hero told Yancy that he didn't care who he was, but since he allowed him to absorb the fear of these girls, then he will not live, and attacked Yancy. But Yancy didn't let him attack him. The hero asked, is it really the ability to control shadows? You must have used the shadow to sneak in here, right? But Yancy didn't answer anything. He thought it was quite difficult to behave coolly and ruthlessly, but he is very sensitive to this matter. And at this time, the hero thought that if it wasn't for the power that these girls gave him, he wouldn't have had a chance. Yancy attacked the hero again with his shadows, but the hero managed to dodge them, and asked Yancy, who is he anyway? Doesn't he know that he's from the Saints organization? If he reports the whole organization, they'll skin him. But Yancy didn't answer him. Then this hero got even more angry and said that he had asked him a question. Was he deaf or something? And he himself thought that he would not be able to dodge his blow. Now victory will definitely be his. But Yancy passed his fist through his head. After which, this hero from all shook with fear and asked Yancy not to kill him. Otherwise, the priest will not leave it so easily. He gives up and begs for mercy from him. Yancy pulled off his mask and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he called him garbage. Otherwise, extract abilities from it. He extracted the ability from the rank. The name of this ability was the Mask of Fear. Description: absorbs fear and makes the owner of this ability stronger. Assessment of abilities: for a horror movie, this ability is the very thing. The hero asked him what he had done to him. Where did his ability go? He must give it back to him immediately. Otherwise, the priest will definitely kill him. To which Yancy replied to him that then let him look at this priest, whom he is always talking to with the help of a puppet control, and use the puppet's control ability. He plunged into the memories of this hero and began to watch footage from his life. Yancy said that his memories show that he participated in the War of Abilities. And is he really dead? He started watching this moment where this hero was already at death's door. A man came up to him and said that he could bring him back to life, but he had to swear allegiance to him. Then the hero replied that he swears, after which he got up and asked if his parents had disappeared. Did he really survive? He began to bow to this man and say that he swears allegiance to him. Calling him the priest of light, Yancy applied the control ability, and in the body of this hero went to the port. He turned around and saw a red bunker. Yancy said that something about the red container had slipped through his memory, and he began to remember exactly what he had seen there. The woman, nicknamed Bloodthirsty Rose, said she had heard that a swordsman had infiltrated his secret production area. It's true. The masked hero said that Lady Rose would have no problems with her. She only has to order, he will kill her immediately. The commander of the Deep Sea Army said he would kill. She's a rank hero, why did he think he could do it? The Magus of the Great Earth said that a rank and so what? The disciples of the saints should not be afraid of some kind of a rank hero. All three went to the holy priestess, and he told them that they were ignorant. They should bring her here, he wants to enjoy this swordswoman. All three said they understood. The masked hero said that then this brat is waiting for a well-deserved vacation. The commander of the Deep Sea Army ordered the masked hero to come here. The masked hero turned around and asked the commander of the Deep Sea Army that what was his order. The commander of the Deep Sea Army said that the goods arrived at the port on Site 1, which is in a red container. The masked hero should go there tomorrow and find out if there is any information about this girl. If so, he should report it immediately. And yes, every damaged item will be fine. If you take everything responsibly, the masked hero should not miss the chance given to him. Remembering this, Yancy asked that he wondered if he would be able to get inside. And what kind of product is this anyway? He came closer to the container and saw that he needed to put his finger there. And he said it was a piece of cake. He used his plasma ability and managed to get inside the red container. He started down the stairs and said that he did not think that the container would be just an illusion, and the real goods would be hidden deeper. And he asked what kind of stinky smell, is it really this blood? He went down to the final floor and saw a man sitting at a table there. He thought, is it really security? This man saw him and stood up and greeted the masked gentleman. The masked hero was a little embarrassed, said that, and asked what had happened today. The man told him that he probably didn't know, but a very valuable product had recently been brought. How did he get tired of these creatures already? Yancy thought, what kind of creatures? Is that really it? And he told this man to show him this product already. The man led him past the cameras with young children who were crying. Passing by one of these cameras, the man could not stand it and told one of the children to stop going out already. After all, if he angers the masked gentleman, then he will whip him like that. The children fell silent, and Yancy thought that yes, these saints keeping children in such a place is just terrible. But it seems that these children were abducted from different corners of the earth, and they are so young. The eldest of them is 15 or 16 years old. He couldn't stand it and shouted that they were a bunch of idiots who were just ready to say goodbye to their lives. He will make everyone involved pay. In one of the cells, a man told a guy that he would whip him to death. How dare he bite him? And swinging again, he said that it was like that for him. Then a man in a mask came and told him to stop right now. And I asked him, what, is he really in trouble because of this guy? The man said yes. The masked gentleman suddenly attacked him and bit off his ear. Yancy looked at this guy and thought that his eyesight was not bad. And I asked the man, what is the reason? The man hesitated and said that the reason. But he was interrupted by the suddenly appeared preacher of the Organization of Saints, whose name is Mantis with a two-handed sword. He said that there was no other reason, because it was obvious what was on his mind. I wanted to do something with this kid's sister. Yancy was horrified and asked what. He saw a girl in the corner. The Mantis with the two-handed sword said that what a pity she was scared to death. Yancy was still terrified and thought it was a bunch of jerks. A Mantis with a two-handed sword approached the masked gentleman and told his brother that he thought he was enjoying his vacation with might and main, and asked him what brought him here. How does he like the two blondes he recommended to him? The masked gentleman said they were good, of course, but today he came here to help the commander of the Deep Sea Army check the condition of the goods. He ordered to release this guy, because they can pay a large sum for him. A Mantis with a two-handed sword approached this guy, grabbed him by the face and asked if he was really saving his life. He doesn't mind. Even if this brat from the first territory loses all his teeth, he can still be sold at a high price. The guy said in another language that he would kill them all. The masked gentleman told the guy to be patient a little more, and soon he would fulfill his wish. A Mantis with a two-handed sword asked him if he really understood their language, to which the masked gentleman replied that, and not only, he promised to fulfill his wish and started he came here in vain. Doesn't he think so? After that, the masked gentleman pierced through the Mantis with a two-handed sword. The Mantis asked his brother why, to which the masked man replied that because they are similar to him, they come from the same places. Then the Mantis with the two-handed sword realized that he was not a masked gentleman, But it was too late, because the masked gentleman cut off his head. All this was watched by the man whose ear was bitten off by the guy and the guard who brought the masked gentleman here. The man asked what happened, and the guard called out to the masked gentleman. The masked gentleman told them that they would all die here. Then he killed them all. Yancy received their abilities. The guy said his name was Yufan and asked the masked gentleman who he was. Yufan asked the masked gentleman who he was, to which the masked gentleman replied that he was the one who came to save him. Yufan said that he had heard that he had bullied the children here not long ago. We in the mask said that he would soon find out how it would turn out, and he cut the chains of his power, thereby freeing Yufan. The masked gentleman told him to wait here for a couple of minutes, but first he needed to deal with the people outside. Yufan got up and went to his sister, who was already dead. Seeing this, Yancy remembered his sister. He came out of the cell and someone shouted that they needed to grab him. The masked gentleman was surrounded. He shouted at them to die and called them garbage. Then he chopped them all into pieces. The Lord of Sound appeared behind him, who said it was impressive, and greeted the spearman. He told his companion that they were surrounding the masked gentleman together and would see if he could escape. The spearman said it was good, and he told his friend that he would attack first. The Lord of Sound said that before the music starts, he used his ability, and everyone began to have a terrible headache. Yancy thought that his music might provoke a nervous breakdown in people, but fortunately his nervous system is strong enough. But these children will definitely not stand it. We need to get rid of it as soon as possible. He pretended that he was defeated. The Lord of Sound said that no one can resist him, and he told the masked gentleman to burn in hell. But the masked gentleman used Yancy's force and disappeared. Then he appeared in another place. He appeared above the Lord of Sound and kicked him in the back. The Lord of Sound coughed up blood and shouted to his friend to save him. Then the spearman threw his spear at him. But even this did not overcome the masked gentleman. After that, the masked gentleman killed the Lord of Sound. The spearman was shocked and asked if he had really killed him, and asked the masked gentleman that why does he attach their organization. The masked gentleman asked what for the sake of these children and in the name of justice. The spearman asked him again, what in the name of justice? Does the masked gentleman think he's doing better? But even after defeating him, he cannot escape from here. The spearman is forced to inform him that the commander of the deep sea army is already on his way here. The masked gentleman asked if they really wanted to die. After all, he will kill every one of them. The spearman used his power and called the masked gentleman an idiot, and told him that if he came up, he would kill him. The masked gentleman repelled his attack, thereby killing the spearman. The masked gentleman exhaled after his victory and said that it was painful. The boy who watched the battle from behind the bars said that his brother was wounded. The masked gentleman said it was nothing, all for the sake of their salvation. He opened the cages and told them to get out quickly and not push. They need to get out of there one at a time. Then Yufan came around the corner and carried his sister. Yufan was very serious and said he didn't want to suffer because of his own weakness. He wants to become as strong as the masked gentleman, and asked him if he can become his teacher. The masked gentleman said that of course, but he must swear eternal loyalty to him. Is he ready for this? Yufan said he was ready. He would become his most devoted disciple. Yancy used his puppet control ability and handed the pill to Yufan, saying that he should take it. Yufan asked, what is it? It was a pill, the power of a mantis. The masked gentleman said that this is an ability that will allow him to turn his hands into balls, as the mantis did. Now Yufan will be able to ensure his safety for a while. Yufan thanked his master. Then he left. When Yufan left, the masked man said that he had to deal with the corpses next. Did he start pulling abilities out of them? After he did this, the masked gentleman said that last time he had to make a lot of mistakes before he managed to get 2 balls from a frog and wavy horses. And now he has managed to collect so many of them. People and monsters are so weak. To begin with, he decided to improve the ability to exchange shadows to a rank. And now it should be easier for him in the battle with the priest. He combined the abilities, and he got a rank ability. The name of this ability was Shadow Exchange. Description: Shadow cloning a maximum of 5 pieces during the battle, one of them can move into place. The shadow of another person is able to create a shadow weapon to attack. Assessment: when bored, you can play with your own shadow. When the masked gentleman finished all his business there, he came out of the red container. But then he was met by a woman who poked him with her sword. She asked him who he was and where all these children came from. He must answer her immediately. The masked gentleman asked what and who is she. Then the kids gathered around this girl and began to say that this Sister Blanche. They were very happy to see her. One of the children told Sister Blanche that this hero had saved them. Another boy picked him up and said yes. This hero injured himself when he tried to protect them. She must not misunderstand him. Then Blanche was very embarrassed and, addressing the masked gentleman, said that since this was the case, she apologized to him. The masked gentleman said that everything was fine, and I asked her, what, is she really the heroine of the rank swordswoman Blanche? Blanche said that yes, she had received information that people were being trafficked here, so she rushed to rescue them. She really didn't expect the masked gentleman to do it before her. Blanche sat down and patted Yufan and apologized for being late. Then something started happening, and the children were terrified. The masked gentleman asked what was going on here. Children began to be dragged down by plants. They shouted to their brother and sisters to save them. The children were very scared, and everyone was calling for help. Yufan called out to his master. The masked gentleman told Yufan to wait here and he would save them. The bloodthirsty Rose asked him what would really save him. Let him not make her laugh with these statements. Did he think he was a hero? Their commander called out to Bloodthirsty Rose, the commander of the Deep Sea Army and the Wizard of the Great Earth. He told them to show this bug the power of the saints, and applied the ability of the powers of magical healing. Bloodthirsty Rose said that using abilities with such a large range is definitely very tiring. But with this power, which was given to her by the High Priest, and their abilities will be restored in a moment. The High Priest turned to the swordswoman Blanche and said that she was not allowed to touch the goods of the organization of saints. She must surrender now, and then he would spare her life. Therefore, he turned to the masked gentleman and said that as for this traitor, he should die here. Yang Zai thought that if they really die, they will still see which one of them will die. Swordswoman Blanche thought that if he was just a B-rank hero, then she would be able to handle him. But with a rank fighter like priests, there would be big problems. And she told the High Priest that the Association of Heroes was already on its way. They should immediately let go of their weapons and they are destined to die in case of disobedience, so they should surrender as soon as possible. The High Priest only sighed and told Bloodthirsty Rose, the commander of the Deep Sea Army and the Wizard of the Great Earth, to deal with the swordswoman Blanche as soon as possible. They must catch her before the arrival of the Heroes Association. Swordswoman Blanche took out her sword and activated the power of the seal. The masked gentleman was very surprised and said that she was able to release such a dangerous ability as befits a rank heroine. The Wizard of the Great Land used the ability of the Sand Magic Circle to stop the swordswoman Blanche. But that didn't stop Blanche. She rushed at the commander of the Deep Sea Army, activating the Seal Force. The commander of the Deep Sea Army used the ability to establish the flow, and Blanche used the ability to dissect the sword. But then she was surprised by a bloodthirsty Rose, who decided to blackmail the girl and grabbed one of the children. Bloodthirsty Roses laughed and said that now he would become her victim, and use this child as a shield to stop the swordswoman Blanche's ability. Blanche was very angry and said that Bloodthirsty Roses used the child as a human shield. How disgusting it is. To which the Bloodthirsty Rose replied that kindness was her weakness. She has a lot of prisoners and now they will see how she will act. The commander of the Deep Sea Army began to turn into water. Then he appeared behind Blanche and attacked her, but it was covered by Yang Zai. The commander of the Deep Sea Army was very shocked, and Yang Zai said he almost broke his two masks. Yang Zai pulled out his blade, after which he fatally wounded the commander of the Deep Sea Army. Swordsman Blanche wanted to finish him off, but Yang Zai stopped her. The High Priest applied his ability called Holy Healing. After that, the pressure on the neck of the commander of the Deep Sea Army tightened. He laughed and said that with the High Priest they are immortal. After that, the High Priest applied the ability of improvement, and improved the abilities of 3 of his soldiers. Yang Zai said that the bad thing is that a priest can improve their characteristics, because all their abilities will rise to a rank in a very short time. The Wizard of the Great Earth began to conjure. Swordswoman Blanche shouted that he was generating energy, and if the force acts, the destructiveness of his spell will reach a rank. Yang 11 thought that a long-range attack could harm children. He simply has to prevent it. Then he told Blanche that these 2 were on her, and he would deal with the others. Blanche looked very worried and asked him what it was possible to cope with the spell of the Wizard of the Great Earth. What about the kids then? Yang Zai answered her briefly so that she would just trust him. Blanche wondered why does he look so mysterious, but at the same time reliable? She really believes him. Then she told him that she would clear the way for him. After that, she activated the seal and rushed to the captain on the Deep Sea Army. The captain of the Deep Sea Army stopped her attack, but the girl turned out to be much stronger than he expected. The captain of the Deep Sea Army called the Bloodthirsty Rose and shouted to her to help him already. To which the Bloodthirsty Rose replied to him that how many times would he have to repeat so that he would not call her that. After that, she used the Rose spell ability, and the power of the swordswoman Blanche began to weaken. The Bloodthirsty Rose said that her body craves love can awaken this desire in her. Does she feel that it has become somehow hot? Captain of the Deep Sea Army used the power of cloning, after which he appeared behind Blanche and giggled nastily, asking her how is she? Does she want her older brother to pamper her? After that, Blanche gathered all her last strength and used the Mind Seal ability. The bloodthirsty Rose was very surprised and asked what. She had never seen a swordswoman possess such an ability as a Mind Seal before, to which Blanche replied that she had recently mastered this ability. It allows her to be reborn in a critical situation. After which, she cut the bloodthirsty Rose in half. Blanche added that it seemed that this effect had a good effect and would thank his bloodthirsty Rose for awakening her desire. The Wizard of the Great Earth saw it all and activated his release ability. He turned into a huge dragon. When the children saw him, they were very scared and screamed even more. Blanche also fell into a stupor. Yancy reappeared, who saved her again. There was a lot of fog, and the Wizard of the Great Land was behind the Great Priest. The Wizard of the Great Earth cleared his throat and thanked the High Priest for saving him with a healing gift. After all, if it wasn't for the High Priest, the Wizard of the Great Earth would have suffered from this explosion. The Supreme Priest said that there was no benefit initially. They would have easily coped with the sword, but instead that mysterious man intervened. The High Priest even lost 2 members in rank. The Wizard of the Great Land told his master that although the saints were defeated, but do not worry because the High Priest is still alive, and he believes that the organization will recover quickly. The High Priest said that he was right. As long as she was alive, the positions of the saints in Shaju would remain the same. And the most thought that this masked man could repel an attack of her rank, which has a growth effect, with a single blow. He's even stronger than him. Now it's just necessary to retreat. Then they all left. Yancy asked, what are they avoiding? He will give them a few more minutes of life. He approached the defeated captain of the Deep Sea Army and said that his pay abilities belonged to him. Then he extracted his ability. Was it a B rank ability? The name of this ability was the Ghost of the Depths of the Sea. Description: enhances the water in the human body, significantly increases its speed. It can also create a wave and a water clone, as long as there is at least a small amount of liquid nearby. Rating: Almighty Water. After which, Yancy said that the next one would be Bloodthirsty Rose. He walked up to her and told her that the sword seal was ruthless, and extracted her ability. This ability was also in the rank. The name of this ability was Bloodthirsty Rose. Description of abilities: summons vines and adults with the help of the owner's blood, which is able to emit a powder that increases the characteristics in order to attack enemies. It can also be fraught with loss of control over the vine. Assessment: Rose has a lot of thorns. After collecting these 2 abilities, Yancy thought that he would first need to destroy these abilities to F rank, and then add the previously acquired skill, so he can create another A rank ability. What Yancy did, he got an A rank ability. The name of this ability was Superbrain. Description of abilities: improves vision, hearing, sense of smell, touch, taste, and sixth sense. It also increases coordination. You can release a wave that paralyzes the nervous system for a successful attack. Assessment: brother, are you really going to buy the whole pack? Yancy applied this new ability and said that the shape, sound, smell, and taste of all these sensations were so sharpened. Then the swordswoman Blanche will wake up. She immediately asked Yancy what rank his abilities were. Does he really know how to create a huge explosion? And what's his name? Yancy said that he is from the judge's organization and his factory is Ujai. Blanche asked again, what is it? She has never heard of such. You are the socialization of heroes. Then she looked around and asked him to wait, asking where all the children were. To which Yancy replied that he was right behind her. Blanche joyfully ran to her arms. They were still very scared, but glad that they were saved. Blanche said thank God they were okay, and she asked that how did they manage to escape. To which one of the boys replied that the shadow of the master had saved them. Another said that yes, there were a lot of shadows. Blanche asked again, what is the shadow of the master? The boy said that at first he ordered her to cut the vine unnoticed and take them to another place. When the explosion occurred, he used the shadow to create a protective ring that protected them all. Blanche listened to them, but was a little confused. She wanted to ask what kind of master they were talking about, but then it dawned on her and she turned to Ujai and said that he was so smart and thanked him. But he was gone. Blanche asked where he had gone. Meanwhile, the Heroes Association arrived by helicopter. Someone shouted from the helicopter that the Hero Association had arrived and they were taking control of the area. Everyone should refrain from rash actions. The helicopter landed, and reporters came out of it. The girl journalist turned to her boss and said that she was being interviewed live for the first time as a journalist, and she asked what she should ask about. The men told her to question the seal swordswoman. The journalist approached Blanche and greeted her. She said she was a reporter from the Hero Association and her name is Lin Naixu, and asked Blanche if she could ask her a few questions. Blanche said that of course she is a heroine of a rank from the same organization. Her name is Swordswoman Blanche. Comments appeared at the bottom. Someone was delighted and said that this is the heroine of a rank Blanche. Another said that the live broadcast has started, it's just incredible. This is his favorite goddess. 3 person said it looks like she has injuries, but he hopes she's okay. Another person noticed that the new journalist is so beautiful. Lin Naixu said that the Hero Association received her message and arrived at Shaju port. It is completely destroyed, and could Blanche tell us exactly what happened here? Blanche apologized for making everyone worry and said that she came here to save these children, which the organization of saints intended to illegally sell. The comments were horrified. Someone asked if such a thing really still exists. Another said that God his brother had been missing for 6 months. Someone asked what about the children there? Are they finally saved? Lin Naixu said that she has also heard about these criminals. They are located on the territory of Shaju and are engaged in illegal activities. She very much hopes that the government will be able to investigate this case. Blanche just shook his head negatively and said that nothing would work out between them. After all, they have been doing this for a very long time, and she put a lot of effort into getting in there and getting information. In the end, she managed to save these children. People who watched the live broadcast said that poor children, but it's good that they are now saved. The Association of Heroes is simply obliged to punish this organization as well. Blanche went on to say that if she had fought alone in the battle with the High Priest, she would have failed. But, fortunately, a masked man appeared who helped her. Lin Naixu asked, "What is the masked man?" Blanche said that his fighting skills surpass her in their ability. He was able to destroy the enhancement effect, which is only available to a rank heroes. People started asking questions. Someone asked that maybe this is the Supermaster whose name is Yujai. Another asked, who is he? They should tell them about it as soon as possible. Blanche told them to pay attention to the scorched area, it was his doing. He had a strange mask with a snake pattern on his face. And this guy said that he represents the organization of judges and his name is Snakes. The people in the comments started arguing again. Someone asked everyone to wait and asked that didn't Mr. Yujai awaken the golden gift. Another said that he definitely used the lightning ability. Someone didn't understand what was going on here at all. And someone said that people with a rank or even higher should be accepted into the Association of Heroes. Lin Naixu looked around and said that it seems that this person is not here. Blanche said the High Priest had escaped. She pointed in the direction where Yancy ran away and said that the masked man also went there to catch up with him. At the same time, the High Priest, along with the Wizard of the Great Earth, were heading to the parking lot. They had already gone down there, and the High Priest told the Wizard of the Great Earth that he had already spent the remains of his abilities on him. His power of sand, after all, is able to get rid of this jerk, right? The Wizard of the Great Earth said that, yes, he filled the environment with his magic, and even if he uses plasma to attack them, it won't change anything. The High Priest told him to find them a car because they needed to go far away. Hence, lie low. At this time, Yancy was eavesdropping on them. He thought, are they really going to avoid? But they will not succeed, because this place will become their grave. And then, just at the wrong time, he got a phone call. The phone vibrated very loudly, and the High Priest, along with the Wizard of the Great Earth, turned around and asked who it was. Yancy was sweating all over and thought that who needed him so much. And the phone kept ringing. The High Priest and the Wizard of the Great Earth came closer. Yancy took out his phone and asked, is this really Lin Naixu? Why was she calling him at such a time? Yancy's phone kept ringing. The High Priest and the Lord of the Great Land came closer. The Wizard of the Great Earth asked who it was. At this moment, Yancy applied the ability to change clothes and turned into himself. He answered the phone and came out of the corner. He asked Lin Naixu what was wrong with her. The Magic of the Great Earth asked, is it really a civilian? The High Priest told him not to be so sure about it, because he needed to find out. Lin Naixu asked Yancy, calling him dear so that he could guess where she is now. Yancy squinted at those two and asked that where is she? Isn't she at home? Lin Naixu had already interviewed Blanche flying in a helicopter. She told Yancy that she was in Shaju. Yancy tensed up and thought, is it really in Shaju? What is she doing there? And he himself said that there is unrest in this city now. What brought her there? Lin Naixu said that yes, everything is fine. She just wanted to share that she recently found an amazing permanent job. Yancy asked what the job was. Lin Naixu said that she was accepted into the Heroes Association with your journalist, and she had just interviewed a seal swordswoman named Blanche, and now she was going to question the masked man. by the name of Yuzhai. Yancy was very surprised and asked what, and he thought that with the help of the Hero Association, Lin Naisu would quickly find him. And he told her that it was great. They will need to celebrate her new position today, and now he will go for a gift. Lin Naisu said that Yancy is so cool, and he said that she would wait well. After that, Yancy went into a dark corner and dropped the phone. The Wizard of the Great Earth said that he was just talking to his beloved. He was so jealous of him. After that, Yancy used the ability to change clothes again. The High Priest said no, they had been deceived. He had come for them. Yancy ran out of the darkness dressed as snakes. The Wizard of the Great Earth also used his ability and told his animals to kill him. Yancy dodged their attacks. The High Priest said that they needed as many of these agile earth creatures as possible in order to cope with him. The Wizard of the Great Earth said that each of them can compete alone with the hero of a rank. The enemy simply will not have time to react. But after they noticed that Yancy was fine and wasn't even injured, after which he appeared behind the High Priest's back and pierced him through with his ability. He did the same with the Wizard of the Great Earth. The High Priest was horrified and asked how such a thing was even possible. Doesn't he have an electric type of magic? Yancy, calling them idiots, asked them what, who said he could only use electricity. The Wizard of the Great Earth said that he is a rare owner of the magic of 2 elements. He refuses to believe it. The High Priest told Yancy that if he allowed him to live, he would not remain in his debt. To which Yancy replied that he was saving people's lives, not at all for his own benefit. In most cases, this is done in the name of justice. After that, he decided to finally finish off these 2, but the High Priest grabbed the blue pills and ate them. Yancy jumped away from him and asked if he had taken a blue pill, to which the High Priest told him that he had forced him to do so. But he not only knows how to heal, he also has something else. He took a weapon out of his mouth. Yancy Foul Stupor said that he felt about the same from Blanche's sword. Meanwhile, the High Priest had already taken out his spear and, laughing, said that he still had a spear left. It's unexpected, isn't it? After which, he activated his Sacred Rebirth Spike's ability. The High Priest activated his Infinite Spears ability, combining. A lot of craters formed throughout the room, from which his spears began to come out. The High Priest ordered his weapons to do justice to the criminal, after which, his spear flew at Yancy. Yancy tried to dodge and run away from them. Running from the spears, he thought that they would not leave him alone. And at that moment, one of the copies of the Supreme Theft kept his leg. The High Priest was very pleased with this. He laughed and told Yancy to keep running and jumping, calling him a parasite. He's going to die at his hands anyway. Yancy stopped to catch his breath and thought that this was very bad. Even such a light attack was able to injure his limbs. Then he noticed these funnels and thought that the light had spread all over the ceiling, allowing him to mentally determine his location. Well, now they'll see who's faster. The High Priest asked him, which is faster? Is something capable of surpassing the speed advice? But then Yancy used his superbrain ability. He grinned and asked, what's the light? After which, he instantly moved and activated his ability to quickly and shadow blades, and ordered the High Priest to surrender. Now, all of his weapons that he had aimed at Yancy were aimed at himself, and pierced him. The spiritual priest said that the spiritual attack. Does he have 3 abilities? Yancy noticed that the High Priest was beginning to heal. He approached him and said that it was useless to be treated, because he would have to die again. After that, he stole the ability again. Yancy stole the Supreme Illumination ability and gained a rank ability. The name of the ability was Heart of Light. Description: Recovery gives the ability to heal physical wounds of owners in rank and below. Improvement increases the characteristics of abilities and rank. Invisibility allows you to hide the owner of a rank and below. Holy Healing gives the ability to heal oneself or a target of rank and below. Spear of Justice can use light and create a large number of spears that can destroy the enemy. Ability Assessment gives you the opportunity not only to defend, but also to attack a very rare ability that is inherited. After that, Yancy used this ability on himself and healed his wounds. He said he didn't expect him to have a blue pill. He almost died. After that, he approached the Wizard of the Great Earth and also stole his ability. He said sand magic was pretty good. He got the ability and rank. The name of this ability was the Wizard of the Great Earth. Description of abilities gives the ability to change the landscape through the use of sand. Summon an attacking sand monster. Assessment of abilities has a trace of the ability to create a whole zoo. Then Yancy heard someone shout that the Hero Association had arrived here, and they are taking this area under their control. Yancy immediately applied his shape-shifting ability, and he became himself again. He withdrew and said that he would leave everything as it is. After some time, reporters also arrived. Lin Nae-soo said that the sound they had heard earlier indicated that the walls and floor of this building had cracked, and it seems that a fierce battle was taking place here. They went inside, saw the dead high priest. Lin Nae-soo was very surprised and asked what. They started making mouth skulls already, and Lin Nae-soo said that the leader of the organization of saints in the city of Shaju, whose name is the Supreme Priest. Someone wrote in the comments that God, what a pitiful death it is. Someone asked that why is everything blurry on the chest, and someone was very happy at all and wrote that it was cool. He finally died after such bad deeds. Once in a while they weren't going to ask the snake man, where is he now? Then someone shouted for them to look, because someone else is here. This is one of the subordinates of the high priest. What Lin Nae-soo saw made her feel sick. She ran to the corner, threw up there. The man who helped her told her that she needed a rest. Then someone handed her a bottle of water and asked her if she was okay. She took the bottle and asked if it was really Yancy. What was he doing here? Yancy said he was just nearby when she called him. And when he saw how much noise the Association of Heroes had made, he realized that she would be here too. Lin Nae-soo was embarrassed and said that Yancy is never around at the time of her brilliant interview, but constantly finds her in awkward situations. She explained it and said that how embarrassing is her first broadcast. Young 11 began to calm her down and said that everything was fine. She was beautiful, no matter what she was doing. And he himself thought that he should have acted more wisely, at least to clean up this place. Then this man came up and asked Lin Nae-soo if she was feeling better already. But I saw her hugging her boyfriend and was also embarrassed. He said the rescue team had found the girl who had been abducted by the Saints organization. They're going to interview her now. Lin Nae-soo looked at what was going on there and told Yancy that okay, she had to go, but he has to wait for her. This man looked at Yancy, thought that it turns out he never had a chance. After that, Lin Nae-soo started interviewing that girl, and Yancy was watching it. He took out the Heart of Light ability and said that very soon he would be able to return to save his sister Fei Fei. And I thought that now he has gathered all the elements together. It's wind, sand, fire, and water. And also high rank abilities are light, darkness, sand, lightning, and metal. But soon 3 unknown person from the organization of saints should appear. Yancy decided that he would call him Dragon. The central hospital of the city of Shaju. All the children were brought to this hospital by ambulance. The doctor told them to get down and get in line and follow him. He will need to examine them all. Yufan was still sitting in the ambulance with his sister. He said he hadn't seen the teacher since, but he appeared Yancy. Yufan was very happy to see him, but Yancy gestured to him to be quiet. He used his control ability to infiltrate them. Yancy is next to Yufan and said that his sister. But Yufan interrupted him and said that he knew she was dead. He wanted to take her home. He couldn't let her stay in that place. Yancy said no, it was good that he took her with him, because it seems to him that she is still alive. She's just very weak. Yufan was very happy to hear and asked what really. Young 11 then applied his new holy healing ability, and the girl woke up. Yancy told Yufan that he also needed to recover, and later he would take them away from here, until he had to let them all know that his sister was cured so quickly. The boy was very happy about it and even cried and told his master that yes. Yancy told Yufan to call him teacher and give him money from their organization. He said that his sister is still very young, and therefore he should let her live an ordinary life. About his wives wants to ask only one thing. He has to get into the eye of the heroes of Yanjing University. Yufan said that then he would need a lot of abilities, because but he was interrupted by Young 11, who said that he should not worry about this. He must take this ball with the ability of imitation, and later use it together with the previous Manti's powers. This should be enough to enroll in Yanjing University. After that, Yancy gave him a C rank ability. Ability name, Imitation. Description: 5 senses that simulate the improvement of strength and dexterity, but no more than 10 times the original talent. Assessment: a 3-fold improvement is quite enough. Yufan told his teacher not to worry, because he wouldn't let him down. Yancy told him to live a nice life, not to try to find him, because he himself would periodically contact him. Yancy then got out of the ambulance and changed his clothes. Then Lin Nae-soo called out to him. Yancy was very surprised to see her here and asked her, is it really her? The girl came up to him and asked him, where did he run off to? She had to look for him for so long. Yancy hesitated and said that he was helping children in the hospital and asked her what happened. Lin Nae-soo said there is nothing. She exhaled and said that they were finally saved, and the Heroes Association should now contact their families. Yancy asked her what about homeless children. Lin Nae-soo said they would be sent to a shelter and they would live there. Yang Zai said that the orphanage is like a big family, and he really hopes that they will grow up healthy. And then Lin Nai-su kissed him. After that, she told him that he had been working hard these 2 days. Then Lin Nai-su shouted that see you later. Lin Nae-su told Yang Zai that she still had a lot of work to do. They will see each other in Luhansk in a few days. Yang Zai was very embarrassed and thought that damn, they had deprived him of the opportunity again. After all this, it was already evening, and Yang Zai headed to the airport of Shashu. Already at night he came to his sister's room. He took out his new ability and told her that he really hoped that the holy healing would work. After that, he used this ability on her. But sister Yang Zai didn't react in any way. Yang Zai was very surprised by this. He started to dump his sister by name, but she didn't wake up. He asked if it really didn't work, but how is that possible? Then he noticed something in her face and asked what it was. He touched these blue balls and said that these blue balls split instantly, but at the same time they become stronger. Don't they really feed on energy? Well, it seems that the Heart of Light will not cope with this blue radiation. But Yang Zai won't let them feed on her anymore, otherwise Fei Fei will never wake up. Now it's time to stop acting slowly and confidently. If Yang Zai really wants to solve the problem of his sister Fei Fei, then he must come face to face with the one who gave the sour spicy hero this blue pill. He took out 3 of his abilities, which were called transformation, cloning, and metal control. When Yang Zai took them out, he said that first of all he needed to become even stronger. He needs to improve these 3 abilities, which he did. After all the manipulations, he got the ability from the rank. The name of this ability was transformation. Ability description gives the ability to be alarmed in 0.01 seconds. It can also slightly change the physique, appearance, voice, and personality. She improves acting skills. Assessment of abilities. Life is like a performance, because it is based on actions that come from the state of the soul. He also gained another ability from the rank called cloning. Description of this ability creates a clone that is 8 times weaker than its owner. The duration of its life is only half an hour. Evaluation. If the owner of this ability is brave enough, then he will be able to gain new experience. After that, Yang Zai combined 2 of these abilities. He said that with all the accumulated abilities, he would definitely be able to advance to S rank. After which he fell to his knees and finally succeeded. He received an S rank ability called Metal Control. Ability description. Capable of controlling metal within 10,000 miles, maybe meters, kilometers. There should be a unit of measurement, but there is none, which does not exceed 100,000 tons in weight. Evaluation. The owner of this ability is a real master of metal. Yang Zai held this ability in his hands and said that it was an S-rank ability, and he was increasingly impatient to meet this person. That same night, he used his control ability again and possessed the body of the superhero Sour Spicy Noodles. The man whose face is not visible came to meet this hero. He told the superhero that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked him something. Did he have any new information? Yang Zai, being in the body of this superhero, said that of course. Doesn't this man want to know about Yu Jai? He just has something. Will he have enough money to buy this information? What are men for? He was told that if it was reliable, he would pay twice as much. Then Young 11 began to tell that a couple of days ago the organization of saints was destroyed in the city of Shaju. This man must have heard about it, right? The man said that, of course, he did it, and the seal swordswoman Blanche from the Heroes Association. Yang Zai said that, however, during the report Blanche reported extremely interesting information. She was helped by an unknown person who appears to be the name of the snake. The man said that yes, he also knows about this. Yu Jai and Snake are both from the judges' organization. Isn't this a well-known fact? But Young 11 kept talking and asked the man if he knew that both Yu Jai and the snake had 2 abilities. The man asked what 2 abilities. Maybe they accept their organization only such heroes. Yang Zai said that no such people are very rare, and he does not think that such a thing is even possible. The man asked Yang Zai that he leads to the fact that Yang Zai handed him a bottle with some kind of supplement and asked the man if he had seen it before. It's an elixir of abilities. The man asked, what is the elixir of abilities? And pulled up to pick it up. But Young 11 pulled back his hand and said that yes, after using it, a person will be able to acquire a new ability, and a user without superpowers will become their owner, and those who already have one ability will be able to get additional strength. The man said it was just nonsense, complete nonsense. How can he prove it to him? Yang Zai opened the bottle and said that he probably knows that his superpower is body strengthening. He will now demonstrate this effect. Then he drank the contents of the potion, and showed the power of the fiery fist. The man was very shocked and asked if it was really a fire-type ability. Yang Zai told him that he had previously made a deal with Yu Jai. That's where he got this information from. Thanks to the blue pill that this man gave him, he verified the existence of such things. The man said that it was just incredible. But in that case he should know what this elixir is made of. Yancy said he didn't know, but told the man everything he knew. The man said that this was very entertaining information and threw him 15 blue pills. Yancy stopped him and said that he needed to ask him something. The man told him to talk already. Then Yancy said that recently he discovered how his body began to be covered with light blue spots in places. Is this the effect of the blue pills? What is happening to him now? The man was already leaving, said that it was just an unremarkable side effect. He shouldn't pay any attention to it, and he is looking forward to the next meeting with the sour spicy hero. Then the man left. Young 11 assumed his true form and said that even after discovering the effect that entails loss of vitality, they call it an unremarkable side effect. What is their plan? After that, Ian Heath moved to the exit. Then he heard the sour spicy hero's child calling him. Well, now the sour spicy hero was still out. Young 11 walked up to him and threw those blue pills and told him that if he was doing this for his daughter's sake, he should stop taking those pills. The choice is always his. After which Yancy left. The daughter of the sour spicy hero looked out from around the corner and saw her father. She asked why he was sleeping on the roof. The sour spicy hero woke up and asked his daughter, whose name is Tian Tian, for forgiveness and said that her father just accidentally fell asleep. Tian Tian went up to her father and said he was lying when he said he would keep her company on her birthday. Then she saw these blue pills and asked, "What is it?" The father quickly grabbed them and told her to give it back, because it's not a toy. And I thought myself that he definitely came here to meet that guy and get pills. But why can't he remember anything about what happened here after the deal? It's very strange. He got to his feet and told his daughter that she needed to go home and eat a cake. Tian Chan was very pleased with his words. Meanwhile, at Lai Yuan's house, it was already night, so he was going to his room to sleep. He said he couldn't take this treatment anymore. It is impossible, and this is when he will be released from here. He saw that the light was on in his father's room and asked that it was so late, why was the old man still in the study? He looked in and told his father to go to bed early. But when he entered the room, he realized that his father was not here. He entered the room and decided to look around. He saw some strange paper on the table and decided to take a closer look at it. Liu Yuan picked up this paper and said, "What is so valuable that can make old bones work late into the night?" He started reading and read that several requirements for the deployment plan. There is no Baitian in the city of Lugansk. Liu Yuan was shocked by the information that was written in this paper. He asked, what is the white area? Is it really located here? He will definitely go. He did not expect this. This is almost the best chance for him to become a rescue hero. The next day, Yancy headed to work. Then someone called out to him and asked if he still remembered that he had a job. Where has he been all this time? Yancy at this moment recalled yesterday's conversation with Liu Yuan, who asked him if he was really friends with Fan Teng. He's an acquaintance of his and he has to help him. Therefore, Yancy said that a woman came to the newspaper bureau, who asked to publish an ad about a missing person. He showed a paper of missing person announcements, where it was written that a 7-year-old boy named Lai Yitian was wanted. This is the announcement of Xiao Fang Teng, who asked that boy, by the name of Lai Yitian, has anyone ever heard of such a thing? Yancy told him that he could absolutely say that this was the code he should go away, not distract him from his work. At this moment, an announcement was made that an invasion of rank disaster monsters had been detected. Citizens should immediately go to shelter, and heroes of rank and above must come to Mingyu Street to resist. Everyone is very strong. They got scared and started panicking. Fan Teng asked what was going on, and Yancy thought, is it really Mingyu Street? Isn't it next to the apartment they share with Lin Na Su and the others? Yancy quickly dialed Lin Na Su and asked that where is she now? Lin Na Su could only say that there was a monster in the apartment. Fan Teng asked, did something really happen to Sister Lin? But Yancy didn't answer him and ran to save Lin Na Su. The English phantom shouted to him that where was he running off to? He's not a hero. What's the point of him going there? Yancy had already arrived on this street and was on the roof. He used the shape-shifting ability and thought that he couldn't lose Lin Na Su. Here he met a huge rank monster. The name of this monster was the Soul Eater Rat. Description of the monster, it can attack the enemy by making a cry. It has very thick skin all over the body. Usually her attack is blocked with great difficulty, loves to devour people and is a very scary monster. Score monsters, rats are very cunning, and they are not easy to defeat. Young 11 thought in order to defeat this rank monster, he would need at least teams of 3 or more rank heroes and above. But now, there were 2 heroines. One of them was in the rank, which is called the Green Storm. 2. The heroine was from the rank, which is called the fire butterfly. When these two heroines arrived to help, the soul eater rat sensed their battle and immediately attacked them. Green Storm shouted to the fire butterfly to make her dodge quickly. After that, the Green Storm saved her friend. She asked her why did she come here at all? After all, she is a heroine with a rank. This is cannon fodder in the battle with her. To which the fire butterfly replied that she was nearby and saw the Green Storm fighting alone. So I decided to help her. Then they heard cries for help. Turning around, they saw two girls, one of whom was hanging, and two were holding her. It was Lin Nai-su and her friend Hyun. Hyun asked her sister Lin Nai-su for help. She said she didn't want to die, she wanted to live. Lin Nai-su tried to calm her down and said that she would save her now. But Hyun continued to cry and told her to hurry up, because she didn't want to die. Then a piece of stone broke off from above and fell directly on Lin's hand on Sue, thereby severely injuring her. After that, both girls broke down. Hyun caught a fiery butterfly. In the arms of the fiery butterfly, Hyun asked if she was really saved. The fiery butterfly winked at her and said that citizens who were unlucky enough to get into trouble, they should not be afraid, because the heroine of the rank, the fiery butterfly, is here to save them all. At this time, they were broadcasting live. People who saw this picture said that it was cool not to take your eyes off. Someone said that he also wanted to be saved by a charmingly fiery butterfly. The girl who led the live broadcast told them to wait. Where are the two girls? Lin Nai-su was still falling, but then something very fast rushed by. People who watched the live broadcast asked what had just happened. What just flew by? It flashed by in the blink of an eye. What's the matter? Did this girl fall? The girl who was broadcasting live, addressing the audience, said that right now something rushed through the air, but they can't say what exactly, but the girl was saved. Then the Green Storm shouted to the reporter to leave immediately. After all, this rank monster was aiming right at them and was going to attack them. But still, the Green Storm, using its blinding explosion ability, was able to save a helicopter with reporters. Meanwhile, the one who saved Lin Nai-su was Yancy. He brought her to the park and put her on a bench. Did he ask her for forgiveness? After all, he came, in his opinion, too late. He used his healing ability to heal her wounds. After he did this, he covered her with his cloak and said that she was fine now, nothing would hurt her anymore. Yancy was about to leave, but that Lin Nai-su opened her eyes and asked if she was still alive. When she saw this hero, she grabbed his hand, asked him to stop and asked him, why is he pretending to be a bad guy or a good guy? Was he the one who saved her? Yancy told her that he was just nearby, and he himself thought that he was very sorry, but he could not reveal his identity to her, otherwise she would be in great danger. Put it on your board. He told her to take a break and go to the shelter, because she needs to evacuate from here. Then he flew away. Lin Nai-su, looking after him, said that it was strange that she was seeing him for the first time, but for some reason he seemed very familiar to her. In the air, Yancy used his other ability called cloning. He told his clone that his abilities would be the Heart of Light and the Power of the Snow Queen. They allow you to create ice and heal other people, and it's better for him to stay in the image of a girl. He used his ability, Transformation, and made a girl with a mask out of his clone. After that, he told his clone that the third member of the judges' organization was born and her name was Rabbit Mao. Yancy told Mao Rabbit to go there and save those who are in danger and not let the number of victims and injured increase. Rabbit Mao said yes. After Mao Rabbit left, Yancy, looking at the monster, said that now it was only necessary to deal with this rat thing. But then he noticed someone on the roof and asked what it was, who he was. There was a girl standing on the roof. She was a heroine called Explosive Fist. She said she never thought she would have to face such a creature right in the middle of a vacation. Now the security of the city of Lugansk is under threat. The girl who is reporting said that is it really the famous heroine of a rank, who was last seen in Lugansk a few years ago. People started writing comments. Someone wrote that hooray she's back in her youth with her. Another asked that wasn't she lighter before. Someone wondered why her skin was so tanned. And someone did not understand at all that who she was. Can someone explain to him that it's a girl from behind? He was told that this was a heroine nicknamed the Fiery Fist. The heroine of the Fiery Fist waved to everyone. People in the comments perked up again and started writing that the heroine is female, who fights in this style. Truly unique. And the girl Fire Fist asked if anyone else remembers her. Yancy also saw her and said that since there were heroes who were ready to take everything on themselves, with their permission, he would just observe the situation and assess their strength, and then make his own decisions. The Fire Fist girl looked at the monster and said that what a huge rat, she was probably quite strong. She is a great punching bag, which is suitable for warming up. After that, the monster decided to attack this girl. The green storm shouted to the fiery fist to take care, because the strength of its sound wave is too great. Fire Fist said that if she didn't try, how would she know if she could handle it or not? After that, she repelled the attack of this monster. The journalist said that it was just incredible, because the heroes and heroines of the explosive fist could easily return from the attack of the Soul Eater rat. But she chose to meet her face to face, as expected from her fighting style. The monster was already beginning to rejoice, because he thought that he had defeated this heroine. But it was not there. The Fire Fist girl gathered herself and hit the monster with all her might, after which, this monster fell to the ground. The Fire Fist girl also landed on the ground and grabbed this rat by the tail and began to spin it. She said it was a lot of fun. It's really funny. After the girl unwound this monster, she let her go. The Green Storm, which is directed, Watch This Duel, said that for a crazy girl, her destructive power is not inferior even to a monster. Meanwhile, Rabbit Mao was looking for people who had suffered. This monster, by order of Yancy, she saw one guy who was being hit by a huge rock, and saved him. The guy was very confused and thanked Rabbit Mao for his help. He asked her what kind of heroic organization she was from. He had never seen her before. Rabbit Mao let the guy go to the ground and said that her name was Rabbit Mao and she was from the judges' organization. The guys started whispering behind her back. One of them asked who she was such a hot girl. The other guy said she was also young. And the third guy said that another goddess from the judges' organization. It's just full of cool guys. Then Rabbit Mao noticed Lin Naisu's friend and the fire butterfly. Noticing them, she asked if the customs butterfly was together with the neighbor Lin Naisu. Then she hurried to their aid. The girl who was next to them said that they had fallen from a height and suffered serious injuries and asked Mao Rabbit if she could cure them. Rabbit Mao immediately began to heal them without further ado. The people who watched it were delighted. One of the people said that their wounds seemed to have disappeared. What kind of ability is this? It's just amazing. This girl is kind, beautiful, and also with such a powerful healing power. Rabbit Mao said that everyone should go to the shelter as soon as possible in order to avoid further trouble. But then a monster appeared. Everyone's ears hurt because the sound was terrifying. The girl said that this sound has changed. Now it seems to her that her brain is about to explode. The Fire Fist girl said what it was. Is this some kind of berserker? Yancy said it was bad. This monster consumes the souls of people who are nearby. This monster began to absorb the souls of people who were nearby. The Green Storm, addressing Lady Fire Fist, asked what is it? The Fiery Fist replied that this creature absorbs the soul energy of people who have already died. And she heals her wounds, too. The journalist leading the report asked if all her wounds were clamped. Will the best fighter be able to go now to cope with the Soul Eater rat who met her face to face? But where are the rest of the heroes from the resistance squad? The Fiery Fist told the Green Storm to retreat. After all, it seems to her that this monster will be just ruthless. Without waiting for the response of the Green Storm, Ocean Fist decided to attack this monster again. She attacked him with words to make this monster burn in hell, calling her a stupid rat. After attacking the monsters of the oceans, the fist exhaled and said that this time it should work, right? But it wasn't like that. The monster was much more cunning. He attacked the girl not with a fist from behind his tail and punched her through. Fire Fist started bleeding and said it was a very dirty trick. How disgusting. After that, this monster threw the Fire Fist girl far to the side. People began to write in the comments that they are so scared and their city of Lugansk is now in danger. Someone wondered if the Fire Fist girl was going to die now. Someone should rather help her and everyone else at the same time. But the Fire Fist girl was not going to give up and was writhing in pain. She said that she could not die here, because she needed to get rid of this monster as soon as possible. Then the Green Storm came to her aid. Fire Fist was very surprised to see her here and asked her what she was doing here. Did she really want to die? The Green Storm of crying said that her duty as a hero is to protect people. She can't just run away. When I met the monster, the journalist was also very surprised and said that everyone saw her as a noble heroine who saved the city of Lugansk. And the monster was advancing on them. But at the last moment, they were saved by Yancy, who threw a metal thing at the tail of this monster, thereby nailing its tail to the ground. The journalist began to conduct a live broadcast even more actively, said that wow, at the moment when they needed him the most, a super rank hero named Yujai appeared. But who is such a nice girl next to him? Then the comments came to life. People began to write that Mr. Yujai is their hero. He came to save them. And they asked that who is the hot lady in the mask next to him. Everyone wanted to know more about her right now. Someone wrote to just look at her mask, similar to is also a member of the organization of judges. Fire Fist asked, what are they doing? The green storm told her that she had no idea, but they were probably saving them. Yancy in the sky was creating more and more metal spears, which all punched and punched through the dense skin of this monster. The girl Fire Fist said that now it is clear. This rat is treated when it absorbs the energy of other people. It is not easy to overcome. And what is most important, how to block this ability of hers. The green storm asked what to block. Why doesn't she just shut her mouth then? The fiery fist hit the green storm on the head and asked her what else she could think of. Meanwhile, Yancy lifted this monster high into the sky. The monster was also not going to give up and sent its shockwave at Yancy and again. But Yancy used his ability to block her kick. Yancy turned to Mao Rabbit and told her not to let this monster open its mouth. Rabbit Mao said it was fine. She used her ability called Snow Tornado. People were all looking at the sky with great curiosity and telling them to look. This girl froze this monster. Oh, but he's so huge, how could she do that? And she must have a high rank. Fire Fist asked if this monster was healing again. Yon 11 lifted this monster into the sky again and told him not to even think about feeding on other people's energy again. From such a height, he definitely won't be able to move to a single corpse. And, accordingly, it will not be possible to apply the soul absorption spell. Yancy then used his Metal Storm ability and killed the monster. After that, he stole his abilities. It was a rank ability. This ability was called Soul Eater. Description of abilities: it can absorb the soul of people who have already died in order to restore the owner's village. But by doing so it provokes characteristic mental disorders. Ability assessment: the owner of such an ability should be extremely vigilant when using it. After receiving this ability, Yancy said that a soul eater, he differs from the heart of light in that he requires energy from the souls of other people to recover. But, however, they are similar to your healing ability. A helicopter with reporters kept flying over the buildings and telling citizens not to panic. The journalists said that now they will disperse the clouds in order to show everyone what situation Mr. Yujai is in now, in real time. When they dispersed the clouds, they saw that Mr. Yujai was right next to them. The journalist waved her hand at him and said that they really wanted to interview him. A lot of comments poured in. Someone said that wow, Mr. Yujai took this creature with him to the sky, then she disappeared. Someone else asked if he had killed her above the clouds. So that's the strength of a real A-rank hero. Another person wrote that several heroes could not cope with the Soul Eater and were injured. But now, a few minutes later, she's gone. Fire Fist said that his strength is many times greater than the Soul Eater rat. He must be an S-rank hero. Then Mao Rabbit came down behind them. Green Storm and Fire Fist turned around together. Fire Fist asked her what she wanted from them. After that, Mao Rabbit directed his power at them, and the Green Storm darted to protect Lady Fire Fist. The Green Storm thought that it was definitely over now, but it wasn't as bad as they thought. The Green Storm, addressing Mrs. Fire Fist, said that they really heal early. Fire Fist asked if this was some kind of rare healing ability. But who is she? Rabbit Mao introduced herself and said she was from the judges' organization. A helicopter with reporters flew near them, where the journalist said that the new heroine, who came with Mr. Yujai, is also a member of the judges' organization. She has the ability to heal and is healing the wounds of other heroes right now. Everyone wrote comments very actively and admired these two heroes from the judges' organization. Fire Fist turned to Rabbit Mao and said that the organization of judges is some kind of new heroic agency. She had never heard of such a thing before, but thanks to them, they together prevented this catastrophe. Rabbit Mao said that without any problems, her abilities are also worthy of respect. After that, they headed back together with Yancy. The journalist said, addressing all their fans and those who watch this live broadcast, that superheroes once again protected the city of Lugansk from the invasion of monsters. And the greatest contribution to the victory was made by representatives of the organization of judges. And they sincerely congratulated them all. And they thanked me for my help. Green Storm started admiring Mao Rabbit and said she was so beautiful. And the heroine of the Fiery Fist was a little upset and said that they took all the glory for themselves. Yancy said that his godson had asked him for a meeting. I wonder what kind of information he wants to tell them now. Then Mao Rabbit told him that her time was running out. Yancy asked if the clone's lifetime was already running out. The clone's abilities returned directly to him, and this is very convenient. In the future, Yancy will be able to create them in order for them to perform tasks instead of him. Even her memories have come back to him, and those lustful glances in her direction are just disgusting. Now it will definitely not create girls. In what clothes are girls comfortable communicating with each other? This sucks and is nonsense. Liu Yun was already waiting for his godfather with might and main. He asked himself that wasn't the girl's smile much cuter. Yang Zai was watching him and thought what an idiot his Godson was. Is it really so difficult to take care of yourself? He paid attention to the forest and thought that did Liu Yuan not even know that he was being followed. Then he landed on him and asked if he had got anything. Liu Yuan would be very happy to see him and said that didn't he even want to meet his Godson. Then the two of them heard some rustling in the bushes. Liu Yuan turned around and asked, "What is that sound? Who is sitting there?" Yang Zai coughed, told him to give him these documents first, and he would check the information. Liu Yuan gave his godfather the documents, and he began to read them. Yang Sissy said that it turns out that the Heroes Association had recently planned the opening of Beikang in the city of Lugansk, and he thought it would take them a lot of time. Liu Yuan told him that he had heard that there were special items or equipment in the world that could increase the level of strength. They should get these things into their hands as soon as possible. Yang Zai told him that the information was very valuable. He had done enough to exchange his merits for a C-rank ability, after which he took out a bottle of filling from his pocket and gave it to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan happily snatched this bottle and immediately drank it. After that, he thanked his godfather. But when he drank this medicine, he started spitting and told his godfather that this medicine tastes like banlangen with powder that is mixed with the sourness of dark chocolate. Yang Zai patted him on the back and said that good medicine is always bitter. After which, Liu Yuan turned into a werewolf again. Now he had a C-rank ability. The name of this ability was still a werewolf. Description: abilities. Endows the owners of this ability with the powers of a hereditary werewolf. Every night during the full moon, the transformation will take place abnormally, but at the same time it will give the owner of this ability double the power. Assessment of abilities: escaped husky. Liu Yuan was very pleased with his new ability and told his godfather that he was already feeling stronger and stronger. Yang Zai told him that at this rate, his becoming an experienced S-rank user was just around the corner. In the end, everyone aspires to it, right? After which Yang Zai said that the mechanical hero. Liu Yuan asked the godfather what he had just said. After all, his old man is probably drinking and bathing with a large group of beauties right now, and he just doesn't have time for it. But then a mechanical hero came out of the forest and said yes. But before they start talking, they have to let him chop this bad boy into pieces. It was already evening. Liu Yuan was pressed against the wall and asked, "Is it really serious?" He asked his father if he wouldn't even feel sorry for him, to which the mechanical hero replied that he was just a cheeky child. Come on, can he call his godfather already? He's leaking all the information, and now he wants to beat him to death. Yang Zai told the mechanical hero that he didn't even expect him to chase him personally. They made a deal with his youngest son because he really wanted to get the ability, so he shouldn't scold him for it. Liu Yuan told his father that he had had enough beating already. From now on, he will not divulge family secrets, and he should not worry about his connection with the godfather. The mechanical hero shouted at his son and said that he shut up and stood further against the wall. And already turning to Yang Zai, he said that this impudent was born without the ability, and he just gives him superpowers. Yang Zai thought, is it really without abilities? Apparently, he doesn't know his son well. He is a rank ability user, Rebirth. He's his ace up his sleeve. Yang Zai told the mechanical hero that it's a small matter. Giving him 1, 2 or even 3 abilities is easy. Liu Yuan was shocked, asked the godfather that he could really get other superpowers. The mechanical hero asked Yang Zai that could anyone even be a rank hero like himself. Yang Zai thought that the same cunning person can't cope with what he already has will pull even more, but this is a normal reaction. People who crave power will try to become stronger at any cost. And he said that, of course, but the price for a rank ability would be very high. The mechanical hero asked him to tell about it in more detail. Then Yang Zai threw him a blue pill and asked him if he knows what it is. The mechanical hero examined this blue pill and said that he had never seen such a thing before. Yang Zai chuckled and told him that he was not even aware of the fact that some people in his company were already using these blue pills. It is worth the hero to eat one such pill, and his power will increase 3 times. The mechanical hero asked him if he was also from the organization that produces them. To which Yang Zai said that no, he was from another country, but he was cooperating with Liu Yuan in order to get information about their organization. The mechanical hero turned to his son and told him to calm down and tell him everything he knows. Then Liu Yuan began to tell that Lai Kangyong is the hero, Bing Chuan. He ate a lot of this drug in order not to get rid of many naive people in direct ways. He saw it all with his own eyes. The mechanical hero was very surprised and asked if such a small pill really had such strong properties. He was wondering how Bing Chuan was provoking all these accidents. Here he finally got to the truth. And after all these words, he wants the mechanical hero to find out everything about their organization. Yang Zai told him that not only did he still need his help in order to enter the White Realm plan, but as a reward, he would give him a rank pill that would give a twofold boost. The mechanical hero asked him if he really wanted to join the White Area plan. Let him think that he did not tell him this, but the White Area is a very dangerous place. People die, enter there and never come back from there alive. Yang Zai told him not to worry about him. He just needs to use this ring in order to collect hyena abilities. The mechanical hero asked what are the genes of abilities. Then Yang Zai began to tell him that this is the most important ingredient in the manufacture of the elixir of abilities. Criminals take them from weapons, which turned out to be the body of monsters from materials and so on. And the White Area is full of monsters who are waiting for their death. The mechanical hero asked what he would do to prove that the elixir of abilities is so effective. Yang Zai said that his very existence is the strongest confirmation of this. If the mechanical hero believes that judges cannot be trusted and cooperate with them, then this is his right. Then Lai Yuan, who had already turned back, stepped in and told his old man that it was not necessary. He is still afraid that his father might interfere with his advancement. The mechanical hero couldn't stand it and hit his son on the head and said that they were a family. If his father had meat, did he really think that they would feed him meat soup? And already addressing Yang Zai, he said that it was good. He agreed to cooperate. He will deal with the hero Bing Chuan. Yang Zai already said on the flight that this was a wise decision, and he very much hopes for a successful partnership. He is looking forward to their next meeting. It was already late in the evening and Lin Naisu was returning to her room. She said the apartment building collapsed, and she didn't even expect to spend the whole night in the hospital. But when I entered the ward and saw Yang Zai and was very surprised, I asked him why is he here? Yang Zai approached her and said that he had been looking for her all day. He had heard that all the wounded from the shelter had been transferred here, so here he asked her what was wrong with her. Was everything okay? Lin Naisu said that she received a small skin injury. There is no longer a house and she has nowhere to live. Yang Zai told her that what was the matter. She could move in with him. Lin Naisu was very confused and asked him what did he really mean by living together. It's too early. Yang Zai was also embarrassed after her words and said that he wasn't talking about that. Lin Naisu pouted and rushed to the window and said no, he should forget about this. She doesn't want to live with him yet. Yang Zai wanted to tell her something, but she didn't listen to him. Lin Naisu came to the window and said that she was still thinking about her chicken. Yang Zai asked her what she said. What kind of chicken? Lin Naisu turned to face him with a big smile and told him whether he knew that she almost died today. This mysterious Yoji appeared and saved her. He is so beautiful, and I thought that it would be necessary to interview him and inform the public about his good deeds. Then Yang Zai couldn't stand it and grabbed her in his arms. Lin Naisu asked, what is he doing? Yang City walked over to the bed and threw it on top of her. Lin Naisu was confused and asked him what he was going to do. Lin Naisu looked at Yang Zai questioningly. She told him that you can't do this in the hospital. After which Yang Zai lay down next to her. They covered their heads with a blanket. Yang Zai hugged her and told her to go to bed, and tomorrow he would help her with the move. Now she will live with him. Lin Naisu said it was fine. And she thought, is that really all? Is that all? The next day, Yang Zai boarded the plane. He talked on the phone with Lin Naisu. Did he ask her what the frying pan had checked in the kitchen cupboard? Lin Naisu told him that she had already searched the entire kitchen and couldn't find a single grain of rice there. How can you be so sloppy? Yang Zai had already boarded the plane and was packing his things. He said that yes, this is how he is. She can take his card, which he gave her yesterday, and buy everything she needs. Lin Naisu said that okay, she would wait for him until he returned from his business meeting. She would prepare a surprise for him, after which she meowed to him. Yang Zai sat down in his seat and also meowed to her and said that they would answer her as soon as he got off the plane and said goodbye to her. The man who was sitting next to Yang Zai heard this and said that oh, these animals. When the plane took off, Yang Zia looked around and saw Tian Dodo there. He thought that he was going to Shaju to make a deal with the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce, but he did not expect to fly on the same flight with Tian Dodo. However, in ordinary clothes, she is unlikely to recognize him. The men from the other seats also began to look at them, to think that two lovely ladies are with them today. The girl who was sitting next to Tian Dodo asked the stewardess if she could pass her a towel. The stewardess said that, of course, she would give it now. Then Tiandu saw how Yang Zai was looking at her and said that he was staring at her like that. Have you never seen beautiful girls before? She called him a criminal and a pervert. Yang Zai thought that if she had known that he was her beloved Mr. Yu Jai, she would not have been so angry at him and would not have shouted at the whole salon. Meanwhile, the stewardess had already brought a towel and wanted to give it to the girl, but Yang Zai saw that the towel had fallen. The stewardess asked for help. Yang Zai looked up and asked that someone had hijacked the plane. The man who presented the gun to the stewardess said that he was out of place. They should all put both hands behind their heads. The other hijackers of the plane also started shouting that they all put their hands behind their heads. Yang Zai paid attention to the weapons they were holding and thought that the weapons they were holding were made entirely from mutated beasts. The man noticed that Yang Zai was looking at his weapon and asked him what was he looking at, and ordered him to quickly put his hands behind his head. Yang Zai thought that those with a gun were users of at least the rank of what kind of organization dared to hijack a plane in broad daylight. But he can't reincarnate as Yu Jai in front of such a crowd. He just needs to come up with something. Meanwhile, the man ordered the stewardess to open the cockpit immediately. The stewardess said that it was fine, she would open it now, only she asked to let her go. The man entered the cabin and told his friend that they should act according to the plan. The stewardess asked this man, "Is the plane really on manual control? Where are they taking their plane?" The man, presenting the gun to her head, said that, of course, they were flying to the tallest building in Shaju, the Zhubai Tower, and they will all die together with their Class 2 workers. Then the man fired. The man sitting next to Yang Zai said that this was his last flight in his life, but it was worth it to see such beauty. Yang Zai thought, is this old man really thinking about girls before his death? And he asked, where did these kidnappers come from? Tian Dodo said that he said they took control of the plane in order to shoot down the White Tower, but they surely hate the 2nd District. If that's the case, then they've probably been on their own since the 35th. Yang Zai asked her what really happened to the 35th District. Why does she think that? Tian Dudu asked him if he still hadn't heard about this story. Then Yang Zai said that when Azuristar was just founded, people from the 2nd District invaded the peaceful 50th District. After defending the peaceful 50th District, the 35th District demanded from the Government Council, forcing the 2nd District to publicly apologize for the invasion of that year and compensate for the losses along with the damage caused. But the arrogant chairman of the Parliament of the 2nd District rejected this decision and abandoned it. Undoubtedly, but their actions are very arrogant and cruel. But times are changing and such terrible terrorist methods cannot solve the problem. Tian Dodo agreed with him and said that yes, only they civilians would suffer from this. One of the terrorists will hear their talks. He approached Tian Dudu and asked them what the two of them were talking about. Tian Dodo told him that she had apologized to him about nothing and said that she would not do it again. But the man did not believe her and, grabbing her by the hand, asked if there really would be no more. And he thinks that it will be like that. He grabbed her and carried her to the door from the plane. Opening it, he said that if she wanted to die, he would immediately throw her down. Tian Dudu was very scared and told him not to dump her. There is no need to do this and began to call for help. Here Yang Zai withstood and stormed out of the place, saying that this terrorist was a scoundrel. But then two heroes appeared, one of whom saved Tian Dodo and told her not to worry, because he would take her back. Then the rank hero, whose name is Star Cloak, appeared and said that, forgive them, they were a little late. The man who saved, pulls up to, was also a hero of a rank and his name was Captain Cigar. After seeing two heroes, people began to rejoice. They said it was the rank hero, Captain Cigars and the Star Cloak. Now they are all saved. And Yang Zai exhaled and thought that now everything should fall into place. Star Cloak went to deal with the terrorists. Seeing how he was defending himself, Yang Zai thought that his cloak was a spiritual weapon that had a strong self-awareness. It is very difficult to underestimate his combat power. One of the terrorists said that really it's him, it's not bad. The Star Cloak in the video of them and said that only they and the guys were left. Don't they still want to just lower their weapons to escape? The terrorist was furious and said that all the people from the 2nd District are insidious and cunning, but do they really think that's it? After which they applied the fruit meat bomb ability. Star Cloak was very shocked and said that it was bad. And the cigar captain even dropped the cigar itself out of his mouth. After the terrorists used this ability, the plane began to fall. Civilians were terrified. Captain Cigar shouted to them to put on oxygen masks faster, and he has already turned to the Star Cloak and asked if he has any useful abilities. For example, he can use crying to lift a plane. Star Cloak didn't like it and asked if he really thought he was an S-rank hero. All the passengers are ordinary citizens, and he can lift only a few of them at best, but no more than that. This was heard by civilians, and they begged him to take them with him. Someone told him to take it with him, and he would pay for it as much as he wished. Yancy thought that they weren't going to pay right here, were they? A real farce has begun. People began to argue on the count of who the Star Cloak would take with him. Captain Cigar told Tian Dudu to return to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. Tian Dudu said that it was fine and said that the cigar captain was very kind. She ran up to her friend. My friend said that she was very scared, to which Tian Dodo told her not to be afraid, because she had already returned. Then the Star Cloak came up with something and told the captain of cigarettes that he had an idea, so he should follow him. Captain Cigar asked him what he was going to do. They can't abandon the passengers. Star Cloak. He was told that he needed to trust soon, otherwise it would be too late. And they both stood on his Star Cloak and climbed to the top of the plane. Then it dawned on Young 11, and he thought that he could also create clones outside the plane. After all, even with only 10% of the creator's power, this clone will surely be able to save the plane. Which Yancy did. He used his shadow clone ability and created his clone outside the plane. Star Cloak told Captain Cigarettes to use his ability and create a large parachute in order to slow down the plane's fall. Captain Cigar said exactly how he hadn't thought of it before. Star Cloak was smarter than him, and the cigar captain used his cigar smoke ability. After what you did, he exhaled and moved, saying that it was very tiring. Now he is almost exhausted. But it turns out that the Star Cloak has something else in mind. He was now standing behind Captain Cigar and told him that he was very grateful to him for his hard work, because it's so hard to be a good person. Captain Cigar looked at him and said that it was his duty as the owner of superpowers. Then a clone of Yancy arrived, who said that something seemed to slow down the plane. Did those two rank heroes who came to the rescue do it? Meanwhile, the Star Cloak made a spear out of his cloak and pierced Captain Cigar with it, saying that he was already sick of saying that forever. Yancy was very surprised and asked, "What the hell is going on here?" And the Star Cloak told Captain Cigar that he was better than him, but every time he went on a mission, he took all the glory for himself when he made him less popular, and because of this the sponsor did not want to cooperate with him. The cigar captain, writhing in pain, wanted to say something to him, but because of the severe pain he could not do it. Star Cloak turned his back on him and said that since he was all so good, then let him die for these peaceful citizens. And he will also tell the press that Captain Cigar Pope died in a plane crash when he tried to save people like a real hero. After that, the Star Cloak left. A clone of Yancy came to the aid of Captain Cigar, told him to hold on, because his ability should heal him. He used the Ray of Light ability, but Captain Cigar said it was useless, because he had wounded him with a spiritual weapon. Such injuries are no longer treated. Yancy was shocked and asked what. Captain Cigar said he was too naive. He didn't think he hated him so much. His poor son is still waiting for him at home to play football with him. Meanwhile, the Star Cloak returned to the plane. People were very happy to see him, and someone said that the Star Cloak was back. Are they really saved? But where is the other hero? To which the Star Melting replied that Captain Cigar threw all his strength in order to cover up the wreck, but he himself could not completely stop it. He asked his peaceful citizens for forgiveness and said that he could take only a few of them with him. After that, the Star Cloak grabbed the most beautiful girls. Tian Dodo's girlfriend also fell into his clutches. She said no, she wanted to stay with Dodo. After that, the Star Cloak flew away. The people who stayed on board the plane were in a panic. The man asked if they had really been abandoned to their fate, and the woman who was sitting next to him said that they were all finished. Now they would all die. And Yancy stole Captain Cigar's ability and said that when the time comes, he will definitely avenge him. It was a rank ability whose name was Cigar Smoke. Description of abilities: materialize absorbed smoke, which can only be used in an oxygen-containing environment. Assessment of abilities: smoking is harmful to health, so you need to get rid of this habit. Then, through the window, people saw that Mr. Yujai seemed to be there. Had he come to save them all? Yancy used the metal control ability to delay the plane's fall. Meanwhile, the plane was getting closer to the ground and eventually crashed. And yet the plane was saved, and all the people survived. The civilians were happy. Were they all jubilant? They landed in the desert. Who caught me asking that where is the rank hero whose name is Captain Cigar? And where did Mr. Yujai go? He just saw him. Tiandu said that she was scared to death. She already thought that she would definitely die here. Surviving under such circumstances is not very pleasant. Then she remembered about Mr. Yujai, started looking for him with her eyes and said that, by the way, yes, since Mr. Yujai is here, then why doesn't she see him? Then 3 ambulances rushed to their aid, and in front of them was the Star Cloak, which said that it was necessary to move faster because the captured plane crashed. Dozens of wounded are waiting for them to rescue them. Journalists and reporters also flew here. The journalists said that they would keep all people informed of what was happening here at the crash site of the stolen plane in real time. But no one seems to have been hurt there. Starcloak jumped off his cloak and said it couldn't be. Where did all the victims go? He saw with his own eyes the fall of the plane, how they managed to save all of mine while not getting a single scratch. Then Tiandudu came up to him and started shouting at him, asking what he had done to them. Where did he take Sister Ron and the others? The journalists said that they do not yet know what exactly happened here, but the plane landed safely before the plane crashed. Some have seen Mr. Yujai, who is able to control metal. Perhaps he saved them all, together with Captain Cigar. However, they did not see where they disappeared together. Starcloak said that Captain Cigars is his partner, with whom they participated in the rescue operation together. Then the journalists came up to him and asked him if he would tell them what had happened here. Even for the sake of verisimilitude, Starcloak let out a tear and said that when the moment of the crash was very close, Captain Cigar threw all his strength to slow down the fall and died from lack of strength, and he was able to save only a few passengers. Taking this into account, he realized that a catastrophe was simply inevitable, so he called an ambulance as soon as possible in order to save the victims. But he did not expect at all that they would be lucky and all would remain intact. Then Mr. Yujai arrived and told Starcloak to stop pretending. Does he not know that there was this luck or not? Yancy went down with the cigar captain, whom she was holding in her arms, and told Star crying that here was his partner. Yancy approached Tiandodo and told him that everyone says he saved this plane. Is it true? Yujai put the captain's cigar on the ground and said, pulling to the point that he only helped a little. And the true hero here is not him, but Captain Cigar. Tiandodo asked that did Captain Cigar really die from overwork when I used too much of my strength? But where did the hole in his chest come from? The rest of the passengers on the plane said that there really is a huge hole here. What's going on here? It seems that Captain Cigar died not from overwork at all, but from someone stabbing him. Yancy turned to the Starcloak and asked, so what really happened here? Starcloak shouted at him not to ask him about it. After all, he has no idea what happened to him here. Yancy said that okay, in that case, let everyone know what really happened here. And addressing all the people who gathered here, he said that the Starcloak lured Captain Cigar out of the plane under the pretext of saving people, and then he forced him to use all his strength and killed him when he weakened. And the evidence of this fact is right on his cloak. There are blood stains, the fallen general. It is enough just to conduct an examination of the blood, and everything will immediately become clear. People paid attention to the cloak of the Starcloak and said that God, yes, there is actually blood. He wouldn't kill his partner, would he? Could he really have done that? But if everything is not as described by Mr. Yujai, then what can explain the wound on Captain Cigar's body? The journalists asked the Starcloak to comment on Mr. Yujai's accusations. Is he telling the truth? And will the Starcloak allow a blood test on his cloak? Starcloak said he was stupid. He did not expect that his carefully thought out plan would destroy this scoundrel who appeared out of nowhere. He does not understand the appearance at all. The figure is luck. In what way is he worse than Captain Cigar? Why is he more popular than him? Yancy said that those people from the 35 region were surprised when they saw the Starcloak, and betrayal was read on their faces. Yancy believes that the Starcloak secretly made a deal with them and arranged for the hijacking of the plane, right? The Starcloak rose into the sky and, laughing, said that did he really find out that too? That's right, he's also from the 35 region. I had to sacrifice so many brothers, and all in vain. He created a sandstorm, said they were dumb assholes from the 2nd region. Now they have to die. Starcloak began to tell his story. He said that as a child he had a favorite raincoat that his mother gave him before her death. She said that all superheroes who save the world wear such cloaks. The Starcloak was born in the 35th region, where the sun does not shine, where only ashes are around. Flowers were treated as saints, worshipping them. Although they had to dig in the trash in order to survive, Starcloak was happy when he thought that the whole world was like that. Until one day he accidentally got into Region 2. Then he first learned that water can be delicious, flowers capable of blooming grow everywhere, that the sky is blue and the clouds are white. But the locals were just awful. As soon as he knew that he was from the 35th region, they began to look down on him, laugh at him and even beat him. Starcloak thought that he had done something bad since he was treated like this. But as soon as he began to get to the truth, he discovered that it was not him at all, but these usurpers who steal resources, offend the weak and behave arrogantly towards others. When Starcloak realized this, his cloak awakened its spiritual power. Then he forged a passport in order to stay there and in secret. traded information with people from 25 regions. He provoked them to commit terrorist acts and then became a hero and saved people. Thus, the Star Cloak slowly turned from an ordinary resident into a respected rank hero. These stupid pigs started treating him with respect, honoring his might. He enjoyed it, basking in the glory, until the cigar captain appeared and all the attention shifted to him. Star Cloak couldn't stand it, so he tried his best to kill people, but he saved them again and again. But it's so much fun. All those stupid pigs and 2 regions, Captain Cigar himself, as well as these stupid rules deserve to die. They all have to die. Kyan Dodo said that Star Cloak was crazy and said that he was not himself. Who has he become and how does he differ from the usurpers he was talking about? She turned to Mr. Yu Jai and said that he had completely lost his mind. He was going to kill everyone. Yang Zai noticed one strange thing in this typhoon. He saw some kind of portal there, and I thought that this spiritual equipment depends entirely on the emotions of the owner, and after so many murders it was pumped up to S rank. Tian Dodo took out her bag and started digging in it. She asked what is really S rank. She really wants it for herself, but she's in ellipsis. But there is nothing in her bag that can compete with S rank equipment. What should they do? And ask Mr. Yu Jai that he can handle it. She looked at his hands, saw that they were shaking and asked him that his hands were shaking from fear, if even he was afraid of him. Then what would happen to them? Yang Zai asked her if she thought he was a coward. He's not scared, he's just excited. Yang Zai turned to the Star Cloak and said that according to his stories, he secretly killed the civilians of the 2 region to let off steam. Didn't he? Star Cloak said that yes, he had killed many, and those fans who turned out to be there. The random person he saved turned out to be a professor at his university. He saved them all, their lives should belong to him. Yang Zai shook his head and said that the rank hero of the million audience turned out to be a crazy jerk who kills the weak and constantly rushes from destroyer to rescuer. When a victim becomes an abuser, then all her motives become obscene. She does not deserve pity. Star Cloak laughed hysterically and said he sounded just like Captain Cigarette just fine. And as a reward, he will give him 100 seconds in order to escape, and then he will die. After which he started the countdown. Yang Zai applied his metal control ability. Star Cloak opened his eyes and said that he was not so patient. Let's see where he ran. Well, when he opened his eyes, he didn't see him and asked where he had gone. Where did he run off to? But he saw Yang Zai rushing towards the portal and laughed, saying he was a dumbass. The hurricane that created the Star Cloak began to dissipate. The people who were inside it began to fall. Star Cloak was very surprised and asked what happened. Why did he disappear? What did Yu Jai do with his cloak? He found his raincoat and saw that there was a patch on it and it was pierced in 4 corners. Yang 11 thought that this was the first time he was using S-rank abilities to face a spiritual weapon of the same degree. He didn't expect that spiritual power was so hard to control. He shouted to Kyan Dudu to come up with a way to save the falling people. Kyan Dodo shouted at him not to worry and to rely on her, and she started digging in her bag. She found 4 eggs in it and threw them. They began to increase in size. Kyan Dodo didn't really want to use them since these beast eggs cost 30,000. They are too expensive to save people with them. The eggs cracked and liquid flowed out of them, which began to spread on the ground, where people fell. Star Cloak was beside himself with anger and, taking the cannon, said that no, they could not survive. They all had to die. Yu Jai must return his cloak, and he started shooting at him. But Yang Sil deftly dodged his bullets. But it was not there. He turned around and saw that the bullet was coming back. Yang Zai asked if these were homing bullets. Therefore, Yang Zai had no choice but to cut these bullets in half. Meanwhile, the cloak of the Star Cloak flew to him. Star Cloak said it was all his fault. He was too careless when he let it fall into his hands. Then the cloak fell back on his shoulders, and then he went to attack Yu Jai. At that moment, Yang Zai lost activity and one of the Star Cloak's bullets grazed him. Yang Zai accepted Zai to use his holy healing ability, but nothing worked out for him, and he thought that, as expected, Captain Cigar was right, saying that the damage that is inflicted by the spiritual weapon, this jerk is not treated by the healing ability. Seeing this, the Star Cloak laughed and said that he was probably wondering why his wound wasn't healing, wasn't it? Due to the fact that his cloak is a spiritual weapon, he attacks the enemy's mental power directly, which is why treatment is impossible. Yang Zai was a little surprised and told Star Crying that he was getting great equipment in his hands. Why should good go to waste? He doesn't mind if he takes it for himself, does he? The cloak of the Star Cloak didn't like it very much. After that, the Raincoat began rummaging in his jacket and took out blue pills. Young 11, watching this, thought that absolutely all the lost heroes used them. Spiritual weapons of S rank. Intensely blue pills become much more dangerous. Young Zai can't beat him now. Meanwhile, the cloak began forcibly pushing these blue pills into the Star Cloak. But the Star Cloak doesn't want to eat them. Yang Zai thought that it seemed that with the increase in the power of the spiritual equipment, his master was also losing control over him. Now it can act consciously. Star Cloak told Yang Zai that he had to eat this stuff again because of him. And his raincoat became just a giant size, and Yang Zai thought, wow, this raincoat is just huge, he won't be able to take off from here. Then the cloak covered him. Yang Zai said he was trapped. Star Cloak told him that fortunately for him, he was unable to control it. Only he is able to cope with it, so he must die both in grief and despair. Some stars began to cling to Yang Zai. He asked what the hell was that? Why are they all sticking to him? And then the stars began to light up. They started getting hotter and hotter. But are they really bombs? Then there was an explosion. Tian Dodo was very worried about Mr. Yu Jai. The Star Cloak told her not to scream, because it had already exploded and turned into ashes. Tian Du, before I started crying, I said that this could not be. But then, when the cloak opened and ashes flew out, appeared, and a huge iron thing, in which Yang Zai sealed himself in order to survive. Star Cloak said that it was simply impossible how he survived after such a thing. Yang Zai started to shake himself off and said that he had let his guard down and almost died. Civilians began to rejoice. They said that, as expected from the magnificent Yu Jai. Tian Dodo shouted to him that she knew he wouldn't die so easily. Yang Zai told her that she always knows what to say. Yang Zai turned to the Star Cloak and said that he got it from Captain Cigar. Star Cloak was confused, after which he decided to attack Yang Zai. But Yang Zai used the ability of resistance and, addressing the deceased Cigar Captain, said that he would avenge him. And he began to absorb the stars. After that, nothing remained of the Star Cloak. Yang Xing said that he had pulled all the metal out of his body, and now he would turn into dust. And his former cloak was slowly falling towards Yang Zai. It was a Star Cloak. Its description, it has self-awareness, is a spiritual weapon, can attack directly the mental power of the enemy, is immune to a rank abilities, and it has incredible elasticity. Skill, Star Rain, stars explode, dealing damage to the enemy. Evaluation, the spiritual weapon dreams of becoming stronger, so it has power. This area should be careful and use it carefully too. Yang Zai told his new weapon that he was a good weapon. His old master is dead, now he will have a new one. To link them, you need to change its appearance. A raincoat and made a heart. It is interesting that Yang Zai replied that in order to keep such a weapon under control, he needs to be stronger than it all the time. Otherwise it will absorb him sooner or later. Then Mr. Yu Jai was hailed by civilians and asked him if he could save them. They are stuck in this liquid. Tian Dudu said it was egg white, and it was her doing, but she can't go back to the way it was. Yang Zai stood on his board and flew away, telling them to stay here and he would leave as soon as the resistance squad arrived. Tian Dudu fell to her knees and begged him not to leave. The backyard of Captain Cigar's house, where his son played football and kept waiting for his father. Then Yang Zai came up to him. The boy, laughing, asked him if he wanted to play football with him. To which Jan replied to himself that no, because he didn't come here at all for football. But when he saw him, he immediately wanted to play. After that, Yang Zai created a likeness of his father. The boy said he looked like a cloud. Meanwhile, Jan Blue noticeably placed cigar smoke in the boy and told him to start playing, and he would join in. Tian Dudu, along with his girlfriend named Yu Rong, were walking down the street and discussing what had happened. Tian Dudu said that, and then they were all saved by Mr. Yu Jai. It's a pity Yu Rong didn't see it. The battle between Lord Yu Jai and the Star Cloak was simply incomparable. Mr. Yu Jai took off, dodging the homing missiles of the Star Cloak, then beat him with one left. Yu Rong said that those who took the Star Cloak were less lucky because they were abandoned in the desert. But, fortunately, the helicopters arrived, otherwise they would have died anyway. Neither from the crash, so from the desert. Tian Dudu stopped her friend Yu Rong and said that maybe what they will do is fate, and they should value their lives more. Yu Damage agreed with her friend, said that yes, today she has a meeting with the organization of judges on behalf of Fanhai. We need to make a deal with them. She must be strong. A couple of days ago, an invitation letter arrived at their main office, and the senders turned out to be a member of the judges' organization, Mr. Yu Jai. She never thought that she would be chosen for this mission. God must have blessed her. It turns out that she will be able to see Mr. Yu Jai, who, as Tian Dodo says, is very handsome. Then Yangzai appeared behind her, unnoticed. Tian Dodo told her friend what was behind her. Yu Rong turned around and, very scared, asked who he was. Yangzai said what and why she was so surprised. Tian Du said that he looked very familiar. Is he a member of the judges' organization? Then Yu Damage whispered to her friend that she seemed to be a heroine. A rank from the second region, whose name is Swordswoman Blanche, said that in the organization of judges there is a man named Snake, whose peculiarity is a mask with the image of this animal. Tian Du came closer to him and asked what the snake was. Right. She is a friend of Mr. Yu Jai, who has recently been on the verge of life and death. Yangzai said it was understandable. Tian Du thought that they were both from the judges' organization, but for some reason he is so cold, she needs to be friendlier. So she started telling him that they had come here at his request of the organization to help him with the goods. But where is the product itself? Then Yangzai grabbed Yu Rong's hand and pulled her aside. Tian Du turned around and asked that why were they moving away. Yangzai grabbed the rope and said that didn't she ask where the goods were. After that, he pulled the rope and the floor under Tian Dodo opened, and she fell there. Yangzai thought that what kind of knife is one girl? Let her tease. Yu Ichron was very worried about his girlfriend and crawling up to this abyss asked if she was okay. Where is she? But there was only silence in response. Yangzai started the countdown. After that, Tian Du screamed that she was rich. And turning to his sister, Yu Ron said that she should come down soon, because she should take a look at it. She had never seen so many jewels in her life. She wants to live here forever. Yangzai said that these are the goods of the judges' organizations. For some reason, they hand them over to the care of Fanhai. Tian Du said that yes, they could definitely help them with these treasures. Don't let them worry about it. And turning to Sister Yu Rong, she said that how should one think, why did the judges need to transfer only the treasure of the Fanhai organization? Yu Rong said that Fanhai is the largest business agency. After trading, they will establish a basic trusting relationship that will help smooth future cooperation. Tian Dodo asked, what is cooperation? Yu Rong said that when raising the level, strong heroes rely not only on themselves, but they also need good weapons. Tian Dodo asked, does it really mean that they have people who are able to make weapons from monster materials? Yu Rong said that in the future, when he needs equipment or weapons, they will help him. Meanwhile, in the hospital room of Sister Yangzai, this bluish light was flying all over her, but he began to rise slowly, and then his sister Fei Fei woke up and told her brother that she was in pain. Yangzai had already returned to the city of Lugansk again and was now at its airport. Then Lin Nasu called out to him. She ran to him as fast as she could and said that she had just seen the news about the crash of the hijacked plane. She had already thought that she would never see him again. She hugged him and Yangzai told her that she was exaggerating too much. Lin Nasu said she was so worried about him. Yangzai said that everything was fine, he was fine. Lin Nasu said that the next time something like this happened, he should write to her that he was fine. Yangzai said that it was fine, but now he would send her home, and then he needed to meet his godson. Lin Nasu asked what godson. Yang 11 realized that he had blurted out a little too much and said that he and his friends called each other that. Lin Nasu said that it was fine then, but he should return home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan was drinking with the girls again. He kept complaining about his father and saying that this old man, after meeting his godfather, began to disappear somewhere in secret and he had no idea what was on his mind. It seems the godfather was just using him to get closer to his old man. And now that they've met, he doesn't need it anymore. Then Yangzai appeared in his apartment and used the psychic explosion ability to make the girls lose consciousness. Liu Yuan asked, what's going on here? What's wrong with them? Then Yangzai poured water on him. But since Liu Yuan had not yet realized that this was his godfather, he asked what kind of idiot dared to pour water on him. Does he really want him to beat him to death? Then Yangzai asked him why would he beat him up? Then Liu Yuan realized that it was his godfather and said that no, he would not dare for anything in his life, and if he allows it, someone will beat himself only to him. Yangzai patted him on the head and asked that didn't he just say that he was using it. Liu Yuan said that wasn't it. Yangzai told him not to judge himself like that, because he has potential and he trusts him. Liu Yuan was very touched by his words, and he asked if it was really true. He has never been able to get people's recognition. Yangzai said that, of course, to dispel all his doubts, he decided to arrange an expedition and give him a task as an official member of the organization, a spiritual contract, after which Lai Yuan passed out. He got into some strange place and saw a seal there. He asked what it was and touched her, after which the words sounded that the contracts were concluded. After that, he opened his eyes, found himself in some strange place. He asked that where is he now? Why does he feel as if he has found himself somewhere very far away? Then Yang Zai called out to him and told him that he had signed a contract with him in the spiritual and had overcome the gap between body and soul. Liu Yuan immediately asked his father in the neighborhood, "So where is his entire lower body?" Yang Zai told him not to be surprised, because they are in a space that is controlled by thoughts. Recently, Yang Zai has received many spiritual abilities and the same type of weapon, and during his research, he discovered that the space into which people who have signed a spiritual contract fall. Liu Yuan asked what was going on. Did they lock him up? Yang Zai said that, yes, and asked Liu Yuan to immerse himself in his gem. Liu Yuan said he would try to concentrate his consciousness. After that, he moved to another place. He saw his godfather sitting on the throne, who asked him what he was staring at. Should he approach him? Liu Yuan immediately rushed to him and said that the organization of judges is much stronger than his old man. It's too cool. Yang Zai told him that he had said he would give him an official membership, and the place where they are now is called the Heavenly Palace. This organization is used for information exchange, and the next time their meeting will take place here. Liu Yuan was just happy and could not gather his thoughts. He asked the godfather that what was his mission, and what place will he take. Yang Zai raised his hand and said that as he had said, he would be given official membership in the organization earlier. At the moment, the position of the rat is free and Liu Yuan was very happy and said that from now on he was in the position of a rat, and was about to go up to Yang Zai, but he ran into an invisible barrier and fell. He asked what for what. Yang Zai came down to him and said he was in too much of a hurry, who told him that it was within his authority to appoint him to this position. In the organization he occupies it, and does Liu Yuan still want to be on the same level with him? Liu Yuan said no, he thought the official membership he was talking about, but he was interrupted by Yang Zai, who told him to let him finish first. He said that the rat's position is free. This means that he can become a candidate for this position. Liu Yuan was very surprised, asked what the candidate was. Be one of them. Just don't let him say that there are other contenders in the person of his old man. Yang Zai said that Da Jai Zai Zhangxing he is also one of the candidates. The leader of the judge will determine who will take this place. And I thought that Liu Yuan is a very smart guy, isn't he? Liu Yuan was still in shock and said that father is too difficult. Is the godfather suggesting that he compete with his own father? To which Yang Zai replied that there was nothing he could do, because judges are an organization with strength in first place, and if Liu Yuan wants to take a high position, he must be capable and powerful. Liu Yuan told his godfather that he understood well, and he would not miss this chance. Let him send him on a mission sooner. Yang Zai told his godson that his father would never give him the glacier adventure, so he really wants Liu Yuan to figure out how to trap him, and then he will deal with him himself. Liu Yuan said that no problem, he promises that he will handle it. But he has a question for him. Yang Zai told him to ask. Liu Yuan asked that if he became a rat, would the godfather introduce him to Mao the rabbit? He saw her on TV, and she remained in his heart forever, and if he manages to marry her, then his life will not be lived in vain. Yang Zai only laughed through his teeth and thought that did he really want to marry his clone? After that, he kicked his godson and told him that it was enough to dream. He had to run and complete tasks. After that, Yang Zai returned to his home. He sat at the table and waited for Lin Nai-su to bring dinner and watched TV at that time. It was said on TV that a financial company in 2 regions called the Knights of the Round Table imposed a fine on the heroine of the rank swordswoman of the Seal Blanche. Those who provide useful information about it will receive 500,000, and those who manage to catch it will be given 5 million. Yang Zai asked, "What is Blanche?" At this time, Lin Na-su came into the room and said that the barbecue chicken was ready. She was in her underwear and tied an apron on top. Seeing her, Yang Zai was very impressed. Lin Nai-su came up to him to put his dinner and asked him what was the matter. Does she look bad? Yang Zai said no, she looks just fine. He meant something else, why is she on the card? But he was interrupted by Lin Nai-su, who said that didn't she tell him that she would surprise him? And it consists not only in delicious food, but also. But after Lin Na-su was very confused and could not finish, and stuffing a chicken into Yang Zai's mouth, she said that about nothing, let him eat. During dinner, Lin Nai-su asked him if he had watched what? News about the swordswoman Blanche. Yang Zai said yes, and asked what was the matter. Lin Nai-su said that she heard from other reporters that the heroine of a rank Blanche was in collusion with one organization, and then disappeared after a mass attack in the 2nd region. Yang Zai asked what, but why? Isn't she a noble heroine with an excellent reputation? She is beautiful and strong. Lin Nai-su said she didn't know, but she thought he was very worried about her. Yang 11 thought it was because they knew each other, and he knew that she wasn't the type to do something bad, because she was always desperate to save people. and he said that a person with such a unique charisma might have some secrets. But he asked her to wait and said that tomorrow he would find out everything. Lin Naisu wanted to say something, but Yang Zai interrupted her and said that she was very good at cooking each of her dishes just incomparably. Lin Naisu was dissatisfied with something and put it in the chopsticks, and putting the food aside, she got up and said that yes, he was right. She can't compare with her. If Na also helps others, then maybe he will pay more attention to her. Yang Zai also jumped up from his seat and ran over to Lin Naisu. He put his arm around her shoulders, then kissed her and told her that he was investigating this case, and not what she thought. Yang Zai told Lin Naisu that she was perfect for him, and Blanche was nothing compared to her. Lin Naisu said he said it wasn't what she thought, to which Yang Zai replied that he was a reporter, so it was important for him to know all the details of this case. Lin Naisu asked what is true. Yang Zai asked her that aren't all journalists like that. He is not interested in her in any other way. He only likes her. Lin Naisu hugged him again and said he was the best. Yang Zai mentally apologized to her, saying that sooner or later he would return her ability and apologize to her. The next day, Yang Zai was working at the computer. He asked, "What is it really so fast?" He opened the letter on the computer, and it was from Kyan to do. In it, she wrote to Mr. Yu Jai and said that she did not expect him to want to contact her himself, and they ask him that he is interested in Fanhai's information from the Darknet. She will provide it to him immediately. And in the letter Kyan Do attached links. Yang Zai clicked on this link. He was given information about heroes, such as the heroic messenger Sour Spicy Hero, Fury of the Earth Dragon, Princess Miao Mio, Glacial Adventurer. Yang 11, after reviewing all this, said that, as expected, everything is simple and straightforward from the Darknet. To begin with, he decided to check the information about the Sour Spicy Hero. Clicking on this link, an ad appeared that you first need to pay 100,000 in order to learn the information. I'm wearing asked what 100,000. It's better not to argue. He paid the money. He got all the information about the Sour Spicy Hero. The cat of his information is A526780. The real name of the Sour Spicy Hero is Li Jun. He graduated from the Hero faculty and Yanjin University. Now he works at the Red Abandoned Economic Enterprises of the city of Lugansk. The rank of this hero is B. He also participated in the invasion of the one-eyed jellyfish in a production on the business street of Lugansk. Recently, he has gained fame and popularity participating in various shows such as Running Hero and Funny Escape. He's probably interested in acting. According to a reliable source, the Sour Spicy Hero with his daughter Lai Tian was invited as guests of the new show of the season, where Daddy was hiding. Combat Skill Analytics, a rank potential recently fought a forest warrior. Apparently, he has gained a new ability, controls the power of his transformation. The names of skills and their strength are unknown, since Sour Spicy Heroes have never fought in public, can rise to a rank, thereby raising the annual hero rating. After reading all this information, Young 11 said that the Darknet is quite reliable, even recorded the time when they, together with the Sour Spicy Hero, taught a lesson to a forest warrior. But where did they get the information about the new ability? Therefore, Yang Zai decided to see what there is about Bing Chuan here. He opened the following link, but it said there was no information at the moment. Yang Zai asked, is there really nothing about him? Or was everything deliberately hidden? He decided to reveal information about Blanche and asked if they didn't have anything either. And the price of information is 700,000. But Yang Zai decided to pay such money. After that, all the information was revealed to him. Cat of information B245716. Swordswoman of the Seal. Real name is Dominique Blanche. She attached a financial company called Knights of the Round Table. The case is not solved. The incident began due to the fault of the hero rank, a masked boxer in the hotel. After a series of investigations, the financial company confirmed that Blanche, together with the organization of judges, had killed the masked boxer. In order to catch her and bring to justice, the Knights of the Round Table were united with the Association of Heroes. But one hero of a rank stopped his Blanche from escaping from Lugansk, as a result of which he was wounded. She was last seen at the port of the city of Shaju. There are reports that Blanche and a member of the judges' organization, Snake, are in a relationship. After reading this information, Yang Zai was shocked and asked, what is a masked boxer? Was he one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table? Didn't their company know that he was standing in the Saints organization? Or do they have something to hide? And what kind of relationship is that? If Lin Naisu saw this, she would get angry again. Well, we'll have to see if there's anything else. He decided to reveal information about himself. In the note it was written that information about the organization of judges such as Yu Jai, Snake, Rabbit Mao and others is already online, and Yu Jai's personal data is already on sale. You need to pay 30 million in order to find out the main secret of this powerful hero. Yancy was surprised and asked if the information about him was worth 30 million. So now Blanche is being stalked. Maybe it's mostly because of him. Meanwhile, the evil dragon was arguing with his mechanical hero father. The evil dragon asked why. After all, he is his son, why did he give Bing Chuan a chance to participate in the case of the white area? The mechanical hero asked his son if he really doubted his decision. The evil dragon said that he had promised that this place would be his. He promised that he would work with the heroine and explosive fist. They would go to the white area, where he would train. The mechanical hero could not stand it anymore and started shouting at his son that he had already changed his mind. He was no longer suitable for this role. The evil dragon asked why. Was it because he had lost to that Yu Jai that time? The mechanical hero slammed his fist on the table and told his son not to drag Yu Jai in here. How is it related to him at all? The mechanical hero got up and, putting his hand on his son's shoulder, said that his father has a head on his shoulders. He has no idea how dangerous this white area is. He is doing this for his son. The evil dragon pushed his father's hand away, and he said that he was saying that, but in fact he just didn't take him seriously. Then he went out and slammed the door. The mechanical hero thought he was stupid, because the white area is not just a territory with monsters, and those who were there also note that it is much more dangerous than they used to think about it. Come out of your father's office. The evil dragon saw his brother and asked him what he's doing here. Liu Yuan asked him what they are arguing about here. The evil dragon said that father wants to let Bing Chuan participate in the white area operation, and he is furious about it. Liu Yuan asked what? Doesn't the old man know that the white area is a great place to earn a lot of valuable materials from monsters? Passing by his brother, the evil dragon said that yes, if people find out, they will think that Lai Kangyong is Jai Zai Zhangsheng's biological son. When brother Shu Liu Yuan thought, why did the old man decide to send Lai Kangyong for surgery? What was he thinking? He needs to get to the heavenly palace as soon as possible and inform the godfather about everything. When you come to Yongzai Palace, ask your godson what brought him here at such an hour. Liu Yuan said he had something to tell. The old man sends Bing Chuan to the white area for surgery. Yongzai asked what he was up to. Liu Yuan said he didn't know, but his brother started arguing with him about it. It seems to him that he will not give Bing Chuan to him. Yongzai said that if he got rid of it, it would only alert people. Since Bing Chuan has a close relationship with Jai Zai Zhangsheng, then why don't you and him take part in this operation together? If something happens in the white area, then no one will be surprised. Liu Yuan asked that did his father really pursue such goals? Yongzai told him that then his task was to make sure that everything went according to his father's plan, and he and Bing Chuan took part in the operation together, and he should not worry about the rest. Liu Yuan said he understood, let him provide it. Yongzai returned to his apartment and said that while Lin Naizu was at work, he needed to improve his abilities in order to prepare for this operation. To begin with, he decided to upgrade transformation and cloning to B rank. After that, he received the ability to B rank. The name of this ability was transformation. Description: abilities, gives you the opportunity to transform in 0.01 seconds. 3 out of 9 costumes are available for transformation. You can change the parameters of the body, appearance, voice, personality, improves acting skills, and the owner of this ability should be careful when using it. Assessment of abilities. The owners of the ability definitely do not want to become a first-class actor. Yongzai also made another ability in rank. This ability was called cloning. Description of abilities. Creates a clone that has the abilities of the host. The lifespan is now 6 hours. Ability score, and the amount of energy is significantly increased. After that, Yongzai said that the dragon's ability was used to improve the spirit of the depths of the sea and fierce fire to a rank. After that, he received the ability of a rank. The name of the abilities was Water Leader. Ability description: 1 skill is Blood Rain, 2 skill is River Defense, and 3 skill is Water Steel Spear. Ability assessment: one day Bok said that he would get rain and he went. 2 A rank ability was called King of Fire. Description of abilities: 1 skill is a Phoenix Chick. 2 skill is the control of a territory that is engulfed in fire, which does not exceed the level of the owners of this ability. Yongzai said that the dragon sounds very cool. It suits my personal quality as arrogance. The next day, Blanche was on the ferry with a man. She gave him the money and said thank you for your help. The man said thank you to her and called her a beauty. But that's what interests him, because she is bathed in money and fame. So why would she be To which Blanche replied that the curious Varvara himself knows that if he wants to live, he should do what he should. And if anyone asks, then let him say that he knows nothing about it. The man said that he would keep the questions to himself. It was already evening and Blanche was walking around the city. She said it's only been a couple of days since she stopped in Shaju, but now she doesn't belong here. She's already turned from a superheroine into a criminal. Those who pursue and want to catch her are rank heroes, which is very problematic. She thought that a masked boxer could pretend to be a fighter for justice and a hero, but he was just a servant in the organization of saints. He must die. Why are companies not interested in her motives, but instead just chasing after her? When Snake used the identity of the masked boxer, he never managed to follow this hero in Shaju. He can only be found in Lugansk, where Yu-Jai constantly appears. The one who laughed and asked her if she really thought she could escape from them. Blanche immediately jumped up and saw that the man to whom she had given the money was already dead. She shouted that if they came for her, then why kill ordinary people? People remained circling around her at a fast speed and told her that, of course, they had come for her, but all her allies must also die. She remembers what she did to them then. It's time to take responsibility for your actions. Blanche said if he wants to fight, you should show up, not hide in the shadows. This man laughed and asked her if she was really angry. What difference does it make? Because his task is to kill her by any means. Then he wounded her. He said she was going to die today. Then Lin Nasu came up to her and asked if she was okay. She looked at her a little better and asked what had happened to her. But Blanche told her to get out of here as soon as possible. Lin Nasu started calling for help. Yang Zai came to the rescue in the form of a snake. He covered the girls with himself and told them not to be afraid, because he was already here. The man who attacked the girls asked, "What is a snake? Is he the man from the judge who defeated the Saints organization?" Yang Zai asked him that since they already knew each other, then why didn't he run away? This man laughed and said how much arrogance he did not expect to see him here. He really wants to see what he's capable of, and applied his Chrysanthemum Kai explosion ability. Young 11 was very surprised and covered this ability with himself so that she wouldn't get the girls. Then Blanche realized that the Chrysanthemum explosion, so he was Wang Shuxiang. Wang Shuxian came out of the shadows and said that do they still remember him? Blanche said that 2 years ago she caught him and put him behind bars. They even wanted to give him a life sentence. How did he manage to escape? Wang Shuxian laughed and said that, of course, he was helped with this. From now on, he is not that weakling Wang Shuxian, but already an S-rank user. Blanche had already taken out her sword and said that even if it cost her her life, she simply had to re-achieve his imprisonment. Yang Zai thought that his abilities were clearly above a rank, but if they didn't start fighting, Lin Naizu might get hurt. Now he can't fight with him, so we need to scare him away. Therefore, Yang Zai told him that he was certainly strong. But he was not alone here either. Yu-Jai, the S-rank hero from the judges organization, will arrive soon. Does he really think he can beat them? Wang Shuxian said what if he kills him before he shows up? Yang Zai told him to give it a try. Blanche shouted to the snake that no, he should run away soon, because she couldn't stop him. Lin Naisu at this time grabbed the phone and said that they would not leave them here to fend for themselves. She would call for reinforcements as soon as possible, because of the Hero Association. Wang Shuxian jumped on a lamppost and said that this time they had the numerical advantage, but one day he would come back for their lives. Then he disappeared. Lin Naixu said that they had succeeded in intimidating him, and the snake asked her that she hadn't called the Heroes Association. Had she? Lin Naix exhaled and said that she also just wanted to intimidate him, and Blanche is now wanted. It would cause her even more problems. Then Blanche said that she had a question for the snake. This is about the organization of judges. But the snake interrupted her and told her that first she had to be cured, and then he would come back for her when the time came. Then he left too. Lin Naisu asked that all these powerful heroes just love to disappear without a trace, don't they? Blanche said that tinsel is pure water, no one else does it like that. Lin Naixu asked her that she was sent, should she take her to the hospital? Blanche shook her head and said no, because it was too crowded. Lin Naisu has to go because she needs a secluded place to use her powers for regeneration. Then Lin Naixu suggested that she go to her house. She could rest there. Blanche asked what was going home. Then Yang Zai rushed over, and I asked Lin Naisu what she had been doing in the toilet for so long. But when he saw Blanche, he pretended to be very surprised and asked if it was really the famous heroine Blanche. What is she doing here? Blanche asked Lin Naisu who he was. Lin Naixu said it was her boyfriend. They went out for a run, and she suddenly wanted to go to the toilet. And already addressing Yang Zai, she told him that on the way she saw Blanche being attacked. Now she is injured, so she wants her to rest in our house. Does he mind? Yang Zai said fine, then let him carry her. The three of them were already approaching the house and Yang Zai was carrying Blanche on his back. Yang Zai asked Blanche if she was dating the man who was stalking her in Lunan. Blanche said that, and asked that how the two of them ended up in the port. Lin Naisu said she wouldn't believe it, but they actually just went out for a walk, and by chance they saw how this guy attacked her. Blanche thanked them again and said that she was a wanted criminal, so why did they need to attack her? Lin Naisu said that the Blanche she knows has always sacrificed herself to save others. She helped the children in Shaju, so she and Yang Zai do not consider her a bad person. Blanche said she didn't kill the masked boxer, and she also didn't work with the mysterious organization of judges. Yang Zai said that he had heard that the masked boxer had something to do with the saints in the city of Shaju. Even if Blanche had killed him, it would only be for the best. Blanche said it didn't matter how he died anymore. The main problem is that someone wants to use his death in order to get rid of it. And maybe also. But Yang Zai finished for her, saying that to involve judges in this organization, making them enemies number one. Blanche asked him if he really thought that too. Yang Zai said yes, because the rumors of the news are not so much against her as against the fact that she is cooperating with them. Lazy Naisu said that they have a good reputation because Yu Jai has saved the meadows many times, and now the snake has helped them. Blanche told them that maybe they didn't know, but lately heroes from all regions have become afraid of them. They even say that the organization of judges wants to take over 53 regions or even the whole world. Young 11 was very surprised and thought what? And Blanche went on to say that it made her realize that she was being hunted by people from all over the world. And judging by the reward that is promised for her, there are not so many people who want to get her. They are chasing her for information about her cooperation with the judges. Lin Naisu asked that how did it happen? Blanche said that since there are as many as 53 regions, the distribution of the number of superheroes and their abilities should be uniform in order to avoid the superiority of one region over others. These are the rules. That's why the Heroes Hour Association sends its members to another area. They call it a vacation. Lin Naisu said that clearly this information is confidential, so ordinary people like them won't really understand anything from this. And Yang Zai thought about it and thought that the heroine Explosive Fist had not been in Lugansk for a long time. And when the invasion occurred, I must say that she had only recently returned from vacation. It turns out that she fought in another region. Blanche said that there are too many strong heroes in the judges' organization, and the most powerful of them is Yu Jai. Because of their sudden appearance and uncontrolled enormous power, they have become a kind of lever of pressure on heroes from other areas. Someone wants to take this opportunity to bring all the superheroes together and destroy the judges. Yang Zai asked that are people really capable of spreading so much hatred with just rumors? Maybe they want to gather an army of heroes in order to resist the judges. Lin Naisu was shocked and said that they were encroaching on world peace. Yang Zai thought that the organization that trades blue pills is good at manipulating people's knowledge. I wonder if it has something to do with that attacker. Abilities appeared hundreds of years ago on a sky blue planet, which is now being watched by the white area. But there is also an organization that plans to destroy this place, and Fei Fei's problem with that blue light is still not solved. How tired he was. Young 11 asked Blanche that did she really come to Lugansk in order to confront the judges, to which Blanche replied to him that exactly the opposite. She came to find out everything and help them. Yang Zai was surprised and asked what could help the judges, to which Blanche replied that she was familiar with the snake and they had gone through fire and water together for the organization of judges, and now he miraculously showed up and saved her. She believes him, so she wants to ask about the true motives of the organization of judges. Yang Zai thought that miraculously, he just heard strange noises and overpaid hurried to Lin Naisu. Meanwhile, Lin Naisu asked Blanche that she thought Blanche liked a snake. Blanche shouted that no, he didn't like it. Meanwhile, in the main office of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce, Tian Bukui said that he did not think that such a rich and powerful organization of judges would be born among the four great seas. He turned to his daughter Kayan Dodo and told her that if she managed to join there, the opposition of the Kayan family would be greatly strengthened. Tian Dodo said that she would like it very much too, but despite their close relationship with Mr. Yu Jai, he never asked her to join the organization. Maybe then they can bribe him with treasures. Yu Ran told Tian Du that she was so smart. Tian Bukui laughed and said that okay, then let her organize an exhibition of weapons from monsters, and let her invite him there and give S-rank weapons to their family. Let the judge know about the strength and sincere intentions of their Tian family. Tian Dodo hugged her grandfather and said she was fine and thanked him. She always knew that he would not refuse her. But, apparently, her friend, Yu-ron, was not very happy with this. She thought that the judges. The next day, Lin Nai-su was setting breakfast on the table. Yang Zai came up to her and hugged her from behind. Lin Nai-su said she got a message. It said a morning meeting, so he can't have breakfast with them. Yang Zai told her that then let him give her a lift. Lin Nai-su said that everything is fine, not worth it. He must go, wash and sit down, have breakfast, otherwise what she cooked with such difficulty will be in vain. Lin Nai-su said she had to go and, addressing Blanche, told her to stay with them and recover. Blanche thanked them for taking care of her, but she should be on her way. Yang Zai asked what for. After all, everyone outside only wants to catch her. Blanche said she had things to do and tasks to do. She must continue, no matter what. He should not worry about her so much, because the wounds have almost healed by the will of fate. They will meet again. Yang Zai thought that he had secretly treated her last night and not so that she would go to certain death. He wanted to say something to her, but she had already disappeared. After breakfast, Yang Zai headed to the sea. He was standing on a rock and said she was trying out dragon skills here. Yang Zai took the form of a dragon. He was in the sea. He noticed someone and said that he seemed to know those two. He headed for the boat. Tian Dodo was on the 100 with his girlfriend. She told them to get out because they are not welcome here. She was just talking to a dragon with a fiery iron, a dark sword master, and Jill. The dark sword master told her that was she really sure of that. Without the support of their organization, the Tian family will never get an S-rank weapon. Tian Dodo was not going to back down and said that even after so many years, they do not stop playing the role of a dog that chases her, and now they believe that they are strong enough to bark when stepping over her. The Dark Sword Master said that he just hates their 7 for impulsive decisions. Even if he is a dog, she will still be able to surpass her. Then Yu-ron came forward and told them not to embarrass themselves. The Dark Master of the Sword asked, "What is shameful? Let him better show her what a shame is." He ordered them to tear Jai Yu-rong's clothes into pieces, because he wants to see how the two among the 4 seas looks like a beautiful girl. He appeared to Yang Sim in the guise of a dragon and said that a beautiful lady. He can ask them in which country the city of Lugansk is located. Tian Dudu was very happy to see him and asked that, judging by his appearance, he was Yu Jai's partner, right? Yang Zai asked, "What's the partner?" Well, she compared, of course. He's a dragon from the judges' organization. The people who were on this ship ran out. Everyone started taking pictures of him. Someone said that they have a new member of the 12th zodiac sign on the Chinese calendar. It's going to be hot in here. Then someone said that he behaves like a teenager. I wonder what he's even capable of. Yu-rong came closer to this dragon and greeted him, saying that they were friends of Yu Jai. And I asked him if he could take them away from here. To which he replied that he could not, because it was they who had to leave. The Dark Sword Master didn't like it. He called him a brat and asked that how dare he provoke the organization of love. Then they began to step on him. Yang Zai began to raise the water vapor. Everyone was very surprised by this sight. Tian Dodo asked what kind of attack is used. Yang Zai applied the river protection ability. And grinning, he asked that this was all they were capable of. Can't they do anything else? Then now it's his turn. Gil decided to attack Yang Zai first. But it didn't work out as Yang Zai blocked his attack. Gil said he couldn't move at all. After that, Yang Zai injured him with a drop of water and Gil fell. He thought that even a drop of water could become a serious weapon and injure people because of the difference in their fighting skills. He had no chance to defeat him. Then a dragon with a fiery iron attacked him and said that it had already become clear that his element was water, and the force increases near the sea. But he can close that gap in strength. Let his fire dragon iron teach him a lesson. Yang Zai told him that he was weak, but so annoying, who said he could only use water, and he thought that by activating the Fire Lord, he would be able to control the flame, which is below his level, after which he used the Fire Lord ability. Yang Zai told the Fire Iron Dragon that now he would also show him what it was like to be chased by a fire dragon. The dragon with the fiery iron was very scared and ran away. He said that this guy has 2 types of abilities. They should get out of here as quickly as possible. And the people on the ship just enjoyed this spectacle and photographed Yang Zai. One of the men said that he owns both water and fire at such an early age. The strength of the judges' organization is truly incredible and frightening. There are a lot of powerful heroes gathered there, it's just a sensation. Yang Zai then landed on the same vessel. Yu-ron came up to him, to whom he told that Gil had left so quickly, and he had just shouted, as if to save him, to beat him to death. Yu-ron thanked Yang Zai for saving her. Tian Dudu also ran up to him, who told him that since he was from the judges' organization, then could he help them find Mr. Yu Jai. They really wanted to invite him to the auction, which is arranged by Fan Hai. Yang Zai told her that he had a way to help them contact him. and then invite him personally. Tian Dodo asked, what kind of method is this? Yancy told them that if they signed a spiritual contract, they would become followers of the judge's organization. Tian Dodo's eyes even lit up, and she asked that it was really so easy to become their representative. Yancy said that he came at all on Yu Jai's orders. He hopes that they will be able to become representatives of their organization in order to continue to help them with goods. And he himself thought that the world is huge and he just needs to explore the territory of the four seas. Therefore, the Tian family would become a reliable ally. Tian Dodo said that she really wants to join. Yu Rong said that if it does not harm the Chamber of Commerce in any way, then it is also ready for it. After that, Yancy signed a spiritual contract with them. At this time, the evil dragon was training and watching TV. Then he saw on the news that a new dragon hero had appeared. Seeing this, he quickly dropped the dumbbells and ran to sort it out. In the evening at the auction of weapons, Chambers of Commerce, Fanhai, Yancy also came there in the guise of Yu Jai. When he got there, everyone started whispering. One of the men asked if Mr. Yu Jai was that famous and powerful hero there. Someone said that he had heard that he was cooperating with an organization that has an S-rank hero. And someone asked, isn't the Tian family in a state of decline lately? Why, then, are they still supported by such a large organization? Grandfather Tian Dodo came out to meet Yancy. He told him that he had heard a lot about him. Yancy said that he, too, finally managed to meet with the head of the Tian family. Grandpa Tian Dudu told him to sit down, because the auction will start soon. Then the Dark Sword Master came and ordered them all to stop. He said the important guest hadn't arrived yet. Where are they in such a hurry? Yancy thought that this jerk seemed to have prepared well. It looks like things won't go so smoothly now. The Dark Sword Master asked what was the matter. Isn't he welcome here? Doesn't he have an invitation too? Tian Dudu came up to him and told him not to think that she didn't know what he was up to. No one will bring their own weapons to the auction. The Dark Sword Master told her that it seemed that the situation of the Tian family was even worse than he thought, since they were so eager to find allies. The weapons of the Tian family have always been famous for their strength, however, the price for it is appropriate. And considering the recent events, the Dark One and the Sword Master brought their own weapons from the monster here in order to try them out. There's no problem in that, is there? Yu Rong couldn't stand it and said that he was publicly insulting the Tian family. Tian Bukui told her to take her time. Then Yancy came up to the Dark Master of the Sword and asked what he and the Uruk family were doing. The Dark Sword Master said yes and asked him if there is any problem. Yancy told him that he has some connections with the top of his family. The Dark Sword Master thought it was well done and asked him if he can ask who exactly he knows. Yancy began to think that, and how could he find out with whom exactly he was just bluffing now? He already knows him, and he will definitely understand if he lies now. In this case, in order to answer this question, he can only use. And then Yancy laughed and asked that why wouldn't he ask them about it in person when he gets home. After that, Yancy began to lay out the weapons on the table. The Dark Sword Master came up to him and asked if he really knew his aunt. Yancy said that he got this equipment from his friend's son, and it is awarded for its quality, and asked everyone to take their seats. Everyone took their seats and went out. The host said that welcome to the auction of weapons in the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce. An armor was rolled onto the stage, and the host said that the starting price of this armor is 3 million. People started offering their prices. Someone offered 3.6 million, someone is 4 million, and someone is 6 million at all. The Dark Sword Master called them all idiots and said that the same armor costs no more than 5. The Tian family must have exposed her in order to deceive people. Just don't let them tell him that they really don't have a really rare weapon. Then the presenter demonstrated the following lots, said that he believes each of them is related to this lot. One of the most outstanding works of the head of the Tian family. These are the Gloves of Light. The initial price of this lot is 200 million. The Dark Sword Master said that the old man deliberately laid out his main trump card in advance. The dragon with the fire iron said that it was a 2-star S-rank equipment. And Gil added that if an A-rank user has 3 gloves for a day, then he will be able to resist the power of S-rank. Yu Rong was also surprised and said that the price had increased to 300 million. Tian Dodo said that these gloves are with any collection of her father, and now they can just. Chan Bukui told Yu Jai that if he is interested, then why not try to put up his price. Yancy thought that the budget of the entire organization of judges is only 200 million. What other price? Tian Bukui patronized Zero to his hand and said that the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce intends to cooperate with the judges' organization, so he should accept this modest gift. Mr. Yu Jai should be shy. He is provided with the financial support of the Tian family. Then Yancy said that he would gratefully accept this gift. But then the Dark Sword Master offered his price and said that 310 million. The presenter said that 310 million and asked if someone could give more. Then Yancy said that 315 million. The dragon with the fiery iron asked the master of the dark ball that they would really continue to raise this price, to which the master of the dark sword said that no, he would give them to him. Meanwhile, the host said that they were congratulating Mr. Yujai on teaching the gloves of light. After that, 3 lots were put up, which was called the 1-star Jade Shield of S rank. Then the Dark Sword Master came on stage and interrupted the presenter. He grabbed the sword that Yancy was putting on the table at the time and said that if they were selling something, they had the right to try out the goods first, didn't they? Yancy thought he couldn't hold back, right? You wrong said that the Jade Shield is made on the conscience of using materials with a rank like the pattern Black Bee. But it is most effective against the spell, as it provides magical resistance. But in order to block physical attack, Azure Blue, Tian Dodo ran up to Yancy and asked him if he would lend her his gloves of light. She wants to destroy this sword. Yancy patted her on the head and told her to calm down and not worry about this. She should be patient and just watch. Meanwhile, the master of the dark sword struck with the sword that he grabbed from the table and hit the armor with all his strength. He said it was simply impossible. Contrary to his expectations, the sword broke into small pieces and the armor remained intact. The participants of this auction were very surprised. The man asked if the azure blue sword was a fake. It can't be that a member of the Uruk family used a fake weapon. Apparently, he brought in a fake sword in order to ruin the auction. It's very ugly. Tian Dodo asked Mr. Yujai that did he know in advance that this sword would not be able to destroy the shield. In fact, Yancy used the stealing ability and switched the sword. The master of the dark sword said that how could this be? The dragon with the fiery iron told the master of the dark sword that Mr. Yujai touched all his weapons and after these touches they all lost their power. Tian Dodo told him not to dare to blame others. Isn't his weapon S rank? It can't, it will just collapse at a single touch. The dragon with the fiery iron told her not to forget that he also had S rank abilities. Maybe he can change the internal structure of objects. Then people thought about it and said that it was logical, because Yujai definitely touched each of their weapons. The master of the dark ball said that if we are talking about deception, he believes that most likely it was done by the hand of the Tian family. Since such a dispute has arisen, they must find out the truth with the help of other weapons. Yancy said no problem. After that, the master of the dark ball took another weapon and began to test it. But this time everything went well. The master of the dark ball was shocked and said that the attack and defense of this equipment is at the level of S rank. The problem is not with them. Then she came up to him, pulled him to the milking, said that he had had enough. At first, he treats them cruelly, then throws mud at their clients. And he still has the nerve to show up here. A dragon with a fiery iron turned to the master of the dark sword and told him that he thought there was a traitor in the family who knew what was going on. After that, the master of the dark sword told his subjects that they were leaving here. Young 11 thought that fortunately, he interrupted him before he could remove the dark energy from another magic weapon. Then Yurong came up to Yancy and said that he deliberately spoke to him in order to. But she was also interrupted by Tan Bu Kui, who told the esteemed Mr. Yujai that he would also very much like to know what he did with that sword, and invited him to continue their conversation in the VIP room. Meanwhile, in the city of Lugansk, it was already late in the evening and Blanche was walking the streets. Then she turned her attention to the building and saw 5 elements there. One of the girls told her that hadn't she been taught that walking alone in the dark was very dangerous. Blanche snapped and said that no, they didn't teach her, but she would be one. The man told Blanche that she could not cope with their 5 elements, because today would be the date of her death. After the auction, they went to the reception. Tian Bu Kui told Mr. Yuzai that there are no outsiders here, and he hopes that he develops all his doubts. Yangjai said that whether it's a monster or a hero, both have ability genes in their bodies. And one day he discovered that weapons that are made of monsters also have these particles. Yurong said that the genes of abilities, it's like energy from alchemy as far as she understands it. Tian Bu Kui said that, but they masters can only feel and use it, but not extract it in any way. I wonder how Mr. Yujai does it. To which Yangjai honestly said that he was collecting it. It is his absorbing star ring tool that is able to extract the genes of abilities. Tian Dudu asked if he could really collect them with just a ring. Tian Bu Kui stood up and said that he had some achievements in alchemy, but he had never heard of collecting gene abilities. He showed Yangjai a brush and said it was a D-rank wolf brush. It accelerates healing, and I asked Mr. Yujai if he could demonstrate it to them. Yang Zai took this wolf brush and thought that with only 30 units of dark energy, it was better to leave everything as it is. After that, he used his stealing ability, and again he handed this wolf brush to Tianbu Kui, and I told him to check whether he was right or not. Tianbu Kui, taking this wolf brush, was very surprised and said that its energy had disappeared. It's just a huge breakthrough in alchemy. You wrong, asked Mr. Yu Zai that how does he use these received genes. Yang Zai thought that she had finally asked about it. If he told the Cayenne family about the production of the elixir, it would help improve their combat capability. And next time, Yang Zai won't have to fight alone in the territory of the Four Seas. After his thoughts, Yang Zai told her that they could be used to create special elixirs. It is thanks to them that all members of their organization have 2 or more abilities. Tian Dudu was insanely happy with these words and said that if the ability genes can be used to create equipment, then the 7 mythical S-rank weapons that exist only in theory can be made in practice. Yang Zai said it was a pity to disappoint her, but it was simply impossible. But in fact, he had been wanting to ask the head of the Chan family about something for a very long time. Tianbu Kui also said that, of course, he could ask him. Yang Zai said that the weapon is made from a certain part of the monster. Then why can this small part of the genes reach 30% of the total mass? Tianbu Kui said that after the death of the monster, a phenomenon occurs that is known in alchemy as a beam of energy. The energy is collected in a certain place, and they extract exactly this charged area, and then use special techniques in combination with an alchemical matrix to make a weapon out of a specific monster. And if Mr. Yu Zai is interested in alchemy, then he will be happy to demonstrate his years of accumulated experience. Yang Zai said yes, he would like to see it. Meanwhile, in the city of Lugansk, helicopters with reporters were flying there again. The formalists said that there were about 10 heroes gathered on Changkin Street in the city of Lugansk. The man, hearing this, asked what they were talking about, where did so much come from? But then I saw an evil dragon along with a lazy swordsman and a fiery fist. The evil dragon asked this man that it was his prey. How dare he encroach on it? The man said that he was the patron of dragons, but they were the first to find the seal swordswoman, 5 elements, and they are openly trying to take her away from them. 2 is not done, is it? The evil dragon was just furious and said that Blanche is a traitor, and they are 5 elements, because they are also from the Association of Heroes. Did they think he would just let them all go? Then he attacked this man. The journalist said that the patron of dragons can instantly kill a tiger with golden claws. Will his opponents in the face of 5 elements now be able to escape? A lot of comments poured in. Someone wrote that it's cool the patron saint of dragons is too beautiful. Today he will definitely commit a 5-fold murder. But the Red Lotus is also nothing such a great body. And someone asked, what kind of unscrupulousness? Will they really support the villain? To which he was told that what difference does it make if he's just his type? Why not then? Meanwhile, the Ice Fang and the Earth Bear and the Tree Man attacked the evil dragon from all sides. Seeing how the patron of dragons quickly dealt with the tiger with golden claws, the girl was very scared and thought that he had demonstrated his strength. If she did not want to die here, she should escape as soon as possible, so she will have a chance for retribution. But she didn't have time to do it, as the patron of dragons reached her. He told her she couldn't run away from him. And looking at Blanche, he said that now it was her turn. Liu Yuan watched them together with the fire butterfly through the TV. The fire butterfly calmed Yuan's people, telling him not to worry. After all, Blanche is not in the best shape right now. The defeat of his brother is almost impossible. Liu Yuan said yes, he wasn't worried about him, and he thought that he was worried about something else. Is Blanche a member of their organization of judges? And if her brother kills her, what will he say to his godfather? The fire butterfly told him that even though he says he's not worried, his face betrays the opposite. He and his brother are on very good terms. Liu Yuan headed for the exit and said yes, could she follow the broadcast while he was in the restroom? And he himself thought that no, he should immediately inform the godfather about it. He went to their palace, where Yang Zai asked him that why did he need him? Is it really something important? Liu Yuan said that this dragon lord today is just without pity. He is now going to kill Blanche, and asked the godfather that Blanche is a member of their organization. After all, this is all they talk about on the internet. They write that she is Mr. Snake's girlfriend. Yang Zai told him not to believe these silly rumors, the snake is too old. Liu Yuan pondered and thought that the old man and the young maiden, now everything is clear to him. So Blanche is actually his illegitimate daughter. It's a secret, so he'll pretend he doesn't know anything, so as not to give the godfather any more problems. Yang Zai said that okay, he would send reinforcements there. As he was leaving, Liu Yuan shouted to his godfather not to worry about it, because he would be watching the broadcast. and if something happens, he will immediately inform him about it. Yang Zai said it was fine. After Liu Yuan left, Yang Zai said fine. Now he can endow the dragon with 2 more types of abilities. It was an ability called Earth Control. Description of abilities: it can pick up ground vibrations and use sand to attack. This ability has 2 skills. 1 is a stone weight, and 2 skill is the power of the earth. The evaluation of this ability is a rank. 2 The ability was called Wind Control, and was also rated as a rank. Ability description: appeals to the forces of the wind spirit. And this ability already has 3 skills. 1 skill is Wind Blast, 2 skill is Levitation, and 3 skill is Flow Fusion. After that, Yang Zai endowed the dragon with these abilities and sent him to protect Blanche. Meanwhile, the patron of dragons told Blanche that he would give her time so that she could call Yu Jai here. Does she understand that he doesn't want to kill her, because they are on good terms when it comes to studying? To which Blanche replied that he should not waste time. If he wanted to fight, then go ahead. The patron of dragons told her that then let her show him what she was capable of. But Blanche did not allow herself to be attacked so easily. She managed to get her sword and an early patron of dragons. The journalist said that, unfortunately, their equipment was damaged and the image was missing, but he asks everyone to remain calm. Their reporter will arrive at the scene soon and continue this broadcast. The patron of dragons told Blanche that if she didn't call him, she would die now. Blanche told him to shut up. After that, the patron of dragons attacked her, but she managed to create a barrier around herself. The patron of dragons said it was just a warm-up. Lin Nai-su arrived at this place. She started broadcasting live from said that they arrived at Changtin Street. Everything is very confusing here. The Dragon Lord and Blanche are still fighting each other. The Dragon Lord grabbed Blanche by the neck and said that he was asking her for the last time whether she would call him or not. Blanche said no. After that, the Dragon Lord threw her into a concrete wall. The journalist said that after such injuries Blanche may never get up again. People started writing a lot of comments again. Some of them were written that it was a pity. Someone asked what's wrong. The Dragon Lord is truly merciless. And someone didn't even know what to say, he was just in shock. And someone agreed with the Dragon Lord and wrote that she was a traitor. Her death was only for the best. And the last comment was written that they are all heartless creatures. She risked her life when she saved them. Did they forget about all her merits? The Dragon Lord began to approach Blanche to deliver the final blow. Then Firefist couldn't stand the scream, but the Dragon Lords wanted him to stop it. The lazy swordsman agreed with her and told his friend to control himself. After all, at this rate, he will leave her a colleague for life. These dragons turned to them and asked, "What are they? Are they protecting a traitor?" Then Blanche got up and asked them what. Are they done with the negotiations? If so, maybe they will continue. Lin Nai-su said that Blanche in the past she sacrificed herself in the name of the safety of citizens. Her steadfastness is worthy of respect. The Dragon Lord swung and asked them if they had heard everything. She wants it herself. But then a dragon from the judges' organization appeared. And with the help of his ability, he stopped the Dragon Lord from striking. He used the River Keeper's ability. Yang Zai landed next to Blanche and asked her to apologize for the fact that their organization of judges was a little late. Hearing this, the commentators perked up again. They wrote that Blanche is a traitor and all this is true. Blanche shouted to the dragon that why was he saying she was a member of their organization. To which Yang Zai replied that if she wanted to stay alive, she had no other choice. After which, Yang Zai landed on the ground next to the Dragon Lord. And he said that it was fine, and now let him explain what their cutie Blanche had done to him. The Dragon Lord only asked that why didn't Yu Jai come instead? To which Yang Zai asked him why. Does he really think he can't handle it? If he overcomes him, then people who are much stronger than him will not keep him waiting long. After that, Yang Zai used his ability and 2 water hands began to squeeze the Dragon Lord. After which, Young 11 used his other ability, and a huge water palm struck directly at the Dragon Lord. There was a loud bang. Meanwhile, the real Yang Zai, hiding behind a tree, took out some kind of diary. This diary was given to him by Tian Bu Kui. He told him that the experience of a very respected alchemist, whose name is Damon, is described here, and something about his life. It's very valuable material. Yang Zai picked up this diary and opened it. He saw that the pages were shining and immediately closed the diary. Tian Bu Kui asked what happened to Mr. Yu Zai, and if he wants, he can lend it to him for a while. Yang Zai apologized and said that there were so many interesting things in this diary that he got a little carried away. But he is very grateful to him for his trust. Yang Zai opened this X diary again and said that there is a secret entry in the diary, which can only be read by people of the 3rd rank of spiritual power and above. Mr. Tian Bu Kui probably never seen her. Yang Zai started flipping through the diary and said that here. In the diary it was written that the daemon came from the far mainland of the planet Odysseus and is a member of the Afonso family. When he used the initial magic, he accidentally got here. He landed on one of the plains. I found the legendary hero stone there. The hero stone, even for losers without magic like it, appears as a treasure that can grant strength to those of them who comprehend its true essence. When he extracted only a small part of this stone, he surpassed the strength of his ancestors, quickly reached rank 4 and became one of the greatest gods. But it's time to come back. But before he left, the daemon helped a group of human beings become stronger by teaching them to open a portal to another world, the so-called white area. The lucky person who found this diary must go in search of the hero stone that he hid on this planet. He gives it to people in order to demonstrate their imminent enslavement. After reading all this, Yang Zai saw what a white light you are and thought, is this white light really the key to the location of the hero stone? It seems that their civilization is much older than Earth's. This world holds many more secrets that he has to learn. Meanwhile, the slaughter was still going on. Lin Nixu said that at the moment, the Dragon Lords are still pinned against the wall after receiving some injuries. A new member of the organization, although they resemble a child, but he has incredible power. Their power is increasingly frightening. Then this dragon appeared in front of her and told her not to be afraid of him, calling her sister. He also said that his plant is a dragon, and he is one of the representatives of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope. The organization of judges is designed to fight evil and only with it. Therefore, they all should not be afraid of them. There was a loud bang. It was the Dragon Lord who took the form of a dragon. Yang Zai said that, having entered the third phase of his reincarnation, he seems to have lost the human at once, which in itself is very dangerous. Lin Naisu should stay as far away from him as possible and see to the safety of the others. Yang Zai then left Changtin Street. Yang Zai tried to attack the new form of the evil dragon, but it didn't work out. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Association, Liu Yuan and Fire Butterfly were still watching the live broadcast. Liu Yuan said it's a dragon, about his age, but already as strong as expected. The organization of the judges is amazing. The fiery butterfly asked him if he didn't think it was somehow colder. They looked up and saw that they no longer had a ceiling. The fire butterfly looked very worried and said that as befitted a young master, he had almost pulverized them. Meanwhile, Chen Qin is back on the street. Yang Zai was still fighting this evil dragon. The evil dragon pushed him away, and Yang Zai began to fall. He almost hit Lin Naisu, but at the last moment he managed to save her, and the girl thanked him. Yang Zai thought that the destructive power of this guy is much stronger. It seems that we need to finish this battle as soon as possible. But at that moment, a sword pierced him. It was a lazy swordsman who said that he had been waiting for a very long time for the moment when he would finally let down his guard. He used the ability to chase the wind ball. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, the journalist said that in order to crush the dragon, the wandering swordsman ignored all the consequences of the attack of chasing the ball winds, used an ability that reaches S rank in strength. Now the dragon is defenseless, another powerful attack and he is finished. However, the dragon acted very recklessly when he tried to protect an innocent reporter. This moment caused a contradictory reaction in society. At this moment, the commentators became animated again and wrote that since the dragon saves people before attacking him, it is not at all a noble cause, even in case of victory. And someone asked if anyone even understands who the heroes are fighting for, and can they not bring so much destruction to the city? And someone wrote that the Dragon Lord has a lot more people than the total number of words written by them, sofa experts. Back on Changqin Street, the lazy swordsman was joined by the fiery fist. She also started attacking Yang Zai, but she did not succeed, and she said that she had done everything in her power. And turning to the Dragon Lord, she said that she would leave the rest to him. Lin Naisu said that by joining forces, the three heroes managed to injure the river monster Lord Dragon. Now this place is turning into a swamp. Yang Zai used his flow fusion ability and tried to attack the Dragon Lord. He succeeded, and the Dragon Lord lost his balance and began to fall. Yang Zai used the Earth Force ability and attacked the Dragon Lord. He told him to give up sitting. This time he was definitely finished. He grabbed the dragon with a stone fist and threw it into the ground. After that, the Dragon Lord lost consciousness and assumed his normal appearance. Yang Zai grabbed all three heroes and, turning to the mechanical hero, asked him what. And he knows a lot about the choice, doesn't he? Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the mechanical hero also watched the live broadcast and saw this appeal to him. He was shaking very much from anger and squeezed the glass with such force that it broke into small pieces. Changqin Street, Lin Naisu said that he meant a choice between a Dragon Lord and a wandering swordsman. or he used 2 rank heroes for some kind of deal of his own. But wait, Jai Zai Zhangsheng really appeared. The mechanical hero arrived here together with the glacier adventurer. He remembered then his conversation with Mr. Yu Jai. He then asked him that after all this story, he was only asking him to investigate the case of the blue pills, to which Mr. Liuzi then replied that not only did he need his help in order to take part in the operation of the white area, but as a reward he would give him an elixir of rank A, which would allow him to become the owner of 2 abilities. The mechanical hero landed next to the dragon, which was actually Yang Zai. The mechanical hero suggested to him that they would carry out everything according to the original plan. The glacier adventurer turned noticeably pale and asked the mechanical hero that when did they manage to make a deal with them, to which the mechanical hero replied to him that a deal is a deal. At first, emotion possessed him, so he could not decide on it for a long time. But now, when the Dragon Lord and the Wandering Swordsman are involved in this, the sacrifice in the form of one subordinate does not cost him anything. The glacier adventurer was very scared and said that if we are talking about 2 heroes of a rank, then any sacrifice is justified. The mechanical hero patted him on the shoulder and said that since he also thinks so, he is much calmer. Yang Zai then chopped off the glacier adventurer's legs and arms. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Association, Liu Yun watched all this through binoculars and said that he should have done this a long time ago, instead of pulling the cat by the tail. He can already see the new elixir of ability waving to him in greeting. Chankin Street. The glacial adventurer was just terrified and asked why. Why did they attack him? The mechanical hero didn't answer him, just threw his body at Yang Zai's feet. Glacial adventurer asked them that he didn't do anything wrong to them. Why are they killing him? To which Yang Zai replied that didn't he already know what was going on? Isn't that right? Taking drugs, killing civilians is a kind of justice for a villain like him. After that, Yang Zai returned his son and the lazy swordsman to the mechanical hero. The mechanical hero told the dragon that he had already expelled the glacier adventurer from his organization. Now the rest is on him. Then they heard the glacier adventurer laughing viciously. He used some kind of ability, and he had icy hands and feet. Then he got up and, turning to everyone, asked them, "What now?" Let them tell him how he can take revenge on them for this. The glacier adventurer told everyone that they were destined to die here and now. The mechanical hero suggested that Yang Zai join forces and kill him. Yang Zai said no problem. After that, he used his Phoenix Bird ability. Glacier Adventurer says that the power of ice is quite enough to turn a fire monster into a servant of his Ice Eagle, and used freezing. The ice bullets flew straight at Yang Zai, and he managed to get through the barrier that Yang Zai created. Glacier Adventurer said it was too weak, and I turned to the mechanical hero. He told him to show him something new. The mechanical hero fired his bullets at him, and he said that it seems that under the influence of drugs, only quantity increases, not quality. After that, he used his ability and directed it directly into the eyes of the Glacier Adventurer, after which the Glacier Adventurer lost coordination and fell to the ground. Yang Zai asked, "Is it really that easy to kill him? Let's check it out now." The mechanical hero said that there was no need for this, because he had already completely figured it out. Then they noticed that something began to flow out of the body of the glacier bodybuilder. As this thing started to grow, and began to wrap around the mechanical hero and Yang Zai. The mechanical hero asked, "What the hell is this?" Yang Zai said he didn't know and asked him if he could fire a couple of shots in order to blow them up. Then they noticed the glacial thief, who laughed and said that what a strange feeling it seems, the rumors do not lie. The mechanical hero called him and said that he was yours, that only he had turned. Yang Zai said that this was probably the secret of Bing Chuan. And next to the building, the man who was selling these blue pills to the heroes was hiding. This mysterious man said that what a shame, because it almost turned out. Although number 52 has officially failed, however, its destructive power is much stronger than the previous ones. Was it because of his own desire? Undoubtedly, the more he studies spiritual power, the more magical it seems to him. And with each new detail he becomes more and more convinced of his own incompetence. You need to get the 3rd level of spiritual power in order to reach the level of a great commander as soon as possible. He decided to wait until the end, then he would take his dark blue fragment. He will let these 2 heroes exhaust him in order not to waste his strength. And he was watched by Yang Zai, who looked at him from the roof and said that he was not the only hunter here who was waiting for his prey. Lin Naixu said that no aircraft could approach the battle site, so they retreated to a safe area. From the current situation, it becomes obvious that this type of ability can subdue people with its power. But this, apparently, is only possible for a while. And as for the hero Bing Chuan, who knows a lot more, his reincarnation is more like an infection. The dragon used the ability to merge streams and thought that more and more tentacles were getting entangled. He and the mechanical hero somehow managed to cut all these tentacles in order to free themselves. Glacial adventurers laughed and, addressing the mechanical hero, asked him why is he behaving like this? Didn't he want him to join Kunlun? After he removes the mechanical hero, he intends to deal with his entire company entirely. But he does not feel disgusted when talking about eating people, because they are just squeaking for their dark blue race. But he didn't understand what he said and asked what kind of dark blue race. His head began to ache violently. He started screaming that it was all because of them. It was they who set his brain on fire when they made him feel such pain. But then he took another dose and, exhaling, said that after another dose he felt much better. Yancy in the dragon incarnation said that his body does not belong to a real glacier adventurer who was quartered. But he just hasn't figured it out yet. You need to find a real body and deal critical damage to it. The mechanical hero said that he can use exploding eggs in order to get rid of this stupid monster. But then the dragon has to figure out how to get him out of here. Yang 11 used the phoenix bird's ability again and said good. All these tentacles began to burn, and the mechanical hero was freed. That mechanical hero, addressing the dragon, said that he forgot to tell him something. This explosion extends to 500 meters. He won't have time to escape. And then there was an explosion. Yancy thought that Jai Zhixing was cunning, but it was good that his body was just his clone. Then they started writing in the comments again. Someone asked if the dragon really lost its legs. After all, this is the first time an organization suffers such enormous damage by a judge. Someone wrote that the mechanical hero simply had to warn him about it in advance. And another commenter wrote that if they could, they would unite for the sake of defeating monsters. Then they started writing comments about these giant tentacles. They wrote that similar tentacles are still alive. Let someone get rid of them already. And someone wrote that he is now going to the city of Lugansk. But if the situation gets out of control, he is very afraid that he will not be able to escape from there. They also wrote that even the exploding egg of the mechanical hero could not cope with this monster, all in vain. Then who are you in a panic at all, and wrote that the end of the world is already near. There was a sour spicy hero who said that how could he stay away when they guys were fighting such a monster. A fiery fist appeared next to him, who told him that she was also in business. Then others began to join them. They asked that they also want to help them. Lin Naisu said that today is perhaps the longest night in the history of this city. An unknown something invaded Lugansk, and his destructive power has caused them enormous damage, and they do not know how to cope with it. But they must not lose hope, because now numerous heroes have stepped into the battle. She believes that the dawn will come soon. The man who also hosted this broadcast was very impressed by her words, and he said that maybe it would be easier not to resist, but to nobly give his lives. As the reporter said, they will not stop believing in the best, but will continue to believe and wait for the sunrise. People in the comments began to write that Lugansk would not back down. They wrote that the city would not give up, and neither would the heroes. They should not lose hope. They are all waiting for the dawn. Yancy asked the heroes who came that did they really decide to become a feeding trough for a monster. The fiery fist asked him that did he really have a choice. Yancy said that, of course, and asked everyone to disperse, because he did not want to hurt someone. After that, he used the wind blast ability, and he thought that, fortunately, it's just a clone. He wouldn't want to die like that. Fire Fist asked what he was up to there. The sour spicy hero told her that, judging by the course of the battle, a long-range attack would not be able to harm this monster. His skeleton is hidden deep. Someone has to come closer and strike the decisive blow. Fire Fist asked, which is closer? Just don't let him say that he. But Yancy has already rushed into battle. There was an explosion, and the blue tentacles disappeared. From the surprise of the journalist, he even stood up and said that no one expected that the organization of judges would stand up to this. Their participant dragon lost both legs and could have died, but he is still eager to take revenge on the monster, even risking his own life. Lin Naik started crying from a young age and thought that thanks to the dragon that gave them all the light. Meanwhile, Jansen is to yowl on the roof and said that now he is a new dragon. The abilities of a rank are still the same. It is the control of water, earth and air, as well as the king of fire. The new dragon said he understood. The mechanical hero landed on the ground and asked who was there. When the fog cleared, the mechanical hero saw a blue stone that was floating, and he decided to touch it. That mysterious man appeared behind him and said that he was an unreasonable person and he was not allowed to touch him, after which he pierced the mechanical hero. The mechanical hero thought that this could not be his armor because it was not broken, but he still received damage. He's so close to it, but the alarm system still hasn't worked. This mysterious man said that, as he thought, all the heroes rely on magical enlightenment. The journalist was also very shocked and asked what was going on here. The blue sword. Was he fighting on the side of a monster? The main character jumped away from him and asked who he was, and how did he manage to attack him. Our mysterious man told him that he had failed. He was just too weak himself, so he did not feel his attack. So let him watch as he drains his nervous system at a time when he can't do anything about it. This mysterious man was already reaching for this blue stone. But then Yu-Jai appeared, who grabbed this stone and said that he was very sorry to admit it. But this dark blue stone now belongs to the organization of judges. The journalist was very excited and said that Yu-Jai from the judges had appeared, and with his help, they will finally achieve a peaceful life. People in the comments perked up again and started writing that Mr. Yu-Jai dropped his bulletproof vest. They wrote that he should be much stronger than a mechanical hero. People really hope that he won't lose his temper from losing the dragon. After all, the hero they've all been waiting for has appeared. The mysterious man turned to Yu-Jai and said that the Yuan-Chu organization did not want to feud with the judges. He must return the dark blue stone to him, and he will pretend that nothing ever happened. Here the journalists had problems. The man who was filming all this asked why he couldn't shoot anymore. Did the equipment break down? Lin Naixu said she didn't think she was doing anything in technique. It looked like she was affected by some kind of spiritual type ability. They should inform everyone about it. At this time, Yang Zai thought that so the organization that trades with blue pills is called Yuan-Chu, and he deliberately disabled all the equipment in order not to shine himself and not show the world. He seems to be driven by a larger goal. And I asked him what if he wanted to declare them his enemies. The mysterious man wasted no time and attacked Yang Zai and said that since he longs for death, he will certainly fulfill his wish. But Yang Zai managed to use the spiritual explosion ability. The mysterious man said that the spiritual power of the third degree and the weapon in his hands had dissipated. Their leader reached the third stage 15 years ago, and now he claims that he will overcome human limits their dark blue trump card is capable of. He did not think that there were other holders of the third stage. Yang Zai thought that it looked like the spiritual particles of Fei Fei had something to do with the dark blue race, and that's why he just can't let them go. The mysterious man said that what a coincidence he originally wanted to fight with him, but the organization assigned him to one urgent task, and he will help him a lot in this if he cuts the dark blue stone until the next time. They would meet again, and then he would get it back. Yang Zai tried to stop him and said that who gave him the right to run away? Should he stand to the last? After which, he attacked him with his ability. The mysterious man turned around and thought that this spiritual explosion was too strong. His shield might not be able to withstand a few more blows. But he didn't have time to do anything, as Yang Zai was already stepping on him. He called him names, and then collapsed to the ground. And Yang Zai sent greetings to the representatives of the dark blue race and congratulated them on the fact that they are now prisoners of the organization of judges. The mysterious man said, Ian, that if you wanted to kill him, then let him kill. He admits defeat. Yang Zai came closer to him and asked what his feelings were from what was happening. Does he really want to taste it again? But if he is obedient to answer all his questions, then maybe he will even spare him. He should tell him how the Hero Glacier Adventurer is connected with this blue stuff. The mysterious man said that nothing would happen if he told about elementary particles. He began to tell me that usually the spiritual body of representatives is dark blue and contains a lot of these particles. With the beginning of the period of change, these blue elements gradually change the soul of the wearer. Their sprouts track the location of the participants of the light in order to get a soul from a representative of the race in the future. And the greater the spiritual force, the denser the particles are located in the body. Urban are cultivated, thereby increasing in size. The more stable these paints are, the more particles of power a person can absorb, revealing secret techniques or combat skills. The dark blue race actively trades blue pills in order to find a suitable body for their migration. Of course, everyone is able to stand when the particles begin to act, but once they fail, they lose their rank. This is the dark blue uniform. Yang Zai asked him that if a person gets infected with these particles, is there any way to cure him? The mysterious man asked him that why did he have such a question? Is there anyone among the test subjects who he values so much? Yang Zai did not tolerate this and asked him what he did not want to say, after which he pierced him with spiritual blades. Oh, strange things started happening. Some kind of creature came out of the mysterious man. After that, this man lost consciousness. His strength began to dissipate, and everyone saw who this mysterious man was. And everyone was in great shock from this. It was a woman, and she is the headmistress of Ouyang. She is the head of the Association of Heroes of the city of Lugansk. Yang Zai said that it seems that Yuan Chu's organization has already infiltrated the Heroes Association. The mechanical hero told him that as for the murder of the headmistress, he could release a witness in defense of the organization of judges. This will also serve as a reckoning, also for the non-industrial injury of the dragon. Yang Zai didn't like it. He started shouting at the mechanical hero, saying that he has any idea how difficult it is to cultivate the owners of 4 abilities. Is he just trying to hush it up with a couple of words? The mechanical hero asked him, then what does he want? Yang Zai told the mechanical hero to let Liu Yuan replace the dragon and become the successor of the Kunlun company. The mechanical hero said that, of course, but in order to make him a successor, he just needs to reach at least a rank. Otherwise, the others will simply not support his decision. Yang Zai said it was a deal. As soon as Liu Yuan becomes a rank hero, he will immediately be handed over to the Kunlun company. After which, Yang Zai rushed off. He told the snake that he had to deal with Blanche, and he himself would go to the hospital right away. Snake said it was good. Yang Zai rushed to the hospital and thought that a strange wave had formed after the death of the glacier adventurer. Yang Zai is confused right now, so he needs to check on Fei Fei as soon as possible. Kunlun Heroic Association, Main Hall, morning. The mechanical hero gathered all the heroes and told them that they had all seen that Headmistress Yang had been infected. Annette suggests that she was a spy of some secret organization, which is to blame for the mutation of the hero Bing Chuan. Therefore, he asks them to answer the questions of the Heroes Association honestly. The sour spicy hero said yes, of course, and Fire Fist said that if he had everything, then they would go. After that, everyone left, but the mechanical hero stopped Liu Yuan and told him to come here. Liu Yuan asked, "What's the matter?" The mechanical hero put his hand on his son's shoulder and said that he had made a deal with Yu Jai. He wants to make him the successor of the Kunlun company, so he will need a rank ability. He should not miss his chance. Liu Yuan asked that isn't the dragon holding this position? Why did he suddenly change his mind? And it's also very strong. It will spoil their relationship with their brother. And I thought that his goal is to become a member of the judge of one of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope to fulfill the will of the dragon. He said that his godfather opened the way for him to a bright future, while his father forces him to run family errands. He will waste his talent. The mechanical hero thought that Yu Jai had done his best, but he underestimated his relationship with his sons. The mechanical hero walked up to Liu Yuan and hugged him, saying that he had finally grown up. Liu Yuan told his father to let him go, because he is already an adult. It's disgusting. City street, morning. Blanche was sitting all wounded. Then someone came up to her and held out his hand. It was the snake who told her that he would help her get up. Blanche was shaking all over, but she said she could handle it on her own. But when she tried to get up, she fell down again. Snake told her not to force herself. Blanche began to cry and begged him for forgiveness, saying that the dragon died because of her. Snake patted her on the head and said it was her fault. She should go with him. The judge's organization sent him to help her. Blanche took his hand and said that it was fine, as he said. Hospital, morning. Yang Zai was floating high in the sky and thought that he and the hospital thought a strange energy. The hospital is covered with a barrier of dark blue light. Yang Zai walked into the hospital corridor and said there was not a soul here. But then he saw how the portal opened, from which the monster got out. Yang Zhao stepped in and said that this wave turned all the victims of the incident in the department store into a dark blue uniform. Then a monster grabbed him from behind and shouted that he would eat him. Mutated people began to fill the corridors of the hospital. Yang Zai threw the monster that had grabbed him over his shoulder. After that, Wu killed him as he killed most of these monsters. He said that, fortunately, there were no fairies among them. Maybe she hasn't had time to transform yet. He went to her room, and he saw his sister hovering over the hospital bed. He wondered if his sister Fei Fei was mutating. Elementary particles gather on one side, her body and the other. She tries to defend herself with her willpower. She screamed, then fell on the bed. Yang Zai touched her. Fei Fei opened her eyes. She took the blade and presented it to Yang Zai's throat. And she asked who he was. Yang Zai told her that he was her older brother. Fei Fei said it was nonsense. He had a completely different voice. Yang Zai said that he just forgot to change it back, after which he assumed his true form and asked that this should be enough, right? But Fei Fei said that her brother should not be able to transform. Who the hell is he? Then Young 11 decided to tell her that at the age of 7 she described a sheet, and so that the parent would not find out, she lied to him and asked him to sleep with him, and then framed him when she blamed all the blame. Fei Fei immediately calmed down and asked him if he could really reincarnate. Yang Zai told her to get her out of here first. He would tell her everything on the way. After that, why they came to his apartment. Fei Fei, did you go to the bathroom to wash? Lin Naisu was cooking dinner. Yang Zai came up to her and hugged her from behind, saying that she had prepared so much today. Lin Naisu turned to him and said that Fei Fei had woken up. It was a miracle. That's why they should definitely celebrate it. Today, at work, she felt how weak a person can be in front of an unknown force, even someone as strong as a dragon too. So she learned to burn her love even more. Yang Zai, Lin and Su were about to kiss, but then Fei Fei came out of the bath, thereby preventing them from doing it. Fei Fei asked if lunch was ready. She's already showered. Lin Naisu pushed Yang Zai away and said that yes, everything is ready. Fei Fei looked at the table that Lin Naisu had set and said that yes, all her favorite food was here. And turning to Lin Naisu, she said that she adored her, calling her sister. After that, Fei Fei sat down at the table and said that she would start trying this food. She was joined by Yang Zai and Lin Naisu. Yang Zai said that he would give anything to have his dear people live peacefully and happily. After everyone had eaten, Yang Zai invited Fei Fei to his room. Fei Fei asked him if they really shouldn't tell their parents about her awakening. Yang Zai said no, because the Association of Heroes investigates cases of mutation in the hospital is better, let them consider her dead. The more they know, the more serious the danger they are exposed to. And you can't tell Lin Nice all about his abilities. Fei Fei said it was fine. From now on, let her brother not take everything on himself, but let her help too. Yang Zai said it was his own fault for not being able to protect her when he forced her to become part of another world. Fei Fei said that everything was fine, but she had learned a lot. For example, this blade directly attacks the enemy's mental power, and she asked her brother to try to apply human control on her, although she is completely healthy. But she is afraid that she can be controlled by the dark blue race. Yang Zai said that while her physical body is special, first you need to improve the ability to S rank. What he did, he took an ability called Control. A description that uses an illusion spell to destroy an S-rank opponent, can brainwash a rank targets in order to completely subdue her will for 30 years. Every day the spiritual body penetrates into the controlled one and takes 6 hours from him. Ability score S-rank. After that, Yang Zai applied the control ability on his sister. He thought that this feeling was different from the previous sensations. What is the solution to the mystery and what rules does it follow? Could what Yang Zai sees be true? And how can he overcome this? Being bound by all sorts of restrictions. Yang Zai was currently in Fei Fei's mind and asked, "Who is this saying?" After that, the earth began to suck in Yang Zai, and this voice said that what a sad find. Yang Zai woke up all pale and said that damn, they almost broke his spiritual power. Fei Fei asked her brother if he was okay. Yang Zai said that the control was completed, and now he has a much more important task for her. Then Lin Naisu came into the room and asked Yang Zai if he wanted fruit. Yang Zai said yes. After a while, the two of them were sitting in the living room and Lin Naisu was working on a laptop. Yang Zai asked her what does she do. Lin Naisu said that she was given a new position because she did well last time. Yang Zai asked if it would be dangerous there as well. Lin Naisu smiled at him and said that no, he wouldn't, he shouldn't worry so much. This time she was entrusted to broadcast from a special booth. Yang Zai raised Zai passing by Lin on Su inserted her ability. This ability was called the Green Snake Chain. Description of abilities: automatically activate the protective chain when the owner is in danger, turns into a green snake and attacks the enemy. The ability score is in the rank Y chain and not chain. This refers to the decoration. Meanwhile, Blanche, along with Cayenne Dodo and Yu Rong, was at the springs. Yu Rong told Miss Blanche that this source is very good for health. He will help her recover. Blanche asked what was true. Then she got up and said that the organization was looking for her, they could stay for her to pass. Then she lay down on the couch and thought, is this really a new task? Cayenne Dodo said that, as befits a long-time member of the organization, she is doing a very good job of laying low. Heavenly Palace. Young 11 asked Blanche if she had heard about the territory of the Four Seas. The organization sends her there in order to learn more about the dark blue race. If she can pass this test, she can become the 28th member of the organization. Blanche said she was going to take a membership test and head to the designated location right away. Yang Zai thought that his lie had finally succeeded in their little team. Researchers will appear to be a really strong participant. Yang Zai said that it was fine, but first she needed to go to the Cayenne family and replenish all her strength. Blanche bowed to him and said that it was fine. Then she disappeared. Now Rabbit appeared next to Yang Zai, who asked if she could say anything. Yang Zai told her to talk. Then Mao Rabbit burst out, and she said that it was Blanche from the Knights of the Round Table. She likes her very much. Can she get her autograph? Yancy said that, and he thought that she was so silent, but it turns out that she just met her idol. Rabbit Mao turned out to be his sister Fei Fei. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that from now on her name is Rabbit Mao. She should behave well and not let herself be revealed. Fei Fei said that they would definitely work together with her in the future, and she'll have a better chance of getting her autograph. Yancy thought, no, that's not the main thing at all. Fei Fei asked his older brother what he was going to do next. Yancy said he already has a plan. The Knights of the Round Table Company is closely related to the dark blue race. He will let the sour spicy hero and Lu Yuan investigate this case, and Blanche will go to explore the territory of the Four Seas. And Yu Fan is tasked with infiltrating the Association of Heroes and becoming one of the strongest there. Then he will become another black pawn in the hands of the organization of judges. And by the way, he still needs to visit his old friend. It was already evening and Yu Fan was sitting on a bench outside. Then Yancy appeared behind him, who said that he had been getting very tired lately. If he ran out of strength, then it's better for him to rest. Yu Fan stood up and turned around and said that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. Yancy asked him how is his progress. Yu Fan said that he still can't fully awaken the force. His body surpasses an ordinary human by only 7 times. Yancy was very surprised and asked what is already 7 times. Usually, when this figure reaches 10, the hero is already approaching a rank. And I told him finally that it was a great job. Yu Fan will be the next winner in the World Championship of Heroes of this city. Yu Fan said that for the sake of organizations, he would do everything in his power. Yancy stopped and told him that the danger was already close. He will have to use the control skill on him before temporarily subjugating his body to himself. Yu Fan said it was fine. Yancy then applied his control ability. Meanwhile, some girl was running away from 2 guys. The man who chased this girl called his partner Bull a brat, telling him that he could have just gone about his business. But instead he intervened and destroyed the business. Their organizations, so they're the Fire Cloud Club, won't let him get away with it. This girl asked that since when is sending mail responses to ordinary people considered a business? Is their organization getting richer at the expense of imitation? The criminal code of the region. At that moment, one of the men attacked her with his ability, but the girl was able to dodge. She jumped and hurt the bull's horn. After that, the bull began to drain some purple liquid and said that she had used poison. Then there was an explosion. There was still one man she wanted to kill, but he was able to evade her attacks. The man asked her what kind of abilities she had. How can she master so many techniques at the same time? To which the girl answered him so that he guessed. If he can handle it, then maybe she will answer him. This man was about to say something to this girl, but Yu Fan intervened and kicked him in the face. And he said that if the girl creates another explosion, then this place is over, and I must say that it will still be useful to her in 5 days. The entrance tests of Beijing University will be held here. The girl was a little surprised and told him that he had handled the user with rank so easily. This means that he is in the rank or even higher. The girl said her name was Wang Ju. Who knows, maybe they will meet again at the entrance. And I asked him if they could work together. Yu Fan shook her hand and said that, of course, if in 5 days they would be on the same team. But then he noticed that the girl began to squeeze his hand very hard and looked at her. Wang Ju smiled at him and called him handsome, asking him if he wanted to have dinner together. Yu Fan mentally asked his teacher that how should he answer her. Yancy told him not to panic, he would help him. Yu Fan cleared his throat and said that he had something else to do at home, so he had to go. Yancy asked him what he understood now. Never need to molest girls, to him that sisters are not enough. And as soon as he's smart enough to be with other ladies. Yu Fan told the teacher that he understood everything now and thanked him. When Yu Fan left, Wang Ju said that it seemed there would be something to see at the trials this time. Yunhai Street. The day of this test has come. Everyone began to gather, both participants and spectators. The hosts of this event greeted everyone and said that she was a commentator on Bai. And pointing to Lin, Su said that here was her new partner, a very famous reporter Nai Nai. Lin Nai Su said that she welcomes everyone. Nabai said that now they are explaining to the audience the procedure for conducting the entrance tests of Beijing University in order to help understand what is happening. The rules are very simple. You just need to complete the task in a certain time, using any techniques. But let no one think that everything is so simple, because it's not like that at all. Now they will see which obstacles are traps. The organizers have prepared for the guys. Then a guy came up to Yu Fan and hugged him from behind, saying that he had no transport. Does he also have abilities that increase physical strength? Then why is he without windproof goggles? Yufan said that he doesn't use such abilities, he has very good speed, but he doesn't need glasses. The guy said that as he says, apparently, today will not do without miracles, and ask him what he's already heard. An S-rank user, a purple panther named Luo Quan, and Xingzai with a rank were also invited. Then Yufan called out to Wang Ju. She told him that they had met. It seems they will be on the same team. Last time they agreed to work together, he wouldn't break his promise. Yufan blushed and said that was fine. Then the whole guy turned between them and, turning to Kwang Ju, said that he had speed abilities. If they had been together, they would have easily coped with the task. Wang Ju said that he is a user with physical strength enhancement abilities, of which there are millions. How dare he flirt with her, he should fuck off. This guy was upset. Then it was announced that all participants need to get ready. Otherwise, the whole countdown. After that, the beginning was announced. The beginning of the tests was announced. Some participants used air transport. One man, who had already taken off, asked if he really expected to beat us in a carriage, those who fly. How naive is he? But even then the geese began to interfere with this man. The man started losing control and said what the hell was going on here. Nabai said that if it would be so easy to move through the air, then do they really think that everyone would bring melting apparatuses? And turning to Lin Nai, Su asked if she would recognize these monsters. Lin Nai Su said that for sure before them are summoned creatures in the rank, which are called a flock of brown swans. Then Nabai said that the flight team had already left the race. Now the participants in the sports cars are leading. Two men. They were driving at great speed in their cars. One of them said it was great. If there was a driving test, how difficult would it be? And turning to his partner, I asked him if he would like to speed up. His partner replied that yes, the speed limit is only 100 kilometers per hour, but no one forbade them to break the rules. But the policeman stopped them, who told them that heroes should save people, but they should not break the rules during the mission so that no one gets hurt. The man was asked to apologize. The guy who was talking to Yufan was running next to him. He laughed and said that he knew it would be too generous of them to allow transport. But then he noticed the old man, but did not have time to brake and knocked him down. This guy got up and was very surprised. He asked what? Where did he get such serious injuries? A man who passed by him said that some guy hit an old man. You need to go because it doesn't concern them either. Another told him that it seemed the old man was seriously injured and could take him to the hospital. This guy decided to crawl away quietly, but then this old man got up and started shouting that he hit the old man, now just leaves. And he wants to be a hero. Does he really have the conscience to run away after an elderly man was injured through his fault? And meanwhile Yufan was jumping on roofs. Then Wang Ju appeared next to him. Yufan told her that Beijing University had put a lot of effort into organizing this test. He even used the magic of illusion. Wang Ju told him that did he really want to say that the old man was just an illusion? That's not bad. Yufan told her to get ready because there are about 2 people on the horizon. Wang Chu said that it looks like this is the last check. She is on full alert. Lin Naisu said she doesn't know all 2 heroes. Who are they? Her partner at Bai said that according to the available information, this couple does not study at Beijing University, but mentors have already been sent after them in order to stop them if anything happens. The girl also decided to remind that the participants are subjected to various checks. Some time before the start of this exam, the headmaster thanked teacher Luo Chen for coming to him. Lashino said that the director should not worry, because he will take care of those 2 guys. He should already consider that he has prematurely assumed the duties of a class teacher, currently conducting an exam. One of the guys of this organization blocked the path of Yufan and Wang Ju. He told them that he would allow them both to see the true power of the hero in rank, after which he took his battle form. When Wang Tu saw him, she was delighted. She said what a cute kitten. Yufan said he would take it on himself, and she should deal with 2 for now. Yang Zai mentally told Yufan. What did he understand now? In order to control the force, you need to feel the movement of every muscle and bone. I often said that yes, he remembered. Then this guy told him that he was there mumbling to himself, after which Yufan hit him, and his silver is cracked. This guy thought that Black Arrow was a bull's head. This is his friend from the Fire Cloud Society. And have they ever met these crazy guys? Yufan said that he seems fast and agile, but resistance and endurance are very poorly developed, so it was worth killing him weaker. He held out his hand to this guy and asked if he was alright. He apologized for the fact that he had slightly miscalculated his strength. This guy was at a loss and said that he had beaten him too far and now he was mocking him. Then another man appeared next to Yufan, who attacked him with his fire ability. He was going to attack Wang Ju, but she used her ability and made herself a fire extinguisher, with which she extinguished this flame. Yu Fan wondered if her ability was to create items. Yang Zai told him that apparently it only allows him to generate his already existing technologies. If she manages to create equipment, then it will be just wonderful. Yu Fan looked in the direction of that guy, saw him that he was no longer there, and thought, did that guy really disappear? And then he saw how the guy who tried to kill him with fire grabbed the guy's cat and ran away from them. Lin Nixu said that according to their data, these two heroes from the Society of the Volga Cloud, that flying beast has the skills of reincarnation. He is a user in rank, and the one who defeated him is called Yu Fan, and that means. But she was interrupted by Na Bai, who said that everyone should notice him and send him a gift. Who knows, maybe in the future he will become a super strong hero. Those two from the Fire Cloud Society were trying to escape, but Luo Chen got in their way. He asked them that who dares to touch his disciples. Now they have to answer for their actions. Meanwhile, Yu Fan and Wang Ju had already crossed the finish line. Wang Ju looked at the scoreboard and was upset. She said that they only had 15 and 16 places. Yu Fan decided to support her and said that everything was fine. He hopes that that battle was enough for them to be noticed. Wang Ju said yes. Yang Zai told Yu Fan that he had to go, to which Yu Fan told him not to worry. Then he will cope on his own. Meanwhile, at night on some strange island, the tentacles that defeated the glacier adventurer entered the cave. They came to a meeting with some man. The man said, addressing Rhodes, that he knows he is still alive. These tentacles began to appear around him and told the gentleman that he had to tell him something very important. Yu Jai from the judge has reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. This man was very surprised and said that there was another fighter of the 3rd stage. Fei Fei told her older brother that she didn't know why, but a few dark blue sprouts woke up for a couple of seconds. Yang Zai asked her what, does this mean that she can see through other people's eyes? Fei Fei said that, yes, she had seen only 3 episodes, and all of them with the participation of other representatives of the dark blue race. Yang Zai asked her if she can remember where they were. He took his laptop and started typing in information there. Fei Fei said that one time it seems to be in the White Tower of the city of Loshi. In 2 regions. I've been to the clubhouse 2 times, and 3 times it's an inner mansion. Yang Zai said he had found a clubhouse. Fei Fei should take a look at whether it's the right one. Fei Fei said that yes, that's right, she saw people from the dark blue race coming there to do nails or hairstyle. Yang Zai asked what women. The management of the Knights of the Round Table Company definitely has a girl who owns half of their stock, but she doesn't even have the ability. Fei Fei said that in episode 3, she saw a lawn, a fountain and some antiques. There were no others there. She can't do it anymore, she doesn't understand the details. She asked her brother that why wouldn't he download her memory and check it himself. Meanwhile, the mechanical hero called a council of his sons. He told them that he had called them here today to tell them some news. He told the patron of dragons that he was entrusting the company into the hands of Liu Yuan, and the place in the hero club will be his. The patron of dragons told his father that he had finally seen Liu Yuan's talent. He's definitely a better fit for the role than he is, and he just wants to become the strongest hero. The mechanical hero told his eldest son that he knows he holds a grudge against the judges' organization for his defeat, but he has something to tell him. Does he know why all the members of the judges' organization are so strong? The patron of the dragons said that, of course, this is a consequence of their hard work, and they are also much more talented than the others. The mechanical hero said no, he was wrong. He said that they simply have the technology and equipment to create elixirs of abilities, and they are also helped by forces from another world. Yancy began to watch his sister's memoirs, and then he found what he needed. Meanwhile, there are firearms in the house. Yang Zai told Mao Rabbit to stand aside, do nothing. Fei Fei in the guise of Mao Rabbit was angry with him and said that at first he agreed to take her with him, but offered to be a decoration. Then Yang Zai took the form of a snake and asked her what is it. Fei Fei told him that she had learned about his strength not by his abilities at all, but by his acting skills. At this time, in the House of Firearms, the man asked why he had come without an invitation. It was Yang Zai who said he had to die and broke all his furniture. The man was shaking all over with fear and falling to his knees, said that he was actually interested. That's what he heard, that the organization of judges helps the dead and the Bernadotte family supports them in this. Yang Zai was a little confused and wondered where this rumor came from and how it spread so quickly. The man said that is it really true that they can return the soul to the body of a man who died many years ago? Yang Zai said that the dark blue race has achieved great heights in the study of the spiritual component. So why is he asking him about it? The man said that there seemed to be one answer. He took out a gun and told him that he didn't need it anymore. I've been using shadow cloning of snakes. I also thought that his weapon has a homing function. The The speed is not great, but throwing back and forth will take too much time. The man kept shooting at him and said that if they attack all at once, then it won't work to evade, will it? Then Yancy appeared behind him and said no. After that, the man started counting down, and an explosion followed. But Yancy wasn't hurt, and the man looked at his hand and screamed. Now the rabbit was watching all this at the top.